just anyone. I'm not just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going. And I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door. And now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. From the time I wake up till I go to sleep, I give all of me, yeah. All fight, never flee, no flights ever free, yeah. I'm in my corner and I'm ringside, handing me a water. My hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours, well I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning and stay late night. And you can get your tickets, watch me from the sidelines. Cause you're not even in the competition. Why should I listen to someone without a vision who has no backbone and isn't here for me at all? Yeah, they just praying and waiting on the downfall. You can't get comfortable where you are. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. Oh please, I'm busy now.
The ultimate.
Veto is coming to Saudi Arabia, and either you cheer for Furia or we're gonna make this a library again.
It's time to prove everyone wrong.
Watch us collect and destroy other teams' hearts.
Watch out, the bees are coming.
It's time to step in the ring.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Counter-Strike is back on the menu. Welcome to the inaugural EWC, also known as Esports World Cup. We're coming live and direct from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where we've got a great tournament lined up for you today. This is the B stream, and will be brought to you by myself, Henry G, and of course, my partner in crime is going to be Anders Bloom. Anders, have you enjoyed your player break? Have you missed Counter-Strike?
I've had a great time. It's nice sometimes to get a little bit of a break just to miss everything, but now we're back with, a huge new tournament, part of the ecosystem. We've got all the best teams here, Henry, so how can I not be excited?
Yeah, it's very true. I feel like it's been a well-deserved break. I think we had a lot of tournaments in the first half of the year, but everyone's chomping at the bit to get stuck in again. We've got the world's best teams ready and willing to go here. So it's going to be an exciting time. We've got lots of Counter-Strike on the line, but I think before we get into all that, Anders, it's maybe a chance to have a look at the EWC format and get that explained to us.
Yes, people need to be familiar with what we're doing here. There is, I would say it's a fairly understandable format, but still it's important that we go through it so that we're ready and know what's coming. Do you have a favorite team coming out of the player break here? Do you know which team you're really looking forward to?
I guess for me the most exciting prospect is going to be G2, just because of like the craziness. What they've got going on with snacks coming in, etc. So for me, that's the most exciting prospect. Whether they be the best is yet to be seen. But we'll have a look at the format now and have a look at what EWC is bringing to the table.
Are you ready for another amazing Counter-Strike 2 tournament?
Things are about to heat up here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. 15 of the best teams from all around the world have gathered here for their attempt to lift the trophy and also their share of the $1 million prize pool. There will be 3 stages: an opening stage, a resurrection stage, and the playoffs. The event begins with the opening stage. 14 teams battle it out in a single elimination BO3 where the winners advance to the playoffs and the losers fall into the next phase, the resurrection stage. Here, the 7 teams will be joined by the regional hero qualifier team and battle it out once more in a single elimination BO1 to determine which team gets the last spot in the playoffs. The winner of the resurrection stage will join the 7 opening stage winners in the playoffs, where the teams will have to earn their right to win it all in a single elimination BO3 bracket.
Well, I thought the video did a pretty good job of explaining all that, Anders, but maybe we should try and break it down into Counter-Strike terms. So yeah, we have 15 teams in total here. GG How go straight to the resurrection bracket, which is also, we would say, that the last chance stage in Counter-Strike terms, but it's one opening best of 3 for all of these teams here. It is a seeded opening round. So for example, you'll see the likes of FaZe play against FlyQuest, so a very high seed versus a lower seed team. If you lose that best of 3, you unfortunately go down to the resurrection, aka the last chance stage, where it's best of 1s from there on out. So quite a brutal format, but I guess if you are the favored team winning one best of 3 straight to the playoffs, that's something. But we know a lot of these teams after the player break will have a little bit of a slow start here. But we can have a look at the prize pool as well, Anders. It says top heavy. We've got $1 million on the line. What do you think about that?
That is a significant amount of money, Henry. I'm not going to lie. When you and I started doing this commentary stuff about 11 years ago, you know, that first major, 250,000, I think, for the entire thing, obviously split amongst a bunch of teams. So yeah, this is a significant impact. I'm not going to lie. And I like that it's it's a bit top heavy. You want that #1 spot, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely true. The $400,000, you're not wrong. Like, just going back, like, on the total prize pools, I remember it blowing everyone's mind when it was $250K. And everyone was just so excited. It was kind of like from a small auditorium. Now we're traveling across different continents every single week. Millions of dollars on the line. It's great to see Counter-Strike still flourishing and evolving with a new title as well. CS2, it seems to be a little bit controversial right now. It seems like people are either loving the game or hating it. I feel like it's in a pretty good spot right now. I think compared to where CSGO was in the early stages, it feels like CS2 is doing just fine if you consider it's been out like 1 year so far.
Yeah, probably some room for improvement still, but I mean, I feel like it runs pretty well. Every once in a while, I see people complaining, but I'm happy with how the things are going as well. I mean, they're changing around the maps. We're getting a bunch of stuff here, but yeah, I think it's in a good spot right now.
Yeah, absolutely true. But we have to bear in mind, this isn't just about Counter-Strike and EWC. We have the clubs as they were, your FaZe Clan to Team Liquids competing in a variety of different games. So we'll have a look at the formats now and see how the other clubs are doing.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
$60 million, Anders. So like we said, there's many different games, 21 to be exact, and Team Falcons have done very well so far. I saw they got a Warzone victory. That was exciting for them. They're obviously hometown heroes in this region as well. But you do have to win in multiple games to take home that $7 million. So far, we've got Falcons, T1, and Selangor Red Giants at the top there. And like I said, lots of different games going as well. It's not just Counter-Strike. We've got Dota 2, Counter-Strike, PUBG Mobile, Overwatch 2, Rainbow Six Siege, Apex Legends, Fortnite, TFT, Street Fighter, StarCraft 2. All the big games, all the ones you know and love, all coming to you across the next couple of months here in Riyadh. So really exciting stuff, and you can see the Falcons are off to a flying start, if you will pardon the pun, Anders. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's great news for the organization. Whether they can do it in Counter-Strike is a different question, Henry. There's been some criticism of them in general. They don't seem to have come to the best start. So I'm curious if they can repeat. Obviously, if they can now for the club as a whole in order to win the club championship, that would be sick. Imagine if now was the time that they came online right after the player break. I mean, it could happen.
Yeah, it could happen, but they've got to have some opponents first, Anders. Let's have a look at the teams available here in the CS2 side of things as we throw that up now and have a look at who will be competing today and as things go on as well. So most notably, of course, we've got FaZe Clan, Team Spirit, #1 in the world. G2 with their new roster, VP looking to build back in, and the underdogs like the Sashi, M80, and any teams leaping off the page for you? Obviously, the major champions, Na'Vi there as well. I know you're a bit of a Mongols fan, right?
Well, everyone is, Henry. It's mandatory right now. They've like captured the community attention. I feel like every conversation somebody has to throw Mongols in there. So I'm on board with it. I think they're a fun team. You know, they're like the forever underdogs. So yeah, why not? It'd be cool to watch Mongols play well.
Yeah, it's certainly true. But let's find out who's going to be playing today on the B stream. That's where you are right now, ladies and gentlemen, here at the first day of EWC and the CS2 side of things here. So the B stream games today, we are opening things up at 2:30 with FaZe Clan versus FlyQuest. Bear in mind, the FlyQuest normally come out swinging. They're hungry. FaZe Clan normally a little bit slow to get started. It's going to be a very exciting game. Vitality taking on M80 as well. M80 losing Malbs recently, bringing in Lake, I believe. Vitality, also a team that struggles in the early stages of tournaments. We'll see how that one goes. Not quite as spicy as the first one, I think. Then Team Spirit versus MIBR. I don't know. Team Spirit, they definitely are the #1 team in the world right now, but MIBR certainly going to be bringing their A game today. And yeah, there's some great games. This is the B stream, Anders, and we're being treated as something quite special. Now, bear in mind with this brutal format, this opening game, it carries a lot of weight. For the likes of FaZe Clan to lose this opening round, the best of 3 means they go down into that resurrection bracket where things can just go horribly wrong. You really don't want any upsets in this first round of the tournament. And I guess for these teams, you have to think like, we can't just turn up after the player break and just play our old game. We have to actually turn up and be ready to go. So we are going to have a look at the match of the day, Anders. If you had to pick one, what would it be?
It's a big question right there. Like you said, right after the play break, there's a lot of potential upsets, but it's got to be that FaZe and FlyQuest matchup. I've got to be honest. Just like you said, FaZe sometimes a little bit slow at the gate. FlyQuest, they're going to be super hungry. If anyone was going to start playing a little bit before the play break ended, it might be a team like FlyQuest to just kind of want to get in here and have a little bit of an impact early on.
Absolutely true. And I feel like FlyQuest are the sort of team that they can't really afford to take like a full-on player break like FaZe did. Like FaZe were like back-to-back grand finals in S-tier tournaments. FlyQuest, like this sort of event, this is like their Super Bowls, their chance to prove themselves, farm some cash, get some ranking points, you know, in the Valve system, and prove that they can keep up with the world's best. Everyone knows they're a decent team. We all know they've got decent players. But we will see what kind of damage they can do today as we look at the upcoming match coming in next. It's going to be, of course, the FaZe Clan and the FlyQuest game. So that's going to be an exciting one. But yeah, I guess for you and for me, like we're going to be like normally when there's the opening game of a tournament like this, you normally come in like, okay, I need to be quite reserved. It's just a group stage game. We don't really have that luxury today. There's so much on the line with this format, which is quite brutal.
Yeah, like we said, if you lose here, you end up down in the resurrection stage. You've got, you know, 1 life left essentially. There's the best of ones down there. You just the short story is you just don't want to go there. You want to stay on top. You want to just qualify through. For FaZe, like you said, I mean, we've had, as much as there's been some highlights with this particular roster, there's also been some dreadful losses in the past, right? So you've got to make sure this isn't one of them. This is such an important tournament in the yearly circuit. So now's the time to really step it up. I mean, I do like the idea of the underdog. Like, I like the idea of somebody spoiling the story. I think it'd be really fun if FlyQuest showed up today and just had an absolutely banging game.
I hope so. Yeah, we'll see what they bring to the table today. We can bring up the matchup now. We've been discussing it, but yeah, it is going to be the aforementioned FaZe versus FlyQuest matchup here. You can see the boys on your screen. There's Brokey and Liaz. Brokey, for me, a player that's a top 3 AWP in the world, but whether he turns up to this sort of game, I'm not so sure. He'll be up against Alistair, of course. So that's always going to be an interesting match. I mean, Alistair is a streaky player. He's definitely a hype player when he gets going. He really can cause some damage. But we'll see who turns up today, whether it's going to be FaZe Clan or whether the underdogs. Bear in mind, if it's a best of 1 opener like we normally see in the group stages, that could be a very different story. I do think, though, a best of 3, we've seen these guys play before. It was in Chengdu, and sure, like, they got to double digits, I believe, like a 13-10 and then a 13-8, FaZe 1-2-0, but it felt like it was always going to be that sort of outcome. So that sort of result would be fine today. Like, if they can just get a good map, don't get stomped by FaZe, like actually just turn up, maybe take a map themselves, they'll be maybe putting themselves in a good position for the Resurrection Blackett. But let's have a look at the FaZe Clan matchup, the lineup. Sorry, let's have a look at the roster. Nothing's changed. We are going to see them bringing the old roster through, and I guess this hasn't been the craziest roster mania at all, has it? It was actually quite subdued.
It was, you're right. Like, it wasn't as crazy as I thought. Sometimes it almost feels like the end of the world whenever you get to this part of the calendar. But yeah, it's been pretty straightforward. I guess it's hard to complain about, right? They've accomplished so much with this lineup that you know, you can't really be too mad about this. But I am curious, like you said, you know, somebody like Brokey as a heavy AWPer. I feel like we've seen him more and more switch out of the AWP earlier and earlier when things aren't working out, which I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that sometimes you see him play with it less if he's not having one of his crazy days. But obviously, if he's having like a real Brokey day, we all know that is going to change the whole game, no matter who they're playing. He's just such an impactful player that you have to respect that. So it makes it a lot of fun to watch. But I actually think it's added some depth to his game that he's able to, you know, select away from it if he doesn't feel like it's the perfect day for it.
Yeah, the one question mark for me is, I suppose, Robs, excuse me, because when he first started in CS2, he was considered the absolute best player in the game. Like, the first 2 months of CS2, no one could touch him. I would say it feels like lurkers in general have kind of maybe dropped off a little bit, like their play style has been found out. I'm not so sure as to why, but it feels like Robs is not finding the same level of success that he once was. And I think the same goes for Carrigan as well. I think he was quite vocal towards the end of last season as saying he knows his individual form hasn't been good enough. And I'd be interested to see what they bring to the table here, because I'd imagine FaZe were a team that took that player break in their stride in terms of they wanted some time off. They needed some time to regenerate their powers because they played every single tournament and made themselves like, yeah, lots of success, lots of grand finals, but not enough trophies for them to really feel satisfied. So I'm interested to see what the methodology would be there. Like, do you want to take more time off to rest and reset? Or do you want to be grinding and making sure that you have a boot camp and everyone's ready to go? But that's neither here nor there. We're going to look at the FlyQuest roster as well. Also no changes. This is a team that's looking to prove themselves. Anders, what do you like about the Aussie boys?
Well, again, like you've got the whole story with Dexter obviously coming back to play in the region once again. I think his journey has been really fun and really just cool to watch. But the rest of them, I mean, they're just you know, the personable characters. They've got a great personality, and they are kind of like another one of these underdog stories. So it's hard emotionally, I think, not to be on their side. But they also do like truly have some really high skilled players, right? Like every once in a while, you see someone like Alistair or someone like Liaz, I think, truly step it up and just crack on through. And some fairly aggressive players too in Inns there, who's one of these players that sometimes will just be out front fighting almost every single round.
I think Inns could play in a top team. He is an excellent Counter-Strike player. He seems to have a lot of confidence. You're right. I think that's going to be a solid string in the FlyQuest bow. If they can get him online, if Dexter can kind of coordinate the roster to sort of set him up to sort of get in those entry frags and clutch things out eventually, that they have got some hard-hitting players. You're right. Like Liaz has played in top-level teams before. These are storied guys. You've got Vexide as well, who's looking to prove himself as a top talent. And then they're kind of looking for like that next big tournament run. We saw the Pro League last season take a couple of decent victories. I believe it was against NIP and someone else is not coming to me right now. But still, they had some good games, and that's always kind of the memory of their tournament. They have a couple of good matches, but never really go that deep in the tournament. So it'd be great. I don't think there's much of a chance they win here today against FaZe, especially in the best of 3. But if ever there was an opportunity to take them down, Anders, it might be the first series after the player break.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. This is a prime opportunity to try and do it. It's not going to get easier. FaZe tend to sort of warm out throughout. The more that they play, the better they become, whether it's inside of a tournament or throughout the season. So I've got no doubt that it's going to be, now's the time. They might be feeling a bit weak. And it should, for FlyQuest, be like a huge opportunity to really prove themselves here. Like you said, if they could take a map of a FaZe, if they can just have a good display at the start here, that would be quite impressive. So I hope that it's going to be the case. I do think it's always more fun when it doesn't go according to script, when things are a little bit out of the ordinary. So I'm rooting for FlyQuest here. I really am.
Now, we've got a couple of moments before we bring in the Veto, Anders. I wanted to ask you, though, do you feel like we will be seeing Vertigo at all this tournament? Over at Dallas, we saw it played once. So do you feel like it's dead, the map is over, especially after the player break, or do you feel like there's a chance it comes through this tournament? Do you feel like people have been cooking? The underdog. If I was an underdog team, I'd be specialized on that map. I'd make sure that the opposition has to veto it, at least.
I wish I had like a soundboard ready at my setup, Henry, so I could play like funeral music or something. Yeah, I think Vertigo's dead, unfortunately. Like I get what you're saying. Like, this is obviously the dream, but we talk about this every time. I'm like, ooh, what if somebody in secret practiced it and they had it as like the ace up the sleeve, and they try to force somebody else to ban it out, and then they don't, and it's suddenly the deciding map, and they're really good on it. But in truth, from what I've seen so far, even in the off break, of your time here, it just feels like nobody wants to play Vertigo. Like, I truly feel like the map's dead, but I could be proven wrong. I guess we'll find out.
Wow, we've got the Veto ready to go. Let's bring it up. Let's have a look, and we'll see if there's anything leaping off the page that piques our interest, or is it an anomaly, I suppose. So Mirage is gone. Unfortunately, Anders, Vertigo straight away. First round. It's taken out of the... Yeah, let's continue with it. We're not going to be breaking this one down too analytically. So Anubis pick from the FlyQuest boys. It's a decent map for both teams. I'm sure that's absolutely fine. FaZe definitely had some interesting results over the years, and that one I've casted a lot of their roller coaster games. Nuke is probably the best map for FaZe in general. I'm sure FlyQuest have done their homework on it. Then we're going to have Ancient taken out of the mix. So we've got Dust 2 still available in the pool. It's probably my favorite one to watch right now. It's not going to be the decider there. It's going to be an old classic Inferno to see this one out. Okay. So to reiterate, we've got Anubis, we've got FlyQuest, Nuke by FaZe. So it kind of has to be done in the first map for FlyQuest, quite frankly. Like, they have to get a win on Anubis to stand a chance. Yeah, I don't think they can really get much done against FaZe on Nuke. And then Inferno is going to be such a struggle as well. That they are very powerful, very deadly, especially like Sabroki on that particular map. You got Robs, the master of the apartment, as well. Yes. So yeah, I feel like that's going to be a difficult series in general. I think it always was going to be. FaZe is one of the absolute best teams in the world. FlyQuest are knocking on the door of the top 20. I think they're just inside it. No one's expecting them to win, but they're certainly capable. I feel like it's going to take a good forward wind on a nice day, but they could definitely do it.
Yeah. Well, maybe just to put it into context a little bit, right? Like, I think the last time that they played Nuke against each other was at IEM Chengdu, and I think it was 13-10 to FaZe. So kind of within striking distance, I would say, for FlyQuest. Like, not amazingly close, but they did some damage there.
So, a chance for you guys to get involved as well with your predictions, and it's going to push you for yours as well. But if you want to get involved, you can get involved with the stcplay.gg predictions. Now, Anders, while they're kind of getting involved with that, what's your prediction here? While they're kind of placing their votes, we're going to display them on screen as well. So that's stcplay.gg. Anders, I'm going to need yours. I want map scores as well. Not like specifically just like a 2-1 or 2-0.
I mean, if we're talking predictions, we're talking about logic, right? Facts and logic. You have to go with FaZe on this one. and probably very likely going to be a 2-0. I hate to say it. I do think it'll be close. I actually think it'll be close on both maps, but that's I have to lean that way. I'm sorry.
I would say that's about right from the audience. And they went on scc.play.gg, and they've actually said 78% plays 22 in favor of FaZe, obviously. I would say that's about right. I'd say, sure, they're the heavy favorites, but there's always a chance. You never know. All it takes is a pistol round and some momentum here in MR12 CS2. Fresh off the player break, first series. It's on LAN. I don't know. I'm excited for this one. That's why I picked this one as the game of the day. Just because I feel like, just because there's so much on the line, it would be such a historical and such a FaZe way to open things up, having a huge upset in the first round. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. I guess I will obviously say FaZe 2-0 as well. I would like to see a good game out of this one. I'd like to see double digits once again from the likes of FlyQuest. I'll just look at the map they played before last time. So they played... It was Nuke and Ancient before. So it was Nuke where FaZe actually gave up 10 rounds. So that's pretty decent. We'll see if Anubis is going to be any more forgiving. FlyQuest in their recent games against Rooster. Took them down 3-2. Mind Freak. Rooster again. You can see a lot of Oceanic games here. And then they had against Spirit and Big. I believe that was at Dallas. So didn't have the best run at Dallas with their opening game. And the best of one against Spirit. They lost 13-1. And then, they played against Big and lost 2-0. That wasn't the best result. Big now changing their roster. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break before we get ready for FaZe versus FlyQuest. It's going to be a best of 3. A lot on the line here at the Esports World Cup. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
One by one, you always come back like a curse. Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it.
Day one of the Esports World Cup CS2 championships are upon us. It's an exciting time. The player break is officially over, and we're about to kick things off here on the B stream between FaZe and FlyQuest. It's a best of three. It's an opening game, sure, but it's that brutal format. If you lose this opening game, you go down to the resurrection bracket, where it's best of ones from here on out. So, on the line here, FaZe certainly the heavy favorites, but known to have slow starts in these important tournaments, Anders. I feel like it should be a clean-cut affair, and we are going to have a look at the guys on stage momentarily. But yeah, any opening thoughts just before we get into this one?
I'm just happy the season's back up again. I've been going a little bit stir crazy. Like it's always this thing where when we're traveling around the world doing all these different events, you feel like, oh, there's a lot going on. I'm at the airport again. What's happening? But whenever it slows down for I would say I'm about 8 days into my vacation, I start thinking, okay, I need to do some work again. Like, what can we do? Can we get back and do some more stuff? So I'm just very excited to get back into this. And I love watching FaZe. Whether it's disappointing or whether they're playing like their A game, there's always like great stories to be made around it. So I am excited for this one, and I'm happy to be back with you, Henry. I've missed you and I casting together. It's been too long.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's fair. Like, I think I shouldn't be allowed this much free time. It's not good for me. Like, I seem to find trouble. So for me, like, yeah, I'm glad to be back working. We've got a few tournaments lined up. This is the great one to kick things off with as well. We've got some great teams, an interesting format, and the first ever Esports World Cup is upon us. This is the B stream, ladies and gentlemen, as well. So I'll give you a quick shout out to what else is going on today as well. So we've got FaZe versus FlyQuest, obviously going on here. G2 versus Mongols, that's going on in the mainstream.
Nice.
And then we've got Na'Vi versus Furia, Vitality versus M80, that's in the next round of games. Spirit MIBR, and then Virtus Pro Complexity. G2 Mongols, Anders, with Snacks coming in to the squad and Malbs as well against the mighty Mongols. I feel like the Mongols are the favorites there. Like, it might be crazy to say, but I think they might be.
It could be. Yeah, I mean, all eyes are going to be on that G2 lineup, right? Malbs, it could be the time of his life, or it could be the beginning of a kind of a disaster, right? Because the expectations are just so high for that kind of performance, right? I like Malbs.
I'm worried. I'm worried for him though, because he can't be the star on that team, bro. Like, they've got two world-class, like, top 5 players there already. Modesty and Nika. You got Hunter, who's also going to be wanting to compete for those nice roles. And then you've got your in-game leader, Snacks. He's not exactly your passive B anchor. He's going to want to actually have some active roles as well. I feel like Malbs will be thrown into the kind of the worst of spots, the less opportunist ones. And I don't know. I'm a little bit worried for him, but I will reserve judgment until we see what he's up to. But looks like we're ready to look into the arena, Anders. Let's check this out. So here it is, the first shots coming in from the studio. You can see there's the FlyQuest boys in a yellow jersey. They used to have a green one. So they've gone for a new look. FaZe sticking to Old Faithful here. They've gone for the classic sort of sports jersey, I suppose. But you can see Neo behind them, trying to get everyone's mental fortitude together, because we all know, we've all seen it, that FaZe do like a struggle in the opening stages. Not even the opening stages, like every single game they play, every single map always seems to be on the back foot. They always seem to be like, win the pistol, lose the second round force by, go down 5-1, and have to grind it all the way back. Now, that's fine. They normally win those games, and sometimes it's good to have that kick up the rear to kind of activate the squad. But, we can see Brokey shaved the head as well. He's got to reset the season, freshly shaved head. You'd love to see it.
I believe they call it the bold buff, Henry. The
bold buff. I guess they're just giving everything they could possibly need here to get activated early on. So you can see, FlyQuest, that's a nice new jersey. Like, it's like almost like a Brazilian yellow. I guess an Australian yellow. I guess that's more fair to say, my bad. But, yeah.
Getting into trouble already, Henry.
Yeah, well, they normally have green jerseys in Australia, but I remember they do have yellow ones as well. But nice to see. There's Rain as well, looking to step up this tournament. Normally very good in the big games, Anders. Normally very good on the stage. Maybe not as hot in the studio games where everyone else is flourishing. He doesn't necessarily keep up to the same level, but he's just always so stable in those big games. And there's in-game leader Dexter as well, looking to step up this tournament and show that this move back to Australia was the right one, because his tenure within Mouse Sports didn't have the best finish for him. Like, it was an exciting move, then didn't really kind of go anywhere. And I think he just took that good experience he found within top level EU Counter-Strike and is hoping to kind of captivate the Aussies here and show that this team can still compete at a top level. There's Alistair as well. Needs to hold his nerve. He's definitely an emotional player. Once he gets going, once he's fired up, he is amazing. He can really have some huge impact and clutch, but if he gets down in the dumps, if he gets tilted, it's difficult to get him out of the ruts.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to really mention. I think maybe that goes for the whole team. Like, we talked about how they can win. Obviously, we talked about how it's going to be important for them that this is the start of the season. Maybe Phase are a little bit slow to start with. Neat little trick there for Frozen, throwing his water bottle around. But I do think the other thing is, for a team like FlyQuest, right? Like, they're just they're the lads, right? They're going to come into this, and if they win early on, I bet the energy on the stage is going to be crazy for them, right? They're going to be having a fantastic time, and I think they just have to roll with that. So I imagine a good start here is probably important for FlyQuest. You brought up Robs a little bit as someone who is, like you said, lurkers in general have had a bit of a rougher time. I'm really curious to see if Robs is going to be on his A game for this particular tournament. I bet he wants to improve things. He's obviously an ice cold killer, but still, I bet he wants to be back on top himself.
Yeah, absolutely. It's difficult to really work that one out because, as I mentioned, when we had like the opening few tournaments for CS2, like, he was unbelievably good. Like, everyone was saying it, myself included. Like, this guy is the best player in CS2 right now. He only held on to that for about 2 or 3 months before he started to drop off, and then the likes of Donk arrived, Monacy, even Nico was starting to find some amazing form, and it's like those are the names we're really talking about right now. So yeah, Robs, don't take anything away from him. He's still a world-class Counter-Strike player. We just expect so much from him in that regard. So yeah, we'll see if the player break has been good for him. Like we said, I think the FaZe guys, a few of them would have been burnt out as well. They were a part of almost every single tournament last season, making deep runs as well, so you don't get the luxury of getting knocked out day one, fly home, get a week off. They were like grand finals pretty much every tournament. Didn't pick up nearly as many trophies as they would like, but was good to see them like have so many deep runs here, and we can see the game's almost ready to go live. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the opening round of the EWC, aka the Esports World Cup, the first ever one here in 2024. They're fighting for the lion's share of $1 million here, and this opening round, it's a bit of a brutal format here. So this is best of 3. Win this, you're automatically into the playoffs. Job done. And
yes.
The seeded teams, like your phases, your G2s, and the likes of that should have a pretty decent run. You've got like Spirit as well, Vitality. They've all got pretty reasonable matchups, but if you do end up losing it, means you go down to that last chance stage or the resurrection stage where it's best of ones and an MR12. That is quite brutal. Like, anything can happen down there. Anyone will lose that matchup, and it's going to be absolute pandemonium. So you don't want to see too many upsets in this opening round, especially from the likes of FaZe. They need to bring their A game.
Don't you have a sense sometimes, because whenever I catch myself saying something like, well, here are the favorite teams and they probably will make it, which I feel like I do every major. When you're doing the pick'ems for the major, you always feel like, oh, this is easy. Like, I know which teams are better. I'll pick them. And then it never really what. There's always a couple where you're like, oh, damn, what happened here? So I feel like even though Vitality and G2 and all the rest of them, like, they should kind of make it through, I'm always nervous when I hear myself saying, oh, it's straightforward. We know what's going to happen. Like, there's always something that goes wrong somewhere along the way. So, whether it's this game or another one, I'm
When I
really
said G2,
curious.
I realized they're playing against Mongols. It's probably like, if anything, you probably got Mongols as the favorite there, but who knows? Like, what do you think about that move in general? What was your take on the whole Snacks Hooksy swap out?
I don't know. The problem is, I think with in-game leaders, like, we can all look and sort of see, we can all identify the moments in the server when Hooksy is, it doesn't have the same presence in a round like some of the other players do. But the problem is, like, it's very hard for us to know about the in-game leadership side of things, like tactically, all the rest of it. I will say this, though. I think Snacks has proven himself to be a way better player than I would have ever guessed, making like a late career kind of comeback. I actually think he looked really sick at the end of the last season. So I'm a little bit hyped up for it. I kind of am, but yeah, I don't know. It's going to be really hard. I almost feel like to judge Hooksy, I probably need to talk to like a bunch more people that he's played with, which might be worth doing at some point. Like going and actually just asking off stage with no camera, just saying like, tell me what's going on here. Like what does he bring outside of the stuff? But yeah, I mean, I'm curious. Mobs as well. Like I said, I think I was helping write an article like 2 years, maybe 3 years ago, Henry, highlighting that Mobs is going to be a future tier 1 player. So I feel like I was ahead of the curve on that one. I'm just going to take a little bit of credit for this,
I mean, I would have disagreed with you until about 2 months ago. Like, he was like always a decent, safe pair of hands, but like the way he's been fragging the last like 3 months, and then he had that massive win over G2 that obviously got him on their radar. Like, yeah, you could see this guy is something quite special. Like, he's a bit of a prodigy. He seems to have a cool head on his shoulders as well. Seems to turn up almost every single game. Bit of a blow for the likes of M80, but still, I think it was the right move. I'm sure it was good business for them, and hopefully he can flourish in G2 there. But hopefully we are good to go momentarily, and it's going to be FaZe versus FlyQuest on this one here. So we'll see where that game's going to be popping off momentarily. But yeah, opening round of EWC.
Yeah, I'm
Anders,
excited
I've just been
for it.
told we'll go into break. So
All right, let's do that.
Any closing thoughts? Anything you want to say? Get it off your chest now.
Well, I was going to say, remember to stay hydrated, guys, for the break. Get something to drink, and then, you know, just get yourselves ready.
Let's do it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the Esports World Cup. It's day one of the CS2 Championships, $1 million on the line. And the opening game here of Stream B is going to be FaZe versus FlyQuest. We have David versus Goliath story here. FaZe certainly the heavy favorites. Best of three to decide the fates of these two teams. One has to go down to the resurrection bracket where the best of ones begin, and things get a lot more turbulent. You win this game, though, you're straight through to the playoffs. And Anders, I don't want to curse it, but it looks like we're ready to go. And yeah, this is exciting. It's the first bit of Counter-Strike we've seen in some time, over a month, where we've just been sitting and waiting with nothing better to do. And finally, we are underway. Looks like we are going to see that Anubis map pick going in from FlyQuest, and then we've got FaZe Clan kicking things off on the T side here, the more favored side, of course, on Anubis. They've got the PT-50 for Carrigan, in fact, as we set up towards middle. The Julie's in towards the Darkroom. Dexter and Liaz patrolling middle.
Yeah, we'll see. Frozen, let's single bullet go there, just to make sure that you know, whoever is backing up, I think it was Alistair, taking a quick peek outside of the B bomb site. It's 3 in the middle with the bomb. Actually, it's about to be 4. Liaz here with Julie. He's probably going to get overwhelmed, and he will be. Trade 1-for-1 as Dexter shows up. He actually gets 2 banging headshots, but it's still Henry leaves it in a 3 versus 3. It looks like they want to actually try and fall a little bit back. There's some chaos in there. What are they doing here on the FaZe side? They've lost the bomb now. This is madness.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on. I'll be honest with you. It's all over the place. Robs has got some control of the A sides here, but trying to fend off the heaven position. You can see it's Inns being very calm, very controlled. At this point, Carrigan is trying to get the bomb down. It'd be one hell of a clutch. And oh my God, what a shot to kick things off. He had a chance there, Anders. That wasn't bad from the in-game leader. But the round certainly fell apart. It is going to be that troublesome start we kind of predicted there for FaZe. You can see they look a little bit confused as to what the hell went down there.
Yeah, a lot of confusion, in fact, looking around. You're right, that was a sick shot from Carrigan. That, I was instantly converted to a believer when I saw that. I was like, all right, let's go. But it didn't really last. I think this is where the trouble kind of starts in the middle, unfortunately, when I think FlyQuest had a couple of people pushed up towards the center of the map, but they kind of managed to drop the bomb there. And obviously, the element of surprise is kind of gone. You also ran into Dexter, who landed 2 great headshots. So I think for FaZe in that round, for it to be successful, they want to get into the middle as far as they can before the CT side realizes what's going on. And that just never really worked out. So a little bit unfortunate. Seeing a thumbs up from Carrigan, I'm hoping that's good news. You know, maybe a little bit of a mouse or a headset problem, but regardless, it is going to be FlyQuest to pick up the pistols. Great news.
Just what the doctor ordered. And bear in mind, yes, they got the bomb planted, and we used to say, oh, it's a guaranteed win now. But the loss bonus I got from planting the bombs gone from $800 to $600 now. Still pretty strong. It doesn't mean you can get 5 Galils across the board, though, Anders. You're going to be getting a couple of them, then some Mac 10s or Deagles. You can see it's kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They're not going to fully invest. They're going to buy a couple of Deagles here. So you're going to see an evolution in the meta, I suppose, as we've had a player break now. So most of the time, especially back at the start of CS2, you see the bomb be planted, everyone forced buying that second round. But you can see them playing a bit more of the long game here.
I'll say this as well, for FlyQuest to win the pistol on the CT side, it's kind of important on this map. This could be a map that's sometimes very hard to put together those CT rounds. I feel like whenever another team wins on a map like Anubis, it comes down to having a good start to the CT side specifically. Hero, Galil pushing forward, but it's kind of been found, although Rain will connect. That's a Deagle headshot to take down Vex site. Maybe not the best start here. Dexter being put up to the test, and he kind of has to come up big on this one. Oh, shooting Carrigan into the back. That's how you do it. They'll go and pick up the Galil again, but still it's a 4 versus 4, so nicely done from Dexter.
Yeah, very well played. Uses the sound cue to his advantage. You can hear Carrigan trying to scramble away towards that mid hut, but it's back to a 4-4. Huge advantage here for FlyQuest. You can see a few players without Kevlar. It was a nice opening pick from Rain, but equalizing the playing field with Carrigan going down. He was the player that invested in the Galil and the Kevlar. For now, though, see if they can make further dents. It's going to be a nice reaction, though. Quite active play from FlyQuest. They hunt for a ton of information here. They've pushed 2 players out of A main. Rain already hit a nasty shot, but he's down to 12 points of health. Inspects the temple, but they're going to have to finish up towards A. You can see that certainly cognizant of that prospect is going to be Inns to defend. The strongest player, FlyQuest, it has to be said, should be fine for at least 1 kill here, but now it gets a bit spicy. The bomb's going to be planted, and this round is possible now for FaZe.
Oh my god, Dexter's making absolutely sure it doesn't happen. More headshots are ringing through. He's absolutely deleted them. That was disgusting from Dexter, because you're not wrong. There was a real chance there for FaZe to pick it up once it was a 3 versus 3, the bomb planted. But just like that, it's been turned around. That is magnificent.
Yeah, very well played. As I said, there was a chance, but nothing too scary though for FaZe. I'm sure that they could have won that round, but it was unlikely with the buy they had. They got the bomb planted again. They got a couple of kills. They will have a nice strong buy going forward. This is all part of the plan. Like, sure, they would like to have converted that opening frag, but Dexter mowing them down with the FAMAS from the fountain position there. They got a ton of information pushing out towards A main, then falling back, reading the play towards middle. And sure, bomb down, but still, Dexter keeps it very comfortable. This round will not be there. That's going to be a brutal shot. Rob's flashing them in towards A main. Brokey converting the shot at ins. Will have to do something unbelievably good with the MP9. He's good for 1, but it's going to be a 4 versus 2 and an absolute save at this stage. So, like I said, FaZe, sure, they had the advantages in the previous round and arguably could have won it, but the fact they got the bomb planted on what was it, essentially an eco, they're in very good stead to win this round.
Yeah, to the point even where from FlyQuest's point of view, it makes more sense to just save what they got here. There's no retaking that A-bomb side, unfortunately. So a long time to be walking around, and yeah, they are being hunted, as we're seeing here already. A player that could be spotting them out, although Carrigan doesn't want to go too far. I kind of wanted to see him hunt there, but I guess it's early on. They want some money on the T side as well, so fair play to them. That was, I think, a nice attempt from Ins. I like the fact that he got the first shot with the MP9, then he actually turned for a flashbang, so he actually tried to not get flashed before the second kill was available, but it didn't work out for him, unfortunately. So, nice hit, and FaZe are on the board right away. They look really fired up. This doesn't look like the slow FaZe that we sometimes see.
No, the pistol was a little bit questionable, I suppose, but apart from that, it's looked pretty good here on out. So we'll see a nice opening frag there from Broke. You see Rob's flashing them in, usually from that rogue position. And then Carrigan pincering in towards middle as well, cutting the defense in half on the A side of the map. And it's a convincing one. But that was essentially a set piece call from Spawn Anders. So that was, we'll flash you in A main and we'll have 3 players trying to make their way through. It's not going to be sustainable for a ton of rounds. You'd expect something a bit more default going into this next one. We'll see what Dexter's got up his sleeve. He's going to be peeking towards the window potentially, or just pushing towards top of middle. Great flash, the better shot. Nice reaction from Frozen. Keeps it back to a 4-4 and a favor towards FaZe.
Be lacking a little bit on that CT side as well, with just the MP9 playing at the moment on Ints, so a little bit subdued. We'll see if he can make some good work with it here. They're going to be flashing through. I do kind of like this. That's actually a sick move. Through the smoke, trying to be aggressive on the CT side. Love everything about it. Smoking it off afterwards. They don't get the kill that they wanted, and it does cost them a lot of grenades to try and do that kind of a move, so in that sense, they're going to wish they had some of those left. About a minute on the clock here, and the bomb is leaned towards the A side, but not necessarily committed yet. And I think FlyQuest are actually very active now. 3 in the middle as they want to hunt for a kill. They want to get it back. I like this idea, but they're running right into Frozen. One of the strongest players you could run into in a position like that. He's going to get a double kill. And Vexside and Liaz are left 2 versus 3.
Yeah, Frozen's done very well to even find 2 kills. Speaking of which, Liaz, another opportunity to strike back. He's good for 1, Anders, but it's going to be Vexside. Thrusted into the clutch now. Smoked off towards heaven. And I'll be saying his prayers. He's only got the Galil, but he has got an Incendiary, an HE, and tons of skill. But there's Robs. Doubts him at your peril. There's his opening couple of frags into this game. That is a significant round now. Well hold from Frozen especially. We can see lots of reactive plays coming from FlyQuest here. Whenever they feel like they don't have a good read on the situation, they are grouping up and trying to find information, but they get a lot more than they bargained for in towards middle. It's a nice opening gambit as well with Dexter pushing towards middle. Great flashbang. Like we said, Frozen getting that double kill. Pretty much secured the round there. Liaz did well to get 1, but so much trade potential here, and Rops to close things out with a nice clean kill in towards the bricks position. So that's going to be the eco now for FlyQuest almost certainly. Maybe a little partial buy. Not even that. They've just got USPs across the board. The loss bonus accumulating, so it's just going to take a mid-stack here. See a lot of teams give this one a go. Let's flash through. Hope for the best. They've actually flashed each other. Hasn't really worked out too well for them.
Well, this is where the trouble begins, right? Like, this is what happens on the CT side. They're going to be low on money for a long while here. I mean, for Flying Quest, honestly, I think if they can get up to 4 rounds in this first half, I think that's enough. That's when you start to say, all right, at least they have a chance in the second half. But it is to be very, very hard to put that together. And FaZe, again, I've got to say, we're used to them slow at the start of tournaments, you know, a little bit cold out of the breaks, but they don't look anything like that. They do look absolutely fired up here. So it's a bit scary, I must be honest. Brokey, who's shot there. The USPs are going to return a little bit, but it's just a shooting gallery here. They're just taking turns and taking shots down there towards CT spawn. And they'll pick up the round with relative ease here. So it's pretty much a fantastic start here. FaZe, I mean, even though they lost the pistol, they are kind of right back on track.
Yeah, they're absolutely in the driving seat now. Yeah, the pistol going against them hasn't really affected them too much. That's going to be 3 in a row, but that was the full eco from the Aussies. So not too alarming for them yet either.
What do you say, Henry? What's an acceptable amount of rounds here for Flying Quest? If they're going to cause the upset and win the first round of the first map here, how many rounds do they need on the first on the CT side?
I would say like 4 is a bare minimum. 5 is a pretty decent half. Anything above that, you've done very well against the likes of FaZe Clan. But they've got the pistol, they've already got 2 to their belt. I would say 4 is probably realistic, and we'll see what the first round has in store. And I'm sure the Alistair AWP will be coming out now as well. He can probably just about afford it. That's why they're taking a tactical timeout to work out whether it's worth it, if that's going to be what they need to get themselves back in the driving seat here on the CT side. It is a very T-sided map, especially if you're going against more firepower, the likes of Rops and Frozen. You got Rops lurking in towards that A site over and over again. You got Frozen just beating you down towards middle. And we'll see if Brokey wants to bring out his AWP as well. You don't necessarily need to on the T side, but Alistair will certainly be considering his option here as we get ready for the next round. First tactical pause. Bear in mind, we've got the A-stream going on as well. We've got G2 taking on Mongols there. Let's check in with the score line there, see what's going down. It's actually G2 up 5-1, Anders, if you can believe that.
Okay. That's good news, right? You got a brand new lineup. Everyone has a lot of questions about it. You kind of start well, although it's early days. I guess it can still blow up for them, but yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Curious to see what is going to be the plan here for Fly Quest to get back into it, because I guess either they trust in their default kind of setup, Henry, and they just, you know, they hope that their CT defense is going to be good enough, or you start taking risks, and you start taking them early on, and you say, okay, let's you know, stack 4 people middle and push towards the T side. Like, there's something crazy that they're not ready for. So I'm really interested to see if the Aussie boys are going to be keeping it cool and sort of trusting what they practiced, or if they'll throw the playbook a little bit out the window and maybe do something a little bit wild. It still looks like it's pretty mainstream here. 3 at B at the start, 2 towards A, where one of them is also holding middle, which is Dexter here. He can kind of swing right into A if he needs to. So yeah, pretty standard stuff so far.
Oh, backside just on the edge of the flames there. Very defensive position for Dexter as well. He doesn't want to commit too much to that fight. He's got a smoke in reserve. The idea, once he gets spotted, try and get one quick kill. Brokey waiting for him there. Gets the dink, and that was the quick kill he's trying to get there, I'm afraid. And in we go, popping the smoke in towards the connector. Inns got a lot of work to do here, Anders.
Yeah, well, that's the problem when you're playing essentially for the A-bomb side. One of them dies. Oh, they're actually not even going for the A-bomb side. They could have swung right on in, and probably they would have won that. It would have been a 1 versus 5 fight. But instead, they've taken the back route to the B-bomb side, and they actually could walk into a bit of a strange crossfire here. I can't believe it, but there is actually a way. Alistair and Vexside could set up a bit of a crossfire, and they might not be expecting it. We're down to 35 seconds. It's still a very good round for FaZe, but Molotov to slow them down. Alistair shooting Carrigan in the back just as he would take the fight, and that's that crossfire I was talking about. Vexside gets another kill. It's kind of falling apart at the seams here. What's happening? FaZe, no bomb plant yet. They're finally going to get a Molotov down. I think they finally realized what was going on, but it's another loss. Brokey is dead, and just like that, FlyQuest have picked up the round. Unbelievably so.
Oh, my days. It's going to be FaZe Clan not covering the real key choke points. They just assumed the B main would be clear. It's very well played from Alistair. Like you said, they got a bit of little bit of information they could be going towards B. That kill there from Carrigan towards Liaz. He spotted them on the def count. They might be going in towards B. Alistair set himself up and patiently waits for his teammates to take the aggro from the CT spawn area. As soon as they do that, he starts denying the bomb, and they can see the round falls apart at the seams there for FaZe Clan. They get a little bit overwhelmed. I think they just smoked themselves out towards middle as well. That looked like a T-side smoke. Yeah, they smoked off T-spawn, Anders. So everything's going wrong right now for FaZe. They just tried to smoke towards window in middle and actually smoked themselves out. So frustrating times here.
Yeah, well, like we've both been saying, you get about 4 rounds on the CT side. You're at least in competition for this. It becomes interesting. So getting one of those rounds that they should not have won. That was a 5 versus 3, that last one. And now the spray here. Pretty good for Ince at the start, but Robson Frozen getting back into it, walking straight for the smoke with no worries. Oh, I say that, but Dexter gets one, and it's another round for the Aussies. How has this happened? It looks like FaZe are in great positions, but those are the 4 rounds. There's no bomb plant, Henry, and FaZe don't have money. Oh, dear.
Oh, this is massive now. FlyQuest winning a slightly jammy round. The one previous FaZe with a massive list of errors, but that one was solid. FlyQuest absolutely shutting down that B bomb site. Some nice long-range sprays, some ins, a ton of damage inflicted towards B main, popping those smokes open, strong crossfires, and you can hear the roars inside the studio. FlyQuest are on their feet now. They're high flying. They're feeling good. As now it's just a Desert Eagle, barely even a partial buy. And now that an in-game leader as well, as Carrigan is removed early on. Nice opening frag from Dexter, his rival. And yeah, doesn't look like they'll be doing much here. As I say that, Frozen does get an opening kill on the T side at least. 4-on-4. Next side, don't have to worry too much about the utility here. It's just about Rain trying to sneak through potentially.
Yeah, he'll try. He'll be denied as well. Eagle kills. I've missed those. I feel like in the current sort of version of CS2, they're back again. But, you know, before the break, there was definitely a time where it seemed like it was a lot harder to hit them. People just didn't try, I don't know, but it seems like they're kind of back in style again. So I'm happy with that. Rops, maybe less happy at the moment. Just 1 versus 4 here. The bomb is in front of him, but it's a mile to get to the bomb side. And it'll be Dexter to take him down. All right, that's a round that they should be winning. But you know what? They're doing absolutely amazing work right now. FlyQuest. This is how upsets begin. They're not through yet. We're not going to start celebrating on their behalf just yet, but this is how it starts typically.
Yeah, a few fumbled rounds from the favored team, and then all of a sudden momentum starts to gather, and yeah, things can get very uncomfortable for FaZe very quickly. There's the 5 rounds on the CT side. This is already an excellent half. FaZe will have the weaponry once again, but Vexai will take the challenge. He's actually sat towards Jailbroke. We flash it again towards A main. Beats the nade, but Incendiary will land at his front door, and Dexter will be called over to rotate as well. So just going to reset the rounds here. Our FaZe, another great little excursion towards B main this time. It's Vexai flashed in by Liads. They've got an opening frag, taking down Frozen this time. They are looking razor sharp right now on the FlyQuest side.
Yeah, they really are. What a delight. And it wasn't easy either, even though they won the pistol, right? FaZe were kind of right back in, looked pretty sharp almost immediately, so it wasn't the case that that they just got here by showing up to a weak FaZe clan. Definitely not the case at the moment. But what are we seeing? 5 versus 3, under a minute on the clock here. And Carrigan outside of the B bomb site. Everyone is going to join him. So it'll be this looks like a very one-dimensional attack, Henry. There's nobody in the middle, so they're just going to try and flood through and see if they can overpower the defense.
And the rotations are coming through as well. It looks like FlyQuest have got their number. FaZe in a 5 versus 4. The execution begins here, but the spray through the smoke has been pretty brutal so far for the Australians. They haven't lost any damage here whatsoever, so a flashbang over, and the execution comes through. 30 seconds on the clock. Vexai will continue to frag here. Gets himself a couple more as Dexter continues the massacre here on the B bomb side. Job done. Clean sweep for FlyQuest. They are looking so good, Anders.
It's beautiful. I was not expecting it. We said at the start, probably both of us were expecting like a 2-0 here for FaZe. But in our hearts, obviously, you want to see the upset for the underdog. And we've already gone through the format. And if it keeps going like this, and if FaZe can't sort of recover here, it's down to the resurrection stage. It's down to the best of ones and potential elimination. So this is so important right here.
They're looking so clean on the CT side. The crossfires are brutal. And as you said, it's pretty one-dimensional. They're known to be quite a chaotic team, FaZe Clan, but they lose that opening frag. They've got no positional control on the map. What can you really do? You can't let your players off the leash. Can't really do much about that, so you got to go for this execution, and they didn't really break through the initial choke point there. So that is an unfortunate campaign in towards the B bomb side from FaZe, but very strong hold from FlyQuest. They go 6-3. And in terms of the money, it's not looking too good. We've got P250s, Desert Eagles, and our old friend, the Tech 9. They do got the smoke surrenders. They've got flashes, Molotovs, and looks like they're setting up a little bit of a play towards middle here. Dexter to smoke them off. Makes things a lot more comfortable. You can pop that smoke open, but still difficult to deal with.
You've got to give it a shot, right? You've got to try to see if you can make your way through. Carrigan running in first. It's actually not the Tech 9 that's leading it, but it doesn't matter. It might be second in line, but it's going to get the first kill anyway as Rain picks up Dexter. 4 versus 5 here. In speed behind this one, but they're slowing it down so well on the CT side. That's the kind of round that actually can be dangerous, and maybe it still is. Frozen. Oh, he's going to get one more! How did they break through? Frozen! He's blown up the defense on the A side, and now Vexite, he's coming through on a bit of a flank, but he's got no teammates left alive. Has Frozen just found the cure to get FaZe back into this?
Yeah, Alistair had to hit that second shot. They were doing well with those crossfires once again, but Vexai, he's in a very difficult spot around this. He'll throw the incendiary in towards heaven, but with the bomb planted in a pretty difficult spot, they'll probably take him down before he even gets close to it. They're starting to panic somewhat. They seem to know he's off the bomb, though, and that's going to be a great opening kill. Is there anything he can do with this? The HE's not going to help him out too much. The flashbang might. Knives are coming out. Oh, no, it's going to be another round for FlyQuest with Vexai getting the knife kill at the end as well. Oh, just when it looked like they'd broken through, Frozen has a miracle round. A missed shot from Alistair. You thought they've done enough, but no, they get knifed instead.
Oh, we got more ingredients for the upset, don't we? This is the tilt. This is why you think that's it. Like Frozen gave us the round. It was over and done with. Oh, I cannot believe it. FlyQuest 7-3, and we're moving into round number 11, nearing the end of the half here. 2 more rounds left to play, and FaZe need the last 2. I think 7-5 is not a good scoreline for them. A little boost here. Try and go aggressive. It's Frozen on the other side. Is he going to be quick on the trigger? Or is the scope... Ooh, they don't even go forward. I thought they were going to keep going. A little bit of a jump there. Just a love tap coming out from Frozen on the other side. But it's all hands on deck here for FaZe. They need to start waking up.
Let's see what Carrigan can do. Trying to make something happen in towards middle. Liaz rejoining Dexter in this position, but it's going to be Brokey trying to fight back, but Liaz is way too strong for them. A 4 versus 2 advantage. Active on the map as well, allowing them to push out of B main. It's going to be Vexite getting a ton of information. He might even find the bomb. Robs has no idea this possibility right now. They don't have much to work with whatsoever. A minute on the clock. A couple more rounds left to go. That's an easy kill for Vexite. Doesn't have to commit to this one, but it looks like he wants to fight all the same. Going against Robs here as well. It's brave, it's audacious, and he gives himself up. And now, glad to say they almost lose the round, but still well handled. Maybe reel that one in, boys. Against Robs in a 4 versus 1, you don't want to be giving them those fights.
Yeah, I would say that's probably true. Like, might be better to just leave it alone and let him play for time instead. But, you know, they went for him. They're feeling fired up. They had enough money to throw away some of those rifles, so they're going to be fine going into the 12th round, the last of the half. And I'm seeing 3 rounds on the FaZe side. Man,
and a UMP to try and close things out for Frozen.
Oh, you're right.
Is this really where that's going to be the weapon that saves the day? I'm not so sure, Anders, but I'm willing to be proven wrong. Vexai. They have looked so brave. I'm not sure this one's going to work out for him unless he's going to get swung on by a couple of players. The fact he even gets one in a compromised position is impressive. Every single player on FlyQuest has had their moments, but has to be said, Vexai and Dexter sealing the show. Vexai is going to finish his half on 15 kills. Dexter can still beat him here. Alistair's been a little bit quieter, a couple of misses. 4 kills to his name, but if he can save the day in this particular round, all will be forgiven. Carrigan just gives himself up for free, and we've got a 4 versus 3. And do they just have to finish in towards A? Time will tell. In's feeling the heat.
Oh, but he's in a great position right here. Oh, but the spray's not quite working out for him. He might have been. Oh, but the flashbang and the angle of that spray just never really got the job done. There would have been a potential for a double kill spray down there, but it didn't work out. Now, Frozen's holding this angle. He's got just the Galil, so got to be a little bit careful about taking some of those early fights, or if I say that, but Brokey instead with the AK, he'll get the job done. It's Robs to get the last one, and it will be an 8-4 at the end of the half. It's great news for FlyQuest, and we've got to say, they are looking very, very good at the moment.
They really are. That is not what I expected whatsoever. They won the pistol, and they thought, okay, that's absolutely par for the course. FaZe do struggle these sort of rounds, but just the way they started winning and winning and finding these great crossfires, calculated aggression, and just great synergy overall. Couldn't really say the same for FaZe. Once they lost that 5-on-2 round and towards the B bomb side, it felt like the wheels somewhat fell off. But ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be 8-4. Can FaZe bring it back? We'll find out after the break.
No way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance against me.
Welcome back to EWC, the Esports World Cup. The first day here, the CS2 Championships, and the first game between FaZe and FlyQuest. And now, Anders, we didn't want it to happen. No one wanted to see it, but it's another slow start for FaZe here in the opening game, the opening half of a very important matchup here. It has to be said, though, I'm not really sure it's them looking weak or FlyQuest looking incredibly strong. They looked like a well-refined unit, like everything was going in their favor. Great aggressive maneuvers here. You got Dexter stepping up, Vexai having a great game as well, and it just looked like a great team effort, to be honest with you.
It did, and I think it's probably somewhere in the middle. I think you're right. Like it looked like maybe it could have been a hot start for FaZe, but they lost grip of it at some point fairly early on. But also, FlyQuest don't want to take anything away from them. Great display of skill in the first half there. Vexite, like you said, Dexter as well. They've been spending some time. They've been warming up here. It's on FaZe to show that they can do differently here in the second half. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on them. Can they make it back and win the map still? Yeah, it could be done, but I reckon right now FlyQuest have a great shot at taking this one early on. And, I mean, I think they picked it as well, so I guess that's good news if they're winning their own map pick. But yeah, it's also probably a requirement because I think Nuke is the second map, and that's not going to get any easier there. So, we'll FaZe, we'll see if they can win the pistol. If they can, I think this game is on once again, but if FlyQuest win this pistol round, I don't know. It's getting a little bit rough on FaZe, isn't it?
We've got a 5-man execution coming in from FlyQuest, involving 2 Molotovs. We're seeing most teams Molotov towards Heaven and Bricks right now, then using the smoke towards Camera and Post Plant. We'll see if that comes through. Obviously, a lot of different variations. Rops, as mentioned, might get Molotoved off instead of smoke. So he has a smoke for Camera. I believe it is going to be the setup I mentioned. So let's have a look. It's just designed to flush them out. Carrigan's ready for those Molotovs to come through. It is the meta execution on the pistol. It's known to be very strong, and Vexai cracks open the side with a Glock headshot.
Oh, nice movement from Liaz. They're actually ready to swing, but there is a CT behind him. Oh my god! How did Vexai get that kill? He 180'd and blew up Frozen. I want the replay. I have to see that. I thought for sure he was going to be dead, but that was incredible. And that's how they win the pistol, Henry. Now, FaZe are in trouble.
They really are. Yeah, they barely got anything done there whatsoever. You could see those key positions. Molotov down. It's towards Heaven and the Bricks position. You've got Camera smoked off. So that means you've got 20 seconds of a very powerful smoke there while you deal with the initial fights. And you can see they dealt with them with style and grace. That was absolutely fantastic from FlyQuest. And we are going to see the full investment from FaZe as well. This is actually kind of crazy, Anders. If they lose this round, it's going to be 10-4. Then they have to eco. So presumably 11-4 after that. So this is a lot of pressure for FaZe to try and step up and round number 14. They've gone for Desert Eagles and 5-7s here. It's going to be a quick B finish from FlyQuest. Their executions have been impressive so far. Molotov's down. Smokes smothering the bomb site here, but it's going to be Rain to open things up. Looking for the double. Can't quite find it. There's considerable damage towards Liaz. That's all he finds right now. Carrigan coming in on the rotation. The 5-7 doing a lot of work here. Might be a bit of a resurrection from the in-game leader as he finds himself a hat-trick as he gets the AK-47 in his hands. It looks like FaZe will live to fight another day as they will have a convincing second round force by victory.
Don't do it to us, FlyQuest. Like winning that pistol, that's almost securing the map. You're almost there. But giving it back in the second round already, that sparks a doubt in my mind. That makes you think, all right, well, wait a minute. FaZe, are they still alive over on that side? Is Carrigan kind of stepping it up in a critical round, which he does so often?
That's true. That might be the most important round of the game so far. Time will tell, Anders, but they definitely needed that one desperately. It's pretty convincing finish as well. FaZe get a direct injection of cash. A nice grenade to kick things off here, and it should be Carrigan finding a couple more. Now, he'll live up to expectations. He finds 2 kills. Rops will follow things up with the M4A4, and that should be round. Nothing is guaranteed. The level has been a little bit sloppy from FaZe especially. You can see the kind of getting the ring rust off, but as Brokey should be securing the round here with Rain. And
nice.
There it is. They fend off the force by themselves. So arguably that's better than winning the pistol. Winning the second round force by, then shutting down their force by in response. Yeah, they should be in a decent position now. FaZe, that is.
Guess, if you've been watching FaZe for a while, this might not come as a surprise to you, but Carrigan is the player on the team that's involved in most of the opening kills when it's sort of full buy versus full buy. By quite a margin, so like about 30% of the time, it's opening kill attempts for Carrigan. That's pretty sick, and I mean, again, like, he's one of those players probably, the one you want to throw in to try and fight early on. This time, it's Rain. He's got Brokey with him, so SMGs and rifles, and Carrigan would have loved one. He actually jumped into the grenade to catch the kill. That's how much he wanted the eco frags.
Yeah, he wanted to use the bayonet there.
You're right. We need that. Future upgrade for Counter-Strike, potentially, but it works out for them. What's your take, Henry? What do you think? Did FlyQuest run out of power in that round? Is this it? Is FaZe back, and are they going to steal it away anyway?
It definitely makes things a lot more complicated. It would have been almost a done deal if they didn't just go for that force or that execution towards the B site very early onto the round. They didn't really feel it out. They didn't bait out what kind of stack they're up against. They got backstabs, so it suggests they didn't really have control of the map. So a bit of a blunder in terms of the call, perhaps, but definitely not over. They still have a 9-7 lead here, but this is where FaZe now start to bring themselves back to life. resuscitate themselves. We've seen it so many times before. The rough phase star in the opening game of a tournament. It happens so often, but they always seem to land on their feet. And wow, Dexter, it's a nice shot to open things up. And now it looks like the FlyQuest boys are back online. They're going to see themselves getting 3 kills. And not a disastrous round. Bit of a bonus situation for FaZe. They had residual MP9s. They hadn't got the AWP out yet. They've still got a ton of cash. It's a nice round for FlyQuest. We're finding double digits here. But still a lot of work to be done to break down the financial wall FaZe have erected here. But bomb to be planted as Rops and Brokey would look to save the little they have, an M4 and an MP9. So Brokey ideally wants to try and find a rifle here. He might as well go on the hunt. He's got plenty of money for his AWP in the next round.
Yeah, you're right. Steal that AK away if you can. That's huge on the CT side if you can get it. But for FlyQuest, it's more good news. Yeah, there's one in the middle right there. It's tempting to go try to pick it up. But yeah, 10-7 scoreline. That's a 3-round lead. I think this is huge news. I was worried that FaZe were going to go on just a massive win streak to try and get through. But it looks like they've actually found a way here, FlyQuest, to stave that off a little bit. Dexter thinking about it. Probably not worth doing too much here. Brokey. Oh, he's trying to see if he can steal it. I think he might have been able to, but the grenade might have also blown it away. It's a big question there.
If they did that intentionally, that's kind of insane. I'm not sure if he even grabbed it. But here's Liaz getting the job done outside the B bomb site. Gets himself 3 in total that round. And we'll see. Like I said, Brokey will bring out the AWP almost certainly here. And Carrigan looks like he's been given the MP9. So this is where Brokey can really show us what he's made of. Considered to be a top 3 AWPer in the world right now, depending on who you ask. But I think that's fair. He'll be working with Rops here towards A main. Setting himself up on the coffee beans. And going to be falling back with no initial interaction here.
Yeah, an incredibly lethal player. So much fun to watch. We'll see if he gets a chance to display some of his skill here on the stage. Here on day 1, the EWC. It's Frozen, already tagged up a fair bit there. He's in a position that, again, can get Molotov'd, and you know, you could put on some pressure here. They are playing 3 on B. It's a very similar setup from what we saw from FlyQuest on the CT side a lot of the rounds. Just a 1 player that's mid-A, and then that's kind of the default setup here for the CT side. We'll see if it's going to be working out for them or not. We're under a minute now. Still plenty of grenades left for FlyQuest to make up their mind. And from the way the bomb is leaning, you have to think this is going to be a B finish.
Oh. You think so? Backside, an awkward interaction. Rain sitting the smoke. Surely doesn't get 2, does he? Coming down to 1 HP, and Alistair is found out in the end. Inns will at least swing 1 kill back in their favor, but it's going to be a 4-on-2 once again. 30 seconds remain. Inns just doesn't anticipate Frozen towards Dark. A stifling round there for the Aussies. He couldn't break through, couldn't really find the map control they were looking for there. Objective, usually, before you can execute towards Bs, you do need that Dark control. You need someone forced out of the room. They just couldn't break through. Rain getting 2 here is absolutely criminal. Inns will have to come and pick up the pieces, but it felt like the round was already over. And there's that Brokey AWP, not having to do too much there to close out the round. We go 10-8, but the money's still pretty decent here. Dexter still on 15 kills. He had that amazing first half where he got 15, but
True.
We'll give him some time. We'll see wherever he can start to warm up into the second half. He'll be pushing in towards middle, where he's going to be greeted by Carrigan once again. The in-game leaders lock horns. There it is. There's his first frag. It's a big one. Rob's only good for 1 as well. Brokey is going to be surrounded here, but ready for the challenge.
Yeah, had his back turned to the main entrance of A there, but somehow didn't get the shot. I thought they were going to run up right behind him. Now he's ready for another engagement, and again, he's lightning quick. You just can't face that, can you? You need flashbangs. You need somebody to get rid of that angle. He's going to get 1 more. Alistair goes down this time, and he's had a very rough game. 5-11 for Alistair, so not his time to shine at the moment. Lias got a minute here for the 1 versus 3, walking right through the smoke. It's a great headshot to begin with, but that's all it's going to be. FaZe clawing their way back into this game. And notoriously, like we said, there's a couple of things. I mean, we talked about how they could be slow to start, but the other thing about FaZe is they're really hard to win against. Like, even if you have massive leads against FaZe, sometimes you just can't put them away. And maybe FlyQuest is starting to experience a little bit of that too. Just, you know, now 10-9.
Yeah, it's true, Anders. They'll be absolutely gutted if they give this one up. It's been such a great showing from them, but you can see the wheels starting to fall off now. No bombs being planted. Convincing kills. Brokey starting to have some heavy impact there. AWP as well. And so we've got a tactical timeout here. They can feel this one slipping out of their grasp. That's an opening frag there for FlyQuest as well. Couldn't quite puncture the A bomb side defense. Brokey, like you said, his back turned to multiple choke points. They couldn't get the timing. He ended up getting 3 kills in total. As we will see them try and recalibrate here. I'm imagining the money's pretty low. Oh yeah, you can say that again. So, not even a partial buy. This one's a bit of an eco. Looks like they're going to try and nade towards, I guess towards middle, but looks things here. But not going to do too much. Nice idea, but no one home to receive.
Very good chance right now to tie up the game, get a little bit of momentum going their way.
Oh, bit of a scary one. He gets himself a rough corner. There's absolute nuke of a grenade there from Robs.
Yeah, just as they were about to fight. They get a couple of kills in return, but that's kind of all it'll be. Still a good cleanup here for FaZe. They'll take the round. They'll tie up the game. What's your sense, Henry? What is your years of experience telling us? Who's winning this one now?
I feel like, as you mentioned before, it's just everything's going by the script here, Anders. It's the slow start from FaZe. The false hope of FlyQuest. They had some great rounds. The boys were fired up. But slowly but surely, the noose starts to tighten around their neck. This FaZe clan just need to win one of those rounds. That second round force buy was all they needed. Alleviated so much pressure. And here they are. Looking like they're the favored team here. Starting to get into their zone. Let's see a nice flashbang from Alistair. We'll see if that's going to be enough to take down Robs. It's actually perfect. But there's Brokey there once again to work with him. Smoked off, and Rain being active as ever. Drops down the smoke. They might try and focus towards B main now. After losing that canal control, they might try and push in. Need a rotation at the very least. You can see Carrigan spotted, but he deals with the incendiary. A lot of utility flying around the map right now.
Yeah, 4 versus 4.
Okay, they've got that dark control for the first time. They haven't really been able to get control of that key position on the map. Now they can execute towards B. This is where it makes sense.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because you can throw some flashbangs over the wall.
Got flashes, that's about it. So I say execute with bated breath.
Yeah, but still, I mean, once you have dark, like you're a lot closer to at least capitalizing on those flashbangs. No flashes thrown here, and Vexite goes down. Rain with a big double, and it might be falling apart. This is terrible news. Pushing out of the A-bomb side is Carrigan, so if they don't execute and find this now, Carrigan is going to show up and shoot them in the back in a couple of seconds here. Rain just cannot be stopped. 3 kills in the round. And it's Alistair just walking away here. You said at the start he can be an emotional player, and when he plays well, it's sick, and it can really work out, but been a bit of a rough beginning for him. Rain, we'll just forget. No one watched that. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so unfortunate we're on his POV when he's throwing up. I think Alistair, I was about to say, might be done for here. Cracking shot towards the in-game leader. Obviously want to try and take him down. You've got a ton of cash on the CT side. They're going to try and swarm the Australian sniper here. 2 seconds remaining. Is he going to be fine? Looks like the answer is no. Oh my goodness. Great effort. Doesn't really matter though. Because the fact he loses the weapon, they've got a ton of cash on the CT side, around like $9,000 per average. So, yeah, they lose some AKs potentially, but certainly worth it. You don't want York into the next round. This was a little disappointing. You could see, like we said, that the problem was they had no utility left. So, yes, they finally got that darkroom control, but it didn't have any way to segregate the bomb site. The pre-fires towards the platform, try as they might, couldn't find Rain at the back, who continues to find frag after frag. His second half has been very impressive. And now they take the lead, Anders, after an 8-4 deficit. On their T-side campaign, it looks like they're actually doing enough here to win this matchup. We'll see the Tech-9s being a little bit difficult to deal with, but there's Rain once again mopping them up as he gets himself another clean round here. It's going to go 12-10, Anders. We have got that point. Where did all the time go? What happened?
I don't know. I think we've all been emotionally baited here, Henry. We had this great upset story with FlyQuest coming in. They really were upsetting. Like there's not even a... We weren't lying. Vexite, you could see him. Dexter as well. They're playing great Counter-Strike at the moment. But unfortunately, FaZe just, again, they're really hard to take down in a game. And they're starting to wake up on their side. Brokey, Frozen, and Rain. All of them playing extremely well at the moment. So it just feels like FlyQuest, they need a miracle. Maybe even a couple of miracles here. They need 2 rounds to get this into overtime. Otherwise, it'll be FaZe walking away with a victory on the first map. And It's their map pick coming up next on Nuke.
Well,
it's not going to get any easier.
It is us commentating, Anders. It would be very fitting for the opening map of the tournament to get a cheeky overtime. Like, it's a curse and a blessing, I suppose. We've got Dexter going for this mid-utility. If you can't get the vision of the little blue doors, you have to throw it that way. It doesn't spread as well. You can see it allows the CT to stay. That's Carrigan. But this is it, potentially the last round. Can FlyQuest hold on? Even if they did, even if it was a very clean round, it's still a full buy to get past. In terms of map control, we'll see where they want to end up here. It's going to be a little bit of a ruse, but Dexter opening things up. That's towards middle. He seems to have the majority of the wins towards middle. Can they open up this B-bomb site? Looks like it's going to be Rain shutting them down once again as he cracks open the smoke. A solid smoke down towards the B main. Frozen through and actually flashed off, so we've actually got a chance here.
Yeah, there's definitely a shot now. Bomb is still towards T-spawn, but I guess it doesn't really matter because Dexter is just cleaning up with the back line here. It'll be Rops 1 versus 4. He's hearing the footsteps. There's not that much time left. If this was the bomb somehow, that would be interesting. But obviously the bomb is making its way in. 10 seconds. I don't think he can get there to stop it. Again, that clock is running down dangerously low. But they're going to be able to find it. Inns to pick it up. And a nice round. Dexter running wild in the back line towards CT spawn. And one step in the right direction. And you're right, Henry. We do have a history of casting a lot of overtimes. I think if I'm going to be a little bit critical, Henry, I think you brought that into the partnership. If I'm
yeah, that's totally fair. Like, even before I was working with you, it seemed like it was the curse I brought with me.
Your thing.
But, like I said, it does make for very good games, but we'll see whether this one comes to fruition. Nice round here from Liaz. Dexter spotting the jumping head there of Brokey in towards CT spawn as well. And it is going to be the final round here of regulation. We've gone the distance here on Anubis. This is the pick of FlyQuest as well. We move on to Nuke next. Arguably FaZe's best map. So, like we said at the start of this one, it kind of had to be a win here on Anubis, but it will have to be done in overtime if they're going to fulfill that promise. So let's have a look. Round number 24, like we said, the money's absolutely fine. Smoke down from Brokey to kick things off. I believe that smoke's a T-stairs. Yep. Just means you don't get much vision. Makes things uncomfortable, allows Rain to push out.
Yeah, trying to look right on top of it. Did catch a little bit of grenade damage at the start there from Carrigan, but otherwise, it is a slow start here to the 24th round. It all comes down to this. Overtime of FlyQuest. I mean, it's a bit of a mental reset. I think they would love it at this point in time, but for FaZe, I bet they just want to finish what they kind of have been running on here for the second half. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that or not. Brokey, he's still got that AWP. Currently playing with it over in the A-bomb site. And a long wait here at the start. FlyQuest just giving a lot of space to see if FaZe will be more active, which they're currently not.
Oh, it's all quite exciting here, quite tense. Carrigan in a familiar position. We saw Dexter there a few times. He's losing the duel against Dexter time and time again. Strong nade from Rain. Another smoke goes down. Brokey rotates over, makes the first incision. Game leader removed. 5 on 4 for FaZe. Rain feeling the heat and forced out there. Fight or flight. He chose to fight and down to Frozen. Can't hold on. Overtime looking likely now. Can Carrigan be the one to save the day? It's Alistair on low HP here. Trying to buy some time, some space for his teammate to come in from jail. Flashbangs are very effective. Can Carrigan hold on, Anders? I'm not so sure. And down he goes. It's going to be overtime. The reset comes through, and FlyQuest keep their heads above the proverbial water. It took 2 rounds in a row. They were 12-10 down, but they've done it, and they will stay on the T side now.
That was really heads up. The last player, I think it was Alistair coming through dark at one point. He was very low on health, and he had the bomb on his back. Exactly. And he kind of had the great communication with him and his teammate that was pushing up from the main entrance to B. They decided to just wait, don't push in with the bomb and die and low on health. It's not worth it. They really communicated well at the end there, FlyQuest. That was really nice to see, and they managed to find a solution. We're back on track. It's a new season, but we still get the overtimes. So here we go. No delay in it. Carrigan is going to start off well. Dexter wanted to be hyper-aggressive right out of the gate and try to see if he could beat up on Carrigan. It's not going to go his way, unfortunately. So 4 versus 5 instead. Sneaking through. There's nobody, and I mean nobody on the A-bomb site for FaZe. So the bomb is miles away. They can't capitalize on this, Henry. they've kind of...
Yeah, that's a good
They
point.
found what they wanted. They can't do anything with it.
Well, they can set up in very advantageous positions, I suppose. That is something they can do.
True.
They can get deep in towards heaven and the beach. They can hold towards camera. But you're right. It's a bit unfortunate. The Vexite... Oh, God, I was about to say, if he misses that shot, he's going to absolutely kick himself. Alistair, with the 180 reaction, finds Carrigan as well. It's a really weird round, but it is going to be a 4-on-3 advantage for FlyQuest. Bomb's making its way through, but can it go down?
Carrigan is going to be so confused because Vexite is shooting his teammates in the back. He's not thinking that there's still players in T spawn, so he just runs. He's like, all right, I'm going to run all the way to the A1 side to try and help out. It's not bad, actually. It's a 3 versus 3. Ooh, it'll actually... so, yeah, we'll see. Frozen jumping in front. Can he take down Alistair here? A little bit of a grenade. Alistair relocating himself. He doesn't get the flick. It's Frozen to get him down instead. And Brokey hits a point-blank shot, taking down Ensign. Frozen just will not stop. 3 kills in the round. An absolutely disgusting retake coming out from him. And FaZe, they win a round that, you know what, they probably should have been losing.
I agree. That was, what, 2 opening kills there? And lots of map control. You can say that again. A completely open bomb site. All started with these couple of kills. A 3B on Robs as well. You got a 5-on-3 at that point. You're getting fed kills. And that play from Alistair, like, I saw what he was going for there, but it's like the high-flying acrobatic shot towards A main. Not sure that was the way to get it done. He hasn't had the strongest showing of the AWP today, but still, nice effort. Didn't quite work out for him, and it's going to be FaZe going up 1-0. 13-12 here. And a round it felt like FlyQuest had completely tied up. But back in we go. Molotov down towards middle. Rain this time a little bit more tentative in towards that dark room. Utility exchanged. A couple of smokes to the lurk smoke on the T side. CT's a little bit deeper. And it's going to be Rain with that open kill. He's been so strong in towards his B bomb site. Frozen will work in tandem with him. They've got themselves another 5-on-3. Looking to find the 2-0 here. Carrigan, trying to get a bit of intel. Gets a lot more than he bargained for as Dexter reads the play.
Good little swing for Rops. I think now they can kind of call off a lot of the aggression, although they won't. Rain still wants to pick gun out, and now it's Alistair. Found by Robs. Scoped up in the middle. Couldn't really see anything in that corner. And FaZe to win another round. Putting even more pressure on FlyQuest. Even though they got it into overtime, I still think they need to win one of these rounds here on the T side. This next one is going to be absolutely critical.
Yeah, Rain has given them absolute hell out there. It's actually kind of disgusting. Like, every angle he's checking is a nice pre-fire. The shots are landing using the M4A4, and they've got the Royal Flush setup, Anders, on the CT side. 4 AKs and the AWP. It's going to be incredibly difficult to take them down now. A nice smoke to the night vision on the T side. Brokey once again in towards A main with the sniper. He backed up by the Robs AK-47, which is starting to hit some shots now as well. He's had a pretty quiet game by his standards. Kind of dropped off in the last couple of months or so from the world #1 player to allow just a good pro. See whether he can open things up here in the final rounds here of the first half of overtime. It's going to be Robs and Brokey both finding a kill. Lovely stuff. Dexter has had some, he's absolutely owned Carrigan in middle almost every single round.
It's so smooth, right? Those kind of openings can go such a long way, but there's still a man down, unfortunately, here. Executing onto the B bomb site. A double dark position coming out from FaZe, so they've kind of left the bomb site, but they can still throw bullets back into it, and the truth is, all of the pressure right now is on FlyQuest. They got it into overtime, but so far they haven't managed to achieve anything in the overtime. Dexter sneaking up behind. I do like this play. Again, the communication here for FlyQuest is looking actually really good. Look at Dexter just sneaking in the back door, checking everything. Going to win that fight against Rain. 2 and wide, swinging it Frozen in the dark, and he's quick to get that shot. Oh my god, what a machine. 3 kills in a row for Frozen as they take 3 rounds here. FaZe in the overtime. They are looking red hot.
They really are. That's a bit of a death sentence here. They are officially warmed up here. If you're just joining us on T side, FaZe only managed to get 4 rounds in the first half, and it's had to be a real resurgence. And that really is the FaZe way. It's never the easy way, but the FaZe way always seems to be enough to get the game over the line, and you can feel that's going to be a very difficult scenario to recover from now, as we see them need 3 in a row just to take us a double overtime on the CT side. looking rather bleak, if you don't mind me saying. We'll see if Rain can put this one to bed nice and early. He had a really quiet first half as well. He's been fantastic on that CT showing. My God.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But it's all or nothing here. FlyQuest need 3 rounds in a row to get it into double overtime. What a task ahead of them. Although they did play well on the CT side, it's still hard to imagine that they're going to be able to do this. Carrigan sneaking into the smoke. Again, like we said, he's involved in so many early battles here, and he wanted to be cheeky with it. I like the attempt, but Dexter, again, he's got his number in the middle and will take down the enemy captain. So 4 versus 5 to start with. But again, it's a very, very Carrigan-like play there.
Yeah, I'd love to see the kill matrix between Carrigan and Dexter. It's like, seems like those two, that's the only players they've been fighting against each other. It's time and time again. Dexter's up to 23 now. I think about 10 of those are Carrigan, but let's see if it's enough to find the first round here. The first of 3 required. 5 and 4 for now. Bit of basic utility being thrown in towards A. They'll set up Rob, see if he can get a pick. But speaking of which, it's Alistair to take down Rain. Should be enough to win the rounds here. Should be in the operative word, though. 25 seconds. Bombs waiting in towards A. They're trying to show their hand in towards that B bomb side as Robs will try and crack things open here. Don't think it's going to happen. Dexter's got his number, and he gets himself 3 in total. Will it be 4? Not to be, but Frozen might as well give it a go. There's nothing to save in overtime, and maybe he can just do this on his own. He needs to try and get the bomb planted. That's all he can do. Realize it's not going to happen. And there we have it, the first round of the 3 required for FlyQuest.
Even though that probably was not really winnable round for Frozen, his accuracy in some of these fights is just very, very impressive. But shout out to Dexter one time. This is yeah, good sequence. Obviously starting up well, taking down Carrigan in the middle, and then getting another couple of kills behind it. So 1 out of 3 secured for FlyQuest. They need another 2. Again, they're fighting for double overtime here. 1-0 mistake, and the nightmare really begins. Losing your own map pick, never a good time. Bomb
No,
dropped.
certainly not. It's against a team like FaZe as well. When you had them, you know you had them.
Yes.
And it comes down to a couple of awkward rounds where it looked like you had the advantages. But that's same for both of these teams. It looked like FaZe were going to run away with this one. There was not going to be a slow start. But then they lost a 5-on-2 on the B-bomb side.
All right, FaZe. Can they put something together? Dexter doesn't keep peeking. He's just taking a look in the middle. Molotov to force out Vex side a little bit. Is there going to be some spam coming through? Ooh, there will be there. Dexter's jumped right down. I don't think Rain even realized Dexter running wild in the back line. 2 kills, nearly a third. Brokey getting grenaded all the way down.
Oh,
he is
God.
so lightning quick. It's Carrigan to get the headshot on Liaz, and I don't know how this has happened, but we've ended up in a 2-on-3 that favors FaZe at the moment. The bomb being run back. Alistair knows he has to get activated, and he's holding that B bomb side, but he can't really do it alone.
It was looking like a done deal. The round was over, then Brokey starts to do Brokey things. Absolutely disgusting with the AWP in towards those canal position ins. The best player on paper for FlyQuest hasn't necessarily been to there. It's going to be Dexter with 27 kills. But now Alistair coming in. Nice little nade to pop the smoke open, and Inns will find a frag back in return. They're down but not out. The boys can keep the dream alive here. 15 seconds to go. Brokey needs to try and finish things off, and Anders, he does it in style. That's the way to close out a game. Sure, it wasn't easy. It wasn't necessarily too composed in that first half as well. It was the slow start we all predicted, but FaZe have got it done. They've managed to take their opponent's map pick. An exciting finish with Brokey putting on a spectacular display.
Yeah, he did it with no health at all from the start of it. A quad kill to seal the deal in overtime. Yeah, this really is a classic FaZe kind of experience for anyone that's new to the game. That's what you get a lot out of with the team. But yeah, fantastic showing for Vexside and for Dexter too on that other team. But it wasn't enough this time, unfortunately. And now they're going to be playing Nuke, Henry. I doubt it's going to get any easier.
I doubt it as well. Like the fact they've got warmed up now, that's when you really had to capitalize upon their weak showing. Like it's the first game out of the player break there, first game of the tournament, new setup, and like we said going into this one, you feel like FlyQuest, this is a chance then to really step up and show that they've been grinding through the player break here. They're ready for this level of competition. It was a really good showing. Like their CT side as well was actually kind of fantastic, Anders. Like they got 8 rounds there. They had some really solid crossfire setups, and Dexter was going off. Vexite looked like he could actually keep up with the phase in terms of the fragging as well, but Dexter certainly stole the show. So active, looking so confident throughout it. Inns, we would have liked to see a bit more from him, considering he is the star of the show. But Frozen had his moments, and we'll see whether Carrigan and co can close things out in the best of 3. It's Nuke coming up next, and hopefully it's going to be just as much as a banger as that first map was.
Yeah, I hope that it will be. Like we said, last time they played it, I think at IEM Chengdu, it was a 13-10 victory for FaZe. Kind of close enough that it could make a difference. But, you know, there's the mental aspect too. You lose in overtime on the first map. You kind of knew you had it. You have to forget about that and just go into playing a second map. It's not necessarily easy to do, but I hope FlyQuest have it in them because, I mean, they showed great Counter-Strike. Like you said, if Inns could get a little bit more warmed up, they're very competitive once again. And again, for Alistair, definitely taking a couple of risks with the AWP there. You know, he got kind of warmed up towards the end of the game. Like he definitely had a better showing towards the end. So kind of keep that energy, and then it's not impossible.
That's kind of his thing. Like he's a kind of Australian icon at this point, but in terms of his AWP plays, he tries to go for the Brokey style plays at the kind of unbelievable shots that shouldn't happen. But he doesn't convert as many of them, and when they don't connect, like it's kind of noticeable. He couldn't really get going there. Brokey took him a while as well. Like he closes out the game in emphatic style, don't get me wrong, but the Orpers definitely took their sweet time to come online there. But what a showing from Brokey to close things out. Definitely an exciting first map here, but the action doesn't end here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Nuke coming up next, which is to pick a FaZe clan, of course, and you're not going to want to miss that. Can they keep themselves out of the resurrection bracket? That is the question, and we'll have the answer after this break.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Here's some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like D. Wayne Johnson, teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see, other creators be. Perceived as fly, you're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness, hiding from the light. All we do is push violence, pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, you might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now.
Get us out of here!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first day of the Esports World Cup CS2 Championships here. This is the B stream, which stands for the best stream, if you ask me, as we just had an absolutely epic first map there between FlyQuest and FaZe Clan. It was the pick of the Aussies, and they had a flying start, Anders. 8-4 on their CT campaign. It felt like enough. They then go on to win the pistol in the second half as well. It was looking like the job was a good one. But oh no, it's old faithful FaZe with the slow start, kind of bringing it back in slowly but surely. Their second round force buy led to disaster for the FlyQuest boys there, even after some really admirable efforts there from Dexter, especially 27 kills, Vexite 24. They just couldn't find enough to get it over the line, and it's a disappointing finish in overtime.
It's a really classic FaZe game in many ways, so maybe we shouldn't be too surprised. But I do think that's kind of the charm of FaZe Clan anyway, is that like you always have this feeling that maybe it's not going to work out, like, oh, they're screwing it up, but then they're kind of back again. Like, it's not just like a smooth ride in that sense. So I think it's kind of exciting. But obviously for FlyQuest, it's disastrous. Takes a lot of energy out of you playing overtime to begin with, and you feel like you could have probably won that map. Maybe you should have probably won it, and you just didn't have quite enough energy at the end. So hopefully they can get the mental reset they need to get back into this one. How optimistic or pessimistic are you feeling, Henry, for FlyQuest on this one?
Well, like we said coming into this one, Anders, like as long as they make the maps competitive, they don't even have to pick up a map. As long as they have like a good showing, it's unlikely they were ever going to beat FaZe Clan in a best of 3. Like no one's, I don't think many analysts out there would say, oh no, they've got a fighting chance they could do this. Like the only variables going in their favor really are the player break and the kind of curse of FaZe not really having good starts in these tournaments. But these are not anything you can set your watch by. These are kind of like just anomalies. We're not really sure how we can even track them. It turned out to be the case. It looked like it was that slow start from FaZe. They got everything they needed to build up to that victory. Just couldn't find enough to get it over the line. That's even with Rops again. Like we keep saying it, like he bottom fragged that game. He bottom fragged on the server in general. He got 12 kills. So he even had like a quiet performance from Rops. We did have Frozen though. I would say he's the star player now. Next to Brokey, you've got Frozen, who has to pick up some of the slack where Rops has dropped off somewhat in the last few months of CS2. Like that's kind of weird to say, considering at the start of this new version of Counter-Strike that he was the best player in the game. You roll back to like IEM Sydney, etc. That's when he was like dominating. Like it looked like he kind of understood the mechanics of CS2 more than anyone, but unable to replicate that form in recent months, and that was evident here once again on Anubis. But they got the win. Some fantastic moments from Dexter, it has to be said. I just want to check in with the A stream as well while we're here. G2 won the first map, Anders. So they took down the Mongols 13-11. Well it was the Mongols pick as well of Ancient. So I'll just see if I can check out the scoreboard there. Monacy, of course, 27 kills, 1.67 rating. And then you had Nico, great performance as well. Snacks, 6-18, not the best showing. That's probably arguably worse than Hooksy numbers there. He got a 0.58 rating. Malbs, he got 18 kills, so good showing from him. He's a star of the future, the Guatemalan, looking to step up. But yeah, it looked like Mongols, similar sort of storyline, close but no cigar. And it has to be said, probably like a weak G2. You're not expecting them to bring this completely new lineup to the forefront of Counter-Strike just yet. They're probably not favorites of the tournament. That's going to be your likes of Team Spirit, Vitality, FaZe, etc. G2 definitely going to be a dangerous team this tournament, but might not be enough for the Mongols here, who, like, to be honest, that was a pretty good matchup for them. But still, that's the opening map. They're going to move on to Inferno next, and we're going to move on to Nuke, the home turf of FaZe Clan. So I'm interested to see what kind of firepower they bring to the table. It's where Rob's playing towards ramp, where he kind of like has almost shown the world how to play that position. It's one of his absolute favorites, so I'm sure he can bounce back here. Rain, the master of the outside area. Carrigan actually really solid towards upper, and then you'll have the likes of Frozen working in tandem with him as well. It's going to be very difficult for the Aussies to break through. They did play this map, I think we said, over in Chengdu, right? It was 13-10. That was back in April. So Counter-Strike terms, quite a long time ago, but that's where FaZe came out on top as well. They got a 2-0 in that particular outing as well, but it was a much better start here for FlyQuest. If they can find that sort of footing again, seeing that the pistols were going in their favor, they got both of them there, and we'll see if they can continue a strong form. To be said, like the fact they even got FaZe to overtime, still a victory in its own right. So, like, sure, they'll be disappointed, but still, it's still like very good by their standards to even get FaZe sweating that much.
Yes, I would agree. That's probably the light you have to view this in. I'll say this for anyone who's you want somebody to watch for tactically for FaZe. By far and away their most used strategy on a map like Nuke on the T side is what we'd call like a B to secret, so or B from secret. So basically going down that secret stairs outside and ending up with the B bomb side. Something they really love to do now. They have a couple of different variations of it in general, but from the numbers that I'm looking at, it's about a 16% use rate in the last 3 months or so. So, like, even in pistol rounds, they quite like to do it. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see FaZe players sneaking down the stairs and ending up at the B bomb side. With there are a lot of ways to do it. Obviously, you can have some of the team ending up, from the ramp. You can try and crunch it that way. You can have somebody drop down the vent at the same time. So, like, there's a lot of different variations on ending up at B. But I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a fair bit of that. And I hopefully FlyQuest will have done their research too, and they kind of know that this is coming, because it's going to be really important to stop. It'll be FaZe starting on the T side. FlyQuest going to be on the CT side here. We're at the EWC 2024. And second map is coming up, and FlyQuest, they need a victory right now.
They really do. They'll be starting the CT side. They've got the dual leads out in full force in the hands of Liaz and Vexite. Ins to be tested first, and it's going to be an uncomfortable interaction here. The utility's thrown out, and as Andy said, they like to go for that split down towards the lower bomb site, utilizing Secret. And for now, though, the world is their oyster. Got the opening frag and flooding the upper bomb site. Frozen will take care of Vexite. Dexter needs a couple more good kills here. Not going to find them, and it looks like the round is done.
Yeah, I think they changed their minds going from B because they got so much success towards the mini position. They were like, all right, you know what? Let's call it off. Let's just go back instead. Lias is going to end up going down. No real surprise. He was in a dreadful position at the end there. But yeah, nicely done. They, like you said, they could have done anything with this, what they wanted. They could have gone B or A, or they could have waited around. Like, it's probably going to work anyway. So well done.
Yeah, very impressive. Not much to report there. FaZe working as a unit towards outside. Found the opening kill. Flooding towards upper. CT's had little to no information. Needed to hit some impressive shots. Doesn't come through. And they'll be force buying in their second round here. So Alistair will save a bit of cash for the AWP going forward. He'll hold on to $750. But here comes Frozen up towards the silo position. They've got rifles across the board here. Initial Molotov does a little bit of damage in towards Ins. That's about it. So Carrigan will be responsible throwing the initial smoke towards outside. Brokey will join him as well. So 2 smokes, make it 3. So they got the waterfall smoke towards the roof. A couple more to avert the gaze of players towards garage. And you see Rain jumping up to see if he can spot anything at all. But towards the lobby we go. Brokey deals with the first one, no problem. A little bit more problematic on the second. We said Robs is the master of Ramprum. That will ring true on indeed the T and CT side. It looks like he's done more than enough here, as Liaz will be left in a 3 versus 1. A difficult one to say the least. That nade suggests they know exactly what he's up to as they pump the brakes for a second. Liaz might as well push forward. See if he can find anything. I think he's been spotted though, and he'll be taken down. I was about to say there's a chance for them to line up for him there, but doesn't really matter too much. They surely make the round uncomfortable, but it has to be the full eco going forward. They can maybe invest in some PT50s considering they got 3 kills there, but ultimately well handled from FaZe.
I'm curious, Henry, because I was casting a little bit with Neo, and he's keeping a spreadsheet about the success rate of those second round force-ups from the CT side, and he hates them with a fiery passion. Do you have strong opinions about this from the CT side? We're seeing it more and more in the current sort of economic meta, but where do you think it's working out?
It depends on like team to team, right? I don't think there's an exact science to it. If you feel like you've got the players and the form they're in, and you've got a nice little set piece or a setup that normally works for you, like if you win it, it's so massive for your team. If you're the underdog squad, though, I would say you do want to be focusing on your gun rounds, and it's going to be a Zeus kill to open things up. You didn't see many of those anymore since the nerf. But yeah, like it is kind of, I would agree with Neo in that sense. Like if you're the underdog team, you want to be losing it on your gun rounds rather than trying to steal those plucky ones away. They came close to maybe winning that round, but now it set them up for a 3-0 deficit on the CT side. So yeah, not really much they can do with this one. USPs and a PT50 remain. The best they can hope for is a couple of exit kills.
Yeah, big risk and potentially big reward, but it does feel like oftentimes doesn't necessarily, that calculation doesn't necessarily work out. Alistair, hoping to fly up out of the vent here to get a kill and a rifle and sneak away with it. I think that's the idea, but Robs, very, very hard player to surprise really at any stage. And Rain will get the last one. So, 3-0. FlyQuest are going to be able to pick up rifles once again, but it's a pretty smooth start for FaZe. Which, ironically enough, like we always used to say this, FaZe, they're so slow to start. If they have a good start, it's got to be amazing. But I've seen a lot of FaZe games where they have great starts, and they find a way to make it hard on themselves anyway. So, just watch out for that.
All right. First gun round, important one, Anders. Sets the tone for the game. FlyQuest can't win this. 4-0 and a potential eco coming up next as well. Could be curtains for the Australian boys here.
Is there going to be a flash setup for it? Ince, not happy about that. Has to relocate. Oh, there will be some spray coming through.
Okay,
Did
that's a bit of a
Dexter even
miracle.
know? How fortunate is that?
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Because, like, it's kind of common knowledge that Molotov, it's powerful, but if you jump up in the red toolbox, that's the only place you can stand without getting burnt. And then as soon as he does that, you're coming in pre-firing. But the Ince somehow gets saved from the initial kill by Dexter, but they pull it back to a 4-on-4, which technically does favor the T side. We'll see if X-Side's nice little push in towards the lobby will yield success here. Less than 1 minute remaining. Lee has very defensive position with the M4. Strong position, though. Alistair getting a ton of info here. So they've got a lot to work with in terms of intel. What's the final play? Flashbang over because you've got 3 T-side players towards red. I don't think they can do much with this, Anders. Like, what do they do next? They don't have any utility, but if they get gifted a shot like that, you never know. Could be enough. Vexai deep in towards Squeaky Door. If they cross over from main, could be enough. Rops will find the lurking Alistair. That's the AWP remove. Will they check Squeaky? They won't. Vexai keeps the round alive, at least for now. Dexter, segregated down in towards the vents. How does he get out? How does he make this one possible? Not going to happen. Definitely an opportunity there with a double kill from Vexai. Well positioned. But those kills coming in from Brokey especially made things very uncomfortable. This is what I'm talking about. You have to be on that red toolbox.
Yeah.
And it was Dexter somehow saving him there. Eventually, he does get burnt down to a crisp. This shot saves the round. They just didn't have any positional control. It looked like everyone was pushing towards lobby from the CT side. They have a ton of info. Double kill from Vexai, still not enough. And they've still got the maximum loss bonus, so they can partially buy into this one. But that's about it. So you're seeing CZs and P9s.
I think what's really crazy is that Rops didn't get spotted there by Vexide or by Alistair. He was in the hut playing around, right? If they'd found him, it's a different round. But somehow Rops just stayed out of the line of sight throughout the whole round.
This is Nuke is a proper lurkers map. You can sneak down the vents. You can get in towards ramp by yourself. You can be outside where your teammates are executing. So, yeah, this is where Robs will start to shine. He's looking much better here on Nuke than he did on Anubis. Spotting out a couple of players. This Rain, well done. To at least get the first, but he has given up a rifle at the very least. Vexai will pull one back as well. So towards ramp, they kind of have to go at this stage. Vexai, he sets them up. Can Liaz actually guarantee the round here? It's a promising position. His teammates taking the aggro. They're going to swing through, and he's done well. Just needs to get one kill there, and he's delivered.
Yeah, so fine job. 5-7. Alistair just back around that lower B silo. They know that he's back there. Grenade on top for a little bit of pressure on him. He's got no teammates with him just yet, so he's eventually going to get taken down by Frozen, and somehow we've ended up back into a 2 versus 2 here. 40 seconds. They got a bit of a smoke just to try and lure out some CT, so I might just go straight for the bomb plan. This is aggressive from Vexite. And Dexter on the other side. They'll get rid of Brokey, leaving Frozen on an island inside of the smoke. He's surely going to be dead in this one, but you great job getting it, and he comes out on the other side, takes down Dexter. That is magnificent. Imagine fighting a way out of that. You are at such a disadvantage exiting that smoke, but he made it work.
Oh, he really did. Ice cold from Frozen. Batman himself emerges from the smoke and finds 2 massive kills there. It looked like FlyQuest were finally going to break through on the partial buy, but it wasn't meant to be. They keep FaceTime very modest. They just win one of these round unders, they got no money. They are absolutely busted for cash. They'll only get $1,400. So those kills, they're all significant. It does have a knock-on effect here. Alistair trying to step up once again. Didn't have the best showing on Anubis. We'll see if he can find impact here in round number 6. Overlooked for now. Brokey. Set up in the initial smoke. Rain, though, does he? I don't think they know he's so close. And there's the little lurk down towards the vent itself.
I like it. Alistair taking a risk.
I don't think they know. But he doesn't look like he can do too much from this position. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Normally, you get that vent dive in, you're good for at least the 1 kill. And now when he goes back, he might be surprised by Alistair, who's snuck in behind him and is now just holding the angle with the AWP. So maybe there's a chance here. FlyQuest to pick up the first round on Nuke. Robs surely dead on this one, and he will be. 5 versus 3. Deep breath right now, FlyQuest. This is the round you have to win. In's in a good position. Very hard to check this one, and he's going to get at least the first kill. Dives a little bit further into the corner. Oh, and they're not ready. He actually comes back out again. It's very well played. Brokey on his own, and this round is secured, so A 5-1 scoreline. It's a bit of a slow start, to be honest, but it has to begin somewhere.
Like we said, though, winning that round with decent numbers as well, the money is completely wrecked now for FaZe. They're going to struggle to even get a buy here. Might be the full eco. We'll see what they can make of it. Well, that's very well held from him, especially. Brokey, you thought maybe he could get a few kills there. I think Rob's realized, like, that play down towards events, he kind of did nothing with it, because if he did just, like, lurk down towards lower, waited for the rotation to come through, he would have got a free kill. They had no idea. He went to go check secret, no one was there, and the round somewhat fell apart. But it's the first they've lost, and it is the eco here. As we said, if they eco this one, they're going to fight in the next round. It's getting a little bit more complicated than you'd thought it would be, but it's going to be Frozen. Left in a 2 versus 1 now. Alistair and Liaz trying to close things out, which they will.
All right, then. Some quiet fist bumps coming out. It's still early. They're still kind of warming up into this. It's definitely not too late, right? There is a way to recover this, even if it's a dreadful start here. There's a chance to make it back. 7-5 is the best they could do at the moment, but, you know, keep the economy low on that FaZe side. Keep the AWP up on Alistair. Get Inch warmed up. He's starting to get there a little bit. Yeah, round for round. It's got to be built one step at a time here. It's FaZe making their way out to the yard. Again, all the same smokes you all know and love. Alistair trying to play aggressively one more time, but this time it's Dexter to go down at the beginning. Rob's lurking around, and he's going to be able to take that early kill. I think Dexter was trying to push in through the hut and just got caught. So, yeah, Robs. Was he up on the roof when he got that kill? He might have been, actually, so might have just been shooting straight down towards Dexter. 4-5 to begin this round with. The Liaz is down below, so nobody there to catch at the moment. There are no T's down there. They're all over towards that lobby area.
All quiet for now. Finding that opening kill. FaZe. Nice advantage. One of those spam kills today. We are going to see a player towards the hub position as Robster finds Vexside, though, to 5-on-2. Now, they did give one of these up on Anubis on their T side. I don't think it'll be happening just here as Inns. Looks like he has accepted the fact they won't be winning this round. Sits by the air conditioning units as Rain goes hunting. Probably going to be checking this position out. Looks like he is aware of that prospect. Does Carrigan spot him? Not quite. Now he is completely spotted and removed from the equation. Nice work from Rain. Nice work in general from FaZe Clan here, as they've got 4 players surviving the round. Just Liaz remaining, and nothing he can do about it. 6-2.
You see, now I am getting a bit worried, Henry, because I think the road back here was to keep FaZe away from the money and just kind of, you know, keep rolling the rounds back. 6 rounds already on the T side to the 2 of FlyQuest. I think it's kind of becoming a problem for them here. They themselves on the CT side are going to run out of money much quicker than you would like to see. Rob's looking quite cool at the moment, and why not? He's so far had a pretty great game. It was a bit of a slow start for him on the first map, but this time he's up to 8-4. They will have enough to buy. It'll be an MP9 on Dexter, so, you know, it's starting to show already, the money. If they lose this round, I think this first half is going to completely blow up, and FaZe will just run away with it here. So much of it could come down to this. Smoke. Oh, he had a little bit of a advantage in shooting first there, Ince, but he gets down by Rain instead, and a 4-on-5 to ensue. Dexter, well, that's a nice kill. Get the job done.
He's got so many of those kills today through the smoke. Alistair will maintain an advantage in FlyQuest. 4-on-3 all of a sudden in their favor. Brokey will go back towards the ramp room. You see Liaz playing passively, playing for intel. Doesn't need to go down here. Allow them to come into the ramp. You can drop down. As soon as he gets any aggro, drop some utility. Good smoke. I think they kind of have to push it, though. They don't really have much else on the map to speak of. They know he's in towards the back boxes, or do they? The comms start to fall apart there. Rob's due to the silencer. I guess he didn't know exactly where he was. And now Liaz looks destined to get another one here. The Molotov will flush him out, but he still finds himself a second kill. Very well played from Liaz, and nothing Robs can do with this one, I'm afraid, as Dexter, trying to sniff him out, can sense him down towards lower. Alistair's got the call. He's low HP as well. So just looking to deny that plant. It's going to be 6-3. Guaranteed. 30 seconds here. Robs with the AWP. Holding for any mistakes here to be made by FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's a very, very good bit of recovery work there for the ramp player. So, starting to get some rounds on the board, but it still feels like disaster is right around the corner all the time. I must say, I'm getting fairly worried here for FlyQuest. Even if they pick up a round here or there, I feel like it has to be more consistent than that. There has to be more flow in it here for the CT side. We'll see if they can. There's a chance for it, as they do have the AK. Actually, 2 AKs picked up, so that's kind of nice. That should give you something to work with. But it comes down to whether or not they can win the remaining rounds here in the half. I really think that is important, so I'm going to see if they can find an opening kill. Vexite just playing in the back. Doesn't want to take the shot through the smoke. Doesn't want to reveal his position, and looks like they're setting up for an execute onto the bomb side. They don't have enough grenades to really do an efficient double pump, so they might just go for it here.
Let's have a look. It's a compromised buy. FaZe Clan will execute in towards up. The Molotovs dropped, the flashbangs deployed, the spray not controlled by Dexter, punished by the P250, but well positioned from Vexite. Liads as well, chimes in with the M4, should be enough to win this round here. Just broke, he remains, I say just, he gets himself a nice double with the Galil. But it will be another convincing round for the Australian squad here. Their CT side starting to come to life now. They can get 6-6. Not too bad, all things considered. They can still win out this game. And maybe take us to a third map. But Liad's really trying to drag them through these rounds. Some really impressive moments here. Brokey keeps them modest at the very least, but we go into the penultimate round of this first half of the second map. FaZe Clan already taking away Anubis.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was a very straightforward kind of attack, right? You wait for the initial grenades to fade from the A-bomb site, and then you just try and see if you can execute onto it with flashes and molotovs. It was, you know, pretty one-dimensional for FaZe, and it didn't work out for them either. Now they're down to pistols here. FlyQuest hoping to tie up the game at the end of the half, make it a 6-6 at the very least. Alistair, he's going to find a shot, stopping Rain from the Deagle Madness outside. 4 versus 3. If they can win this one, I mean, there is a good chance they can get that 6-6 scoreline, which again, I think is, you're not celebrating that, but at least you still have a chance if you're FlyQuest. You're not completely wrecked, which at one point, to be honest, it looked like that was going to be the case. It looked like they just had no business doing anything in the first half. So it's actually, in that sense, a decent recovery, I would say, right now for the Aussie boys. They got to keep it going, though.
Yeah. Admirable performances on both maps so far. Recovering the deficit in the second map especially. Keeping their head above water. Final round. Number 12. Blinking you miss it these days in CS2, but FlyQuest have done very well to close the gap. Give themselves a nice strong buy. Close things out here. All for Alistair. Full belts of utility. Can't say the same for FaZe. We'll be operating with 2 Galils and just the basics.
Smokes going up in the yard. They've been every single time. It's been kind of a stable of how they've been playing it out there. So far, they've tried to send Rain out, but he just got pinged in the smoke. They just found him. It's pretty sick. Don't even think they threw a grenade. It was just Gin's able to catch him up on the rafters. Vexite's going to get traded right away. Dexter would love to get in there and get into the action, shooting down below. It's never a fun angle when you're basically shooting at 0
Nade works though.
there.
Oh, not quite enough. Frozen down to 6 points of health. He was on 12. Nade busted open. It looks like they've done enough here. Frozen so low. And FlyQuest looking great on this CT side. What a recovery that was, Anders. It looked like they were done for. It looked like when they were, 5-1 down, there was no way they were going to resuscitate this first half, but they've done it. They're looking like they could take us to a third map of Inferno on FaZe's pick. It's going to take an absolute legendary performance to close things out in this second half, but I dare say they could do it.
Whenever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up a plan. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you believe in yourself. Power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you
Don't believe what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. You're here on day one of the CS2 Championships and game one, map 2. It's going to be FaZe Clan taking Anubis against FlyQuest. And now it's actually looking a little bit more interesting. FaZe were up 5-0 on their T-side campaign, but it started to collapse towards the end. And it looks like the door opportunity is wide open once again, Anders, as potentially a third map is upon us.
Yes, wouldn't that be a nice surprise? I would love to see FlyQuest kind of, pull it together here. I was really worried, almost at the verge of kind of conceding on their behalf in that first half, but it didn't work out that way. They actually managed to have a pretty decent recovery. It could have been a little bit earlier, but 6 score line, I don't know. It's doable. It's definitely doable. So I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, see if they can fight their way back into this one. They are up against a tough opponent, but I don't know. They're showing some real strength on the Australian side. So what do you say here? If they win the pistol, Henry, do you think they can do it? It was 10-13 last time they lost to FaZe on this map. They got kind of close last time. I mean, a pistol around here could go a long way.
Yeah, it will certainly be an important factor, but bear in mind, this is FaZe's pick. They now go for the CT side. I think winning the pistol is an absolute necessity for FlyQuest at this point, but you never know. If they get the bomb planted, maybe the second round force buy might be enough as well. There's a few opportunities to catch them out, but they will need some early success, I would say, to make this one possible. But it looks like they're in high spirits. Everyone's smiling on that side of the server. Bear in mind, this is a pretty brutal format. If you lose this opening best of 3, you're down into the resurrection bracket, or we normally call it the last chance bracket. And that's best of 1s as well. So that's the anomaly, really. That's what makes it so brutal, that you could lose one best of 3 and then one best of 1, and that's it. Your tournament's over. So the fact they've had even a strong showing against FaZe, like they've kept up, they have not looked like they've been outclassed. I think that's still positive. I still feel like they could cause damage in this tournament. They want to get some wins, obviously, and it all starts here. We'll see FlyQuest with the double Molotov set up again. Smoke available to them. No need for the door, so might just have to manually open that one. And looks like we've got a little bit of tech here from in. It's going to be open the door, smoke down, and it's going to be double kill for Veto. They've cracked the upper box side wide open.
Yeah, that's what they need. Nice Molotov to slow anyone down from getting back into it. And for FaZe, all they really have is a flashbang on Carrigan to set up some... Oh, no, they're going to lose Carrigan before they even get a chance to, so... Now they're in a rough position. Another Molotov just thrown out by Inst up on that high ground, so they can kind of keep it going forever. I mean, this round is probably won already. Rain and Rops, not a lot they could do in this one, so... Great follow-through. Great opening kills coming out from FlyQuest. If they were going to win it, then this is how you'd want to start, really. Not at all bad. 7-6 in their favor. And the question now for FaZe, you know, do they want to go for one of those force-ups in the second round? I'm kind of curious if they want to risk it.
Well, this goes back to what we were talking about in our first half. If you're the underdog team, maybe not so much, but you know you managed to win it on Anubis. That's how they got themselves back into the game. This is not a scoreline that necessarily needs it. Like, they were down by a lot on Anubis. So they kind of was like, well, we kind of do need to steal this one away to stand a chance here. And they managed to bring the game back to life. But it's Nuke. It's a map that lends itself to MP9s and 5.7s, and that's exactly what they've gone for. Scout for Brokey, of course. Got himself no Kevlar, but the MP9s were frozen and Rops. Like I said, Rops is a bit of a master of the ramp room, looking much better here on Nuke than he was on Anubis. Tags would be great. Brokey doesn't necessarily need kills, just a bit of damage, a few body shots. That would be enough to soften them up for the SMGs. Smokes towards outside, but a ramp focus there, making their way through. And there will be Rops going down early. Scout doesn't connect just yet. Looking for his moment to strike. Not going to get it. I think Brokey's done for.
That would have been great if you could have had the 2-for-1 there. Rain will actually pick up a kill in the yard. Just kind of looking the wrong way at the wrong time there. Dexter sneaking through the smoke. Rain, yeah, he's worried about getting double or triple peaked even. I don't know. This round is still a bit dangerous, potentially. 4 versus 3. Next kill could be important, and it'll be Alistair to take down Frozen. I think that opens up everything. I think now they're pretty much locked in safe, and I don't think Rain will want to risk the AK no matter what, so he's going to be all the way back in T-spawn, sending out bullets, trying to take the head off of Vexite, who was all the way back there. Carrigan going to be found and taken down, so only real question now is, do they want to send the MAC-10 or something else to get rid of Rain?
Almost certainly. The fact that he's got the AK, they know where he is, they'll flash him off, and I don't think he's long for this world. Like, even if he gets a couple of kills here, still worth taking him down. You don't want a player like Rain to have an AK-47 and Kevlar in the next round. They're throwing the kitchen sink in his direction now. Need to be careful, I suppose. Don't want to give it all up for free. Closing the gap, trying to make it as uncomfortable as possible, and they will find the kill eventually. So finding that AK-47 and taking out of his cold, dead hands. So that's the eco now for FaZe. The force buy doesn't do a whole lot for them. Towards the ramp we went. Rops couldn't find a quick kill. No tags found by Brokey. So it's going to be an uphill battle now. Just the way FaZe like it. A few upgraded pistols, but that's about it.
It's like we said, even when they have good starts, they always find a way to make these games...
Yeah, right? Like, they had a 5-0 start, and now they're 8-6 down. It's kind of insane, actually.
That's just what they do. They just like it. They want to play more Counter-Strike, and I guess we like that too. Inns is going to be taking down Rain at the start. A lot of 5.7s in play. It is a great pistol. Who can blame them for wanting to pick it up? I feel like sometimes people forget how powerful it can really be. Case in point here is Carrigan getting a good, strong headshot as Inns was coming through the smoke. Brokey and Robs are left, and it still feels like it's going to be a bit of an easy cleanup here. Robs getting grenaded, and I think even spammed down. Nice headshot. All right, we did a lot of damage there.
Yeah, thought he could maybe get a couple. But here we go. It's going to be FlyQuest on their feet, exactly what they needed. We'll see them step up in the most important rounds of the second half. And now the gun rounds begin. Now this is where you have a bit of momentum, Anders. You know that the CTs aren't established financially.
Yes.
They're not going to have their AWP potentially. You have to force buy in the second. So this is where you want to drop a set piece in my opinion. Something fast-paced, something quick, something that gets them a little bit hot onto the color. And we'll see where it's going to work out. Rain one of the best players in the world at the outside position, always so solid, so safe, and he's dealt with by the in-game leader, Dexter.
It's a very nice start. Dexter once more. Dexter was a real demon on that opening map. It's been a little bit more quiet for him here with 8 kills, but Ince will take down Frozen. Hold on. 5 versus 3 all of a sudden. And Carrigan going to get dropped next to Dexter. Back at the shooting range, doing excellent work. But just as I say that, how does it happen? A 5 versus 3, and suddenly it's turned in favor of FaZe. They brought it right back into the round. I have no idea how that happens. That should be a round that FlyQuest just win from there on out, but FaZe, every individual member is so talented that they can have rounds like these where they have nearly nothing and still it works out for them. Rops is going to be taken out. Vexide leaves Ince alone. 1 versus 2. What a calamity here. This shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, but we have got Ince in the driving seat. On paper, the best player for FlyQuest. He has got the bomb on his back. He descends down the vents here and is going to go for the quick plant behind the side. Not the best plant. You can hear the CTs rotating in. You don't have a lot to work with here. The spam coming through. Gets baited out with a shot. Should be a trade kill for Robs here. He's had an epic round there. Well done to Robs. He's been a little bit quiet in the second half. All of FaZe have, really. A lot of the round was done for Anders. They go in towards upper through main entrance, and he just mows them down. No problem whatsoever. Really great shot from Dexter to open things up as well. They got a double kill towards outside, a 5-on-3 in their favor, and all hell broke loose. It's Robs working with Brokey. Gets a double kill up there. Nice rotation back towards main, gets his triple, and then pincering the final player Ince. Didn't leave him a chance there. Just as he was taking the aggro, that's when Robs swung around, and that's a massive round. And I dare say FaZe needed that. 9-7, and still, we're coming down to 1 versus 1. They're a little bit uncomfortable, Anders. We've got MP9s and a couple of rifles into the mix. So this is a very important round once again for both teams who are both feeling the financial burn, as Rain will get a taste of Alistair's AWP.
Yeah, gets tagged up. Liaz flashed, makes the jump down, trying to hunt down that player that's already a bit low. I do like this push, though. AWP and Rops in front. So a little bit of a double team pushing in. They might run into Ince, but he's actually walked away from there. So they're going to get great information here, FaZe. They're going to get a good sense that nobody's really setting up in the lobby at the moment. But can they put together the rest of the puzzle and realize that FlyQuest, the majority of them, out towards those secret steps, can definitely make a run down towards the bomb side. There is a smoke up down below that I think Rain put up. So that might be one of the reasons why FlyQuest is kind of on a freeze mode here, waiting to see what the next move is. They haven't found or seen anyone from FaZe. Ince. Oh, God. That's so close. Rops is right down below him.
Yeah, how's he got there? It's difficult to tell who has the advantage in this kind of wild scenario. Ince will be heard throwing that Molotov, so Rops will be hot on his tail. Brokey goes down, courtesy of Vexite. So CTs with a lot of interesting positions here, but unable to capitalize on the shots here. 30 seconds. Bombs in towards ramp, Anders. So they can still finish lower, and there's 2 CTs ready and waiting. They are going to kind of course correct, make their way back and towards up at the correct decision here, and it should be round. As Rops goes down as well, he was towards outside and somehow didn't get the shot, didn't get the advantage, and that's a massive round. Once again, that's going to send his FaZe spiraling.
Yeah, now we're really cooking. Remember 10 rounds what they got last time against FaZe that ended up winning it, but now they're up to 10, and FaZe are stuck at 7. Oh, this is going to pique everybody's interest. This game just got a hell of a lot more interesting, didn't it? And I believe the final map is Inferno as well.
Oh, yes.
That's quite a decent map for FlyQuest, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't think they're going to be too bad on it.
Got the AWP, and I'm not sure he can even survive the blast there. He has to push forward. Because he'll just go down to the C4, whatever happens. So everyone, pretty much everyone from FaZe almost dropped. Frozen could get the AWP, I suppose. It's available, but might have been too dangerous to try and grab it. But there it is. A massive round there. Vexide the one to open things up this time. They did have that full ramp control. Dexter with a nice call to go back towards upper, avoiding the bear trap that was waiting in the lower bomb side for them. So this is the opening kill. Nice work. You can see there was a lot of fancy footwork there from both teams. He had Rops all the way in T lobby, but couldn't find the frag needed. And Dexter and co taking care of business towards the secret area. One player survives. I'm not sure if Frozen managed to grab the AWP. He did not. So it's going to be a saved M4, an MP9, and FlyQuest in touching distance once again of glory.
I mean, they've been here before, Henry. They really had this similar position on the opening map of Anubis, which is their own map pick. Surely they don't throw it away twice. Surely this is where they just kind of follow through, get the 13 rounds. That would be probably headline of the day so far. That if they're able to actually pick up Nuke against FaZe, that would cause some ripples in the pond, I would imagine. Heading at around number 18, we've got Deagles, we've got the 1 MP9 on Rops, and Frozen with the M4A1. So very, very little to work with for FaZe. FlyQuest, in every possible world, that this should be an 11th round for them. They're not going to slow down too much. Some flashes coming out. Might just try to bait out a couple of grenades there for the CT side, but yeah, they're waiting. Setting up in the lobby. Haven't really encountered anyone from the CT side yet. Bit of a smoke here towards the secret, or the sort of sweet
These
door.
are the rounds you have to win, though. If you're going to be closing this game out, it has to start here. You can't afford to lose to 3 unarmored pistols and 1 saved M4.
Let's see what they got. Under a minute. They will open up with a kill on Carrigan. It was a really long time with just a quiet round being played up. Nobody making a move. Brokey wants to step in with the Deagle. We know he could do it if you give him a chance here. It drops to get 1 with the MP9. Backside goes down. Yeah, the bomb is on the ground.
They're being too tentative, Anders. They're not sure what they want to do with this. And this is where things going to begin to spiral. We said this round is a must-win. You're up against 357s with no Kevlar, and Frozen with his M4. Looks like he might do enough here, looking for his hat-trick. He's going to find it. Alistair left with almost nothing to do. 15 seconds, and they've squandered it. It was the perfect round, the perfect setup to continue with their winning ways, but it felt like they got too cagey, overthinking it, pressured in from all angles, and then forced to go out towards upper by virtue of the clock, and yeah, just 1 by 1 taken down. It's a really disappointing way to finish it for the reasons we just stated. You got the opening kill as well. It's a 5-on-4 in your favor. Oh, it was that shot. That's what happened. We didn't get that on our screen. So Alistair missing that shot, and then couldn't recover his positional control, ran out of time. If he hits that shot, it's round over. But he doesn't,
Temptation.
And that's going to be FaZe right back into it.
Temptation, Henry, to say the words "not like this" are overwhelming.
Oh, that one missed shot because his teammates doesn't get the intel. You can't call it. Like you should be killing him. Like, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is absolutely devastating. Yeah. Let's not think about it. Let's just pretend it's all good, because if FlyQuest end up losing the map because of this, and that could very well happen here, the
smokes aren't good. Okay, they've got the first kill there. The smokes are bad, but the frags were good. All right. This round not necessarily over, as Ince will pull one back as well. Towards upper, I think, would be the correct call. Carrigan's had a bit of a stinker towards upper this game. 5-17, but looks like the round might be okay. It's definitely messy. You can see the player break is officially over. And for now, Alistair and Inns, 50 HP. And with no Kevlar and Inns, I don't think there's much they can do apart from just bleed out some more utility, maybe try and find a gun. But almost zero chance of converting this one.
What an emotional roller coaster for FlyQuest if this doesn't go their way. What's the equivalent here, Henry? You find a lottery ticket on like a winning ticket, and then it starts raining and it washes out the ticket before you get home. Something like that. You're like, oh no.
Something like that. I don't think it's quite as bad as fumbling the lottery, but yes, I know what you mean.
I just can't believe it. Oh, they had it. Like, they truly had it right.
I mean, yeah, when you had the opening frag, there's 3 players without even Kevlar and just 5-7s, and it can just be one shot in Counter-Strike. That one missed AWP shot on Robs where he found the bomb. Like, it was just a series of calamities at that point. If you missed a shot, then he takes down the C4, everyone can rotate. You know they've got no time. Where can they go? Because you've locked down ramp. You've already got that. You know the bomb's down with, sub 1 minute on the clock. You lock them in towards upper. Frozen's there with his rifle. It was certainly unfortunate, but yeah, that's what it can come down to. There's granular kind of moments where it all falls apart with one missed shot.
A tough position to be in now.
And the moment happened on Anubis as well. They were 8-4 up.
No.
On the CT side, kind of unheard of lead on your opponent's pick, especially against FaZe. Like, it's fresh off the player break. They're not looking their best. You win the pistol in the second half. You're up 9-4. Fantastic. And then against the 4 spy in the second round, that's when you let them back in. The pistols do you over. And, yeah, we find ourselves in a very similar scene here in the dying stages of Nuke. 10-9. FaZe Clan dictating the pace now. They've got all the money you could ask for. Brokey on the AWP. Rattles off a shot.
Still a die time, isn't it? You have to keep this battle up. You've come so far. Just try emotionally to forget about that awful round and move on. And the best way to do that is, admittedly, start winning more rounds. That's how you get back on track here. 10-9. 1 round difference, ladies and gentlemen. Vexside and Ints. We talked a lot about Ints. We were missing him a little bit on the first map, but you know what? He's certainly here now with 17 kills. Vexside still continuing to play very well across both the maps. So that's impressive. See, some Molotovs are being primed on that T roof, so they can put a little bit of pressure on there. Dexter get the kill down below. It might just force a rotation coming out of the CT side. Roki not quite sure where to go. Gonna go check the yard instead, and we're down to 50 seconds, and it looks like they're gonna end up crunching that B bomb site from the ramp, assuming they can make their way through. Mr. Rops himself, he's good for a couple of kills. One there. Brokey will take up Alistair, and the entire arm of this attack has been slowed down. Dexter was waiting on this other side, saying, hey, you need to come help me.
Well, yeah, the bomb's down in towards the ramp now. They've got 30 seconds on the clock. Rain, so smart, so well positioned. We'll find the penultimate kill and presumably take the round. It's going to be FaZe tying things up. And with no plant, I don't think there's much FlyQuest can do in the next round either. They'll have loss bonus, but how much? I'm not so sure. But yeah, that's a real rough one again. Nothing really found. Rops shuts them down with a double kill. Buys enough time for Brokey to rotate in, who takes down the C4 hold up. Inns will at least find a kill, but that's about it. Yeah, the loss bonus not too great. They get $2,900 into this next round, so that's barely even partial buy territory. We're talking like Tech 9 and some body armor. That's about it.
Yeah, not really what they're looking for at the moment here. Oh, it's even more dreadful because it's kind of happening slowly, step by step. Like they're getting consumed by FaZe. They're stuck in the quicksand for a minute here. And it doesn't feel like they're going to make their way out. 10-10. The scoreline is tied up and FaZe clawing their way back into the game. Carrigan gets a couple of kills there. Oh no, and Liat's get himself go. What's going on?
I don't even know what happened there. Did he grenade himself or run into a Molotov? I actually don't know. Or he maybe fell off the silo?
Yeah, he might have. It all happened at the same time. It was too much.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there. It doesn't really matter. That was the Rico. Carrigan finding a couple of kills. Probably what he needs at this point. Like we said, he hasn't had the best showing. And the fact he gets just shuts this round down. Like, nice and easy. I have no idea where Leo's went down. I assume he was trying to drop him from main. As his teammates were getting ready. He probably got spammed a little bit and then crated.
That would have been... Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and guess something like that. Well, it's not getting any easier.
It was looking so good.
I know. It's so painful. Especially because I've got to say, you got to give it this to the Australian fans, right? They're super engaged with their teams. Like, they really do support them. But they are... they're going to have a hard time today. No question about it. Super winnable.
This isn't
overtime on the opening map.
Like, but to be fair, at least they showed up today. FlyQuest didn't get... Okay, there's not even over yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. They got overtime in the first map. If they do lose this second one, this is still a great showing. They got FaZe on the ropes, sweating buckets. So,
yes.
Yeah, we'll see how this one unfolds. It's not looking good in the 5-on-4 right now, admittedly. But can they regroup, recalibrate this round? 1 minute remaining. Doesn't look great. They've got a lot to do towards outside. Rain... in an aggressive position. I was about to say if they get him quickly, maybe there's a chance, but anything but. He's got the AK in his hands and confidence surging through his veins right now. Maybe oversteps the mark a little bit there, but Rob certainly doesn't. Nice shot towards the sideline to guarantee victory. And indeed, series point. FaZe will be up to 12. It's Inns in an enviable position now as he just has to battle against multiple FaZe members. Carrigan wants to slice of the action. and closes things out to find series point, Anders. They've done it. They've brought it right back.
Yes, they have. From what looked like it's an unwinnable position for FaZe there. Out of steam. But again, like they just do it every time. And we keep getting equally shocked every time we see it. They look flat. They look kind of like they're out of energy. And suddenly, they bounce straight back into the game and they're competitive once again. So, more misery coming the way of FlyQuest here. But I think you are right, though. In the grander scheme, it's a pretty cool result from FlyQuest. It's just, it could have been a shocking 2-0 in their favor.
Like, it's very easy for me to say, like, oh, don't lose to the Pistols and no Kevlar. But FaZe, like, those are the sort of rounds they're so good in. They're very chaotic. They're good at reading the mid-round situations. Either way, it looks like, wow, FlyQuest will keep themselves in this one for now. Like, they managed to recover the 12-10 deficit on Anubis. It looks like 12-11's locked in. Money's still very good on the CT side, so they essentially just want to hold on to the AK. That's, like, the main objective right now. They can even buy another AWP into the next round. Doesn't really matter too much. If anything, you might just want to throw it away if you're brokey so they can't pick it up.
Yeah, don't...
yeah, that's exactly what he's going for. See, like... So he gets rid of that. So, like, they will be blown up if they try and recover it down towards lower. Just because he can buy another one, they cannot. There's no point in trying to go for so many kills with that weapon. Robs, like I said... Oh, this is actually kind of spectacular. Their money's still not great. Like, that might cost a couple of players Galils towards this final round here. Especially if they get... Oh, my God, dude. That's actually ridiculous he's done that, Anders. That might be enough. Because them losing 4 members there, they will have $3,500 per player by winning by virtue of explosion. The money was already pretty busted. Now, a few players got some kills in there, so there'll be some cash flying around. But a couple of concessions might have to be made. It could be Galils. Yeah, there it is. So 2 Galils for Ins and Vexi. So those kills from Rops are absolutely monumental.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating. You had a chance to come in here a little bit better equipped, but Rops out hunting. He's got 22 kills. That's pretty impressive for still playing in regulation here at MR12. Now let's see how this plays out. We already had overtime with the first one. We've already promised you, Henry and I casting, there is going to be a lot of overtimes, so maybe we could get some more here. It comes down to the opening. A sick flash setup. It's a classic. Peeking out of secret is Rain. Brokey, the one to set it up, and he just escapes down there. Actually comes back for more. He's done a lot of damage, but Lies will get him in return. A critical, important return there. 4 versus 4. Even if he's low, they had to get rid of Rain.
You could see Rain contemplating this peak. He's like, I know this is probably not the right thing to do, but I just wanted to send this one home. You got to respect the nice incendiary to send them packing, but Liaz was ready for it. They've got a 4-on-4. Not much map control to speak of, though, I'm afraid. What are they going to set up? Potentially some sort of upper play with the Molotovs. They can smoke off towards Garage, I suppose. Frozen, the Danger Man, still alive and well. Smoke's going down. And they've got that frag towards Secret, so this will have to be respected. Someone's going to have to rotate down towards lower eventually. No one there for now. Ins comes creeping down the T ladder in towards lobby. So starting to second guess their setup. CTs will have to get some intel eventually, Anders. They will hit the footsteps down towards lower, and this is the chance for Ins to strike, and wow, he does so in fantastic style.
Well, there we go. Grenade right down. I can't believe Lias is still alive after that, but it doesn't matter. On the crossfire, it's Brokey, and Robs will pick it up. A huge double, and that's enough. FaZe win to time alone. 13 rounds to the 11 of FlyQuest. They've done the job. FlyQuest won better last time on Nuke, and still a great display overall in the day, but you've got to be honest, they could have won this game. They could have won it 2-0 in their own favor.
They absolutely could have done. That wasn't the cleanest game from FaZe. We've come to expect that now, first game of the tournament, but that's all they had to do. They get the 2-0 victory. Doesn't really matter how close or uncomfortable it was. They're now in the playoffs, and same story for FlyQuest as well. Like, they're a team that's had them on the ropes. They had them looking very uncomfortable. There was definitely moments there they could have won it. Just a couple of rounds where they couldn't hold on, when they definitely had the advantages. They win those round enders. They probably win the map, both maps, in fact. And it's just going to be another gutting result for them. They get so close yet so far, and they will be going down into the resurrection area of the bracket now as well. So this is where things get extra dicey. You win one best of one, You keep going through until you make it to the playoffs again, but if you lose a single one of those games, you will be removed from the tournament. So a great showing from FlyQuest. They're obviously making progress. They are showing us time and time again that they can compete at this level. But I'm enjoying their contributions. I think they've looked fantastic. And especially players like Vexai, Inns, Dexter especially. You don't expect that level of performance from him, but he made them look weak at times, especially on Anubis. He was really quite special in that way.
He was. And he contributed with so many opening kills. Like, he was very active at the start of the rounds, Dexter. So even on the second map, I think we got a little bit less than on Anubis. It's still, they were really impactful kills. So overall, just well played on the side of FlyQuest. I mean, for the start of the season, you've got to admit that's a really great look for them. It could have been more, but still, you've got to say this is a high mark to set at the beginning. And FaZe, like, they had a lot of individuals that were warming up, right? They did play pretty well all throughout. So I don't think FlyQuest should feel too sad about this. At least in a day or two from now, hopefully they'll feel a bit better.
I mean, you'll still be gutted, right? There's nothing you can really say to them after this one. Like, you know how close it was. And like we said, it comes down to a couple of missed shots, a couple of moments where you feel a little bit overwhelmed. You weren't expecting the aggression from the CT side. But still, like, they're showing that it's going to come eventually. That play where they actually win that round and they actually close the map out. Like, it is coming eventually. They're so close, tantalizingly close now to breaking through and finding a huge scalp like a FaZe Clan or something like that. But they continue to show that they are improving as a squad. You have to bear in mind that these guys barely get to practice against top teams at all, Anders. Like, they have Rooster and a couple of other teams to play against, but then that's all they really play when they go into the tournaments in that region. So you don't necessarily want to scrim against those guys. So you don't really get any practice at all.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. We do have some highlights ready for you to take you through some of what we got to see here. Obviously, it's a very cool match. I mean, we got a lot of really sick individual stuff coming up, but yeah, I agree. Definitely, not the best training ground for FlyQuest, and in spite of that fact, that they still show up here at the EWC and play extremely well.
Yeah, they certainly did. We've got the highlight package for you now. It's got a lot of Dexter frags, Frozen as well. He had a great series overall. You can definitely tell like there's some player break rust, especially from FaZe. A couple of moments where it looked like things were getting a little bit chaotic there. Rounds it looked like they had all tied up as well, losing like a 5-on-2, I think it was, to allow FlyQuest back into Anubis. They went all the way to overtime there. It was certainly an exciting finish. It was all over the place at times. It wasn't clear who was going to be taking it, but like we always say, like, it's so difficult to put a team like FaZe to bed. Like, you might have them on the ropes, you might have them on map points, but to actually find that coup de grace, that killing blow, to actually find the map win is just so difficult. And their tenacity continues to be a real focal point of their game.
Yeah, it must be very, very frustrating as an opponent, especially if you played them a couple of times in the past. We kind of know, okay, we might be ahead like 4 or 5 rounds, but there's no safety in that at all. At any moment, they can just activate and come right back into the game. So really sick, classic FaZe stuff that we're seeing here, and we do all love it in a way. It makes for really interesting Counter-Strike, so you can't really complain too much. It's fun to see Rops as well, kind of, shouting off here on the second map is really sick. He had a bunch of, like you said, it is kind of a lurker's paradise. So if you're the kind of cerebral player like Rops is, you're going to find yourself at home on a map like this one.
Yeah, Rob's definitely stepping up on the second map. He had a bit of a quiet showing on Anubis, was bottom fragging there with 12 kills, and then managed to get like 25 plus, and was doing some fantastic work, especially towards the end there. Like, it's a small financial detail. I know it's something I bang on a lot about, but the fact he even got those 2 to 3 kills and to make that last round as easy as possible, Anders, I think that was very influential. Like, they only had the Khalils and bare bones in terms of utility, so the fact he knew every kill he'd get was worth its weight in gold at that point was a really interesting way to approach that situation. He even held on to his AK as well and essentially won them the series with that little play. So even though the round was over, there was still a lot to do on that CT side. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. It's a great way to kind of kick things off here in the second half, the second season of the year. And that was the first game of the B streak. I suppose we should check in as well, see what they're up to. They've gone overtime in their second map, Anders. So that's exciting.
That's nice.
I've just got word that we're just waiting for Carrigan. We're actually going to have to talk to him. So think of some cool stuff to ask him.
Yes, I'll try. I'll do my best. We can go with the classic sports interview. How are you feeling after the win? You know, always a good line.
I wasn't going to go with that approach. I was
okay.
gonna go with something a little bit more chill. It's the first game. It's like the player break's over. Everyone's kind of finding themselves here. I'm sure there might be a bit of delay because, like, you know, it's like one of those like satellite interviews we're doing. Be like over talking each other. That's what's going to be happening, I think. But we'll see.
Yeah, maybe
how it goes.
We'll find out. We need to get him first. Make sure that
yes, we do. I'm just checking all the discords and stuff, making sure I've got the information I need. So no, everyone's waiting for the Henry G. Carrigan interview. That's
yeah. Remember to go out to stcplay.gg, I believe, as well to type in your predictions for the future. You don't want to be missing out on that. It's an important call out there. So yeah,
the audience were right. I think everyone said that, but the audience were correct.
True.
It was a win for FaZe. Could have gone either way, as it always can in Counter-Strike. So yeah, that was the first game of the B stream. We're waiting for Carrigan just to join us here. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to come and chat to us. He'll be like, yo, that's just what I want. Come and ask.
Why would he want to celebrate with the team? Surely he'd want to talk to us. Like that makes sense to me.
The people need to know. They want to know what's going on. They want to see what we can get out. Oh, I think I can hear him. Can you hear me? Finn, is that you? Okay, let me just...
It's me,
yeah,
yes.
It's Anders and Henry, unfortunately. But, bro, how are you doing? How was your player break?
Oh, it was good. I was out in the jungle in Costa Rica, so that was super good to do something else than sitting in front of a PC every day.
Yeah. That was my next question. Like, what was your general approach? You guys, like, not to say you were burnt out, but you definitely were part of every single tournament, all the grand finals. You had a very long year. Were you focused on rest and relaxation, or kind of reinvent the wheel with the strap book? What was the main focus for you?
I've been a leader for a long time, so when we have a player break, like for 3 weeks, 2 weeks of vacation, 1 week is watching a lot of demos and getting a new foundation and playbook for the season, right? So. Yeah, I wish I had more time to play a little more individually before this tournament, but you know, the schedule is that we don't get much time off, so I had to use that to make sure I'm mentally ready for the season.
Well, speaking of things changing and trying to find a new strap book and stuff like that, it seems like some things will never change for FaZe. There's kind of bumpy starts and very close games, and even though you got the nice 2-0 win today, it certainly felt like FlyQuest had their moments where they could have had you on the ropes there. Is it just a case of first game of the season? You obviously were the heavy favorites coming into this one. They're a good team, but I guess you did look uncomfortable at times.
Yeah, I mean, I think FlyQuest is a great team. They make you look uncomfortable. They also make you uncomfortable. But I think what I said to the guys outside, it's a little bit stressed on the communication. When we think about it, group stage, it's good we bring the energy and the passion, but it is way too much shouting in the comms of the 4-on-4s, because I think we had some good situations in the beginning of T-side and Anubis, but kind of didn't connect or understand each other or listen to each other. So I just think it's part of just being a normal FaZe clan in a group state, but also part of being the first game in 4 weeks for us, right, on official. The intensity is always different than practice.
Yeah, and that just winning that best of 3 now, you're into the playoffs. So the group stage is already over for you. So you know, that's actually quite a massive result, I think.
We won a group stage.
Yeah, dude. And the fact that they're calling it the last chance or the resurrection part of the group. If you like lose one best of 1 going forward, that's it. The tournament's over. So I think you guys did very well to step up today. Like, sure, FlyQuest, they are a great team. They made you look uncomfortable at times. And I think I agree with you. There was one round on Anubis that stood out to me. Like, you guys were in the flow state, you had momentum, but as soon as like it looked too comfortable and you kind of overlooked, I think it was B main, all of a sudden you entered their crossfire and it looked like pandemonium kicked off.
Yeah, this was the round we talked about. Like, I think we split through archway from middle into B, and we kind of knew that had to be pushed. Con was clear, right? So that's one of the areas where I feel like if we're deeper in the season, I play a little bit more, we understand exactly what's going to happen in that round, and we play off each other better, right? And that was the round they got the momentum, then they start pushing after, and suddenly the momentum in their hand. And like I said, I think they played good, and I think we had a good idea of how we want to play, but sometimes it was hard to execute in the end because they did a lot of good reads and pushes in the end.
Dude, they had a great CT side. They're very reactive. They're not scared to push into your AK-47s. I commend FlyQuest there. Like, the fact they even had such a good result against you, I think they're quite close to breaking through and actually having a very strong tournament. But just one final question for you. I know it's the first tournament since a player break, but what are your expectations for the tournament? How do you expect this one to go for you?
I mean, I've been representing FaceCam for a long time, right? No matter the state, no matter where we are, no matter the time of the year, the expectation is to win, to making grand finals and making deep runs. The same goes for here, but I also think I mentioned to the guys, we are trajectory. We need to rebuild ourselves a bit. We ran out of gas in the end, maybe also played a little bad in the end of the season last year. So let's just try to ramp up into the season instead of just trying to expect all the time finals. But I wouldn't be surprised if we go all the way to the finals. But I think the competition is so hard right now, and also saw some of the live results right now. Nobody is going easy through the group stage nowadays. It is so competitive, and I'm just looking forward to the next stage of the tournament.
You're an absolute professional. Great answer, Carrigan, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. And yeah, wishing you all the best, bro. Nice to catch up.
Thank you. Enjoy home.
Oh, I will. Don't worry about that. I'm having a great time. There we go. That's Carrigan, ladies and gentlemen, our first winner on the B stream. And it's a pretty good interview, actually. Seemed like he was kind of up for it.
Yeah, great mood, you could tell, spending time in the jungle, coming back into play some Counter-Strike. What a great life. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, I mean, even admitting to some extent that there were some communication issues, but that they could probably get ironed out. It makes sense when everyone's kind of back in playing together after a bit of a break. So yeah, good stuff. FaZe, you know, they could definitely make the finals.
Yeah, absolutely true. Well, that concludes our first series of the day, ladies and gentlemen. What a banger it was. Like a low-key banger. No one expected that one to pop off in the way it did. I'm glad it did, though. And we do have another tantalizing game for you coming up next. It's the likes of Vitality versus M80. Another hot favorite. And M80 without Malbs, of course, as well. They've got New Boyd Lake within their roster. So we're going to go catch our breaths and get a glass of water. And we'll see you back for the pregame of that particular matchup.
In the play break, we had probably like a week of practice, and well, you want to stay away from the game. It comes down to the person individually, but whatever the person is feeling. I definitely stayed away from CS2. I know for a fact that a few other guys stayed away from the game. You know, I think it's nice to just have some time off and then come back in with a fresh mindset, and I think that's what we did. And just in preparation for the first tournament, you just try to shape off the rust and get your head back in the game. The main goal for this tournament would be to obviously win. I think we go into every tournament with that mindset, but I think the side goal obviously, as you mentioned, the question would be to get back in the groove, shape off the rust that comes from the break. Obviously, people haven't touched the game for some time, and you lose some form. That's a natural thing, and I hope we just don't disappoint ourselves with poor individual form this event, and I think that's a good goal to set as well. When we talk about Vitality, I think they are obviously like a very tough team to beat. They definitely have a world-class team and world-class individual players as well. So I think that's the main reason. Like, we have a hard time beating them. I think notably the last few matches we played against them, Saivu has had a good game, or Flames had a pop-off game. So it's always like a player in those matches has a really good moment for them, and then it's, you know, CS is like a momentum-based game. So once you have a player popping off, it's going to be really hard to stop them. And when we don't find a way to, like, on our side, have like a good performance by someone, then it's, as a team, it's kind of hard to stop it, and you just have to find the momentum back into the game. And yeah, more often than not, you don't, because if the opposing team already has done that, then it's hard. When speaking about FlyQuest, I think strategy-wise, there is not much to be surprised of, and it's not something against them, but overall in CS2, I think we've figured out most of the strats and ideas that are possible. I think just the only part is, if they have better form than us, then obviously we're gonna have a hard time playing against them. And I think that's the main way we approach this game, is just to focus on ourselves and not the opponents. And that's just naturally because of it's the first tournament after the break, and we have to make sure that our own tactics are well rehearsed, and make sure no one's missing grenades or any sort of that stuff, which is like a very cheap mistake and can cost you a game. So I think the basics must be nailed by our side, and we would have a pretty good chance at winning the game. Yeah, the map pool, in my opinion, is the worst I've ever experienced in my career, and I've played professionally for 7 years, so I think it speaks a lot. Having Vertigo, Dust 2, and Anubis, I think all of those maps, they are very different. Some of them are more key-sided than the others, but I think historically, not many people have enjoyed those maps so far. Vertigo, I think notably, does not belong in the map pool at all. I think people were very disappointed with Dust 2 having no changes. It came back to the pool just how it was before, and you remove a map like Overpass for Dust 2, I think is a very big disappointment. So yeah, personally, I'm not a fan at all of the map pool currently, and I think it's a poor mistake by Valve. I think Train is a very good map to belong in the pool. I think it has very interesting strategic approach, and maybe Overpass, obviously removed for Dust 2, but I think Overpass was a very dynamic map, and it had a lot of options for both sides. Definitely when you have qualifiers and you have a chance for a team to come out of nowhere, I think it's always a wonderful chance to, you know, put a spotlight on those players and make them a chance to win the trophy in theory. And yeah, hopefully we'll get to see one day to have a team like that to it. And I think overall this tournament is definitely, you know, making a name for itself. Obviously, being like a World Cup sort of thing, it doesn't unite. You know, doesn't matter from which place you're from. I think it's interesting to just see everyone come from every region and yeah, have a chance to win a big tournament.
How are we feeling after player break? Well, pretty good, pretty relaxed right now. Enjoyed our holiday, so yeah. How we went throughout the year was quite up and down. I think mostly was up. We went to top 14 in the world, so I didn't really think it was that down, to be honest. We just had a bad result in Dallas, won at the minor, the RMR, sorry, and then overall the rest of the comps were pretty good for our region because we're playing from a heavily handicapped region and we need to do what we can do to be better. Overall, we're still growing, but there's we need to do more boot camps and whatnot, and that's what is coming after this competition before Cologne. When it comes to our region, we are the top team. There isn't anyone else really, and I think we're the only one that's getting full-time salaries. So it has a lot to grow. I think there's people who are in charge of teams in Australia who are like doing their best to make sure that competition-wise and tactical-wise they're growing and putting up fights versus us, and it's good to see. But right now the business aspects of it aren't really there, and yeah, I'm just keen to see it grow more in that front. With EWC, we just want to go with the flow. It's been difficult because we just came off break. A lot of these teams here have come off break, so goals are obviously to always win and do the best we can, but realistic speaking, like we need to not get ahead of ourselves. There's much more to the rest of the year to go, so the big goals are just making sure that we're working well as a team, and if even if that means losing and whatever, then it's just part of the process. It's just first match of the season. What can you do? Yeah, we're coming up against FaZe, so this is definitely a difficult team. They used to be the best in the world, and I'm sure they can still be there if they wanted to. So yeah, it's going to be interesting after like an interesting rematch, because yeah, we didn't really get a good showing versus them. Like it was decent, but it could be better. So yeah, it's just going to be who's the best of the day. Yeah, this tournament definitely has the same potential, I would say, but there is still a lot of comps that offer many different brackets and chances for teams. In my opinion, playing one BO3 and then having a BO1 is okay, but other comps will have BO3, BO3, and make the competition more extensive that way. I know a lot of other games in EA have a much longer competition time, so it'll be nice to see that, because CS can be done in an hour and 40 minutes, and that's just not enough time. So it has the potential, so we'll see how it goes.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Ladies and gentlemen, the player break is officially over and we are back. Counter-Strike is back on the menu and we're here at the Esports World Cup and we're on the B stream right now. My name is Henry G. I'm joined by Anders Bloom as usual and we just had an epic game between FaZe and FlyQuest, but the action doesn't stop there. We've got a couple more games to bring you today on this very stream and yeah, the next one's going to be a bit of a banger as well, Anders. How have you found the proceedings so far? Did you kind of wet your whistle? Are you feeling the hype, the vibe so far?
Yeah, it got me hooked once again. You know, some of us, we just never escape Counter-Strike. Like, there's no getting out. You see a match like that one with FlyQuest nearly getting the upset on both maps, but ultimately losing. I mean, that's a hell of a way to get started. I must say, I was impressed by that game. Yeah, it was better than I expected, but FaZe managed to pull through anyway. This one could be, I think, a bit more one-sided, obviously with M80, the roster changes and everything else. But you know, I'm willing to be wrong again. I look forward to it.
Yeah, just to check on the A stream as well, we had G2 taking down the Mongols 2-0. It was very close, went to overtime in that second map. And we got Mouse playing Sashi right now as well. And Sashi managed to take a map off them. But let's have a look at the current game that's about to come up here. The next showdown is upon us. And we'll bring up the matchup here on the screen. I won't spoil it until it's there. Here it is. Vitality versus M80. As Anders alluded to, new roster for the North Americans, bringing in Lake to replace Malb's MD. And we'll see whether this is going to be another tantalizing matchup. I'm not sure it'll deliver to the same level that we saw in the first game, but still interesting to see the level the Vitality are playing at especially.
Yeah, I mean, they should be a strong team, no question about it. But yeah, I'm not sure what M80 are going to be able to do here. But again, it's early in the season. Maybe Vitality have a couple of things they need to sort out themselves. Obviously, FaZe kind of got back into the swing of things, but you just never really know how it's going to go when you haven't been playing for a bit.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I feel like Vitality, again, the heavy favorites here. M80 don't really have anything to lose. No one's expecting them to win. They've lost arguably their best player. I guess it's not even arguably. They lost their best player in the forwards of Malbs. I've heard lots of great things about Lake. He's come from the tier 3 scene, but for now, let's have a look at the first roster up on the docket here. It's going to be Team Vitality. Let's bring them up and talk through some of their kind of strengths, their struggles, and what they bring to the table. So we've got Apex in-game leader, Zywoo, hybrid, sniper, and rifler. Spinks, one of the main talents in the roster. So good at lurking across the map, Anders, one of those players that doesn't seem to be affected by the lurk, nerf as it were. You've got your anchor, Mezzi, and then you've got the man at the tip of the spear, Flames, who will just be doing pretty much everything across the board. It's a very talented roster. A lot of firepower in there. Arguably got the world's best player in their ranks as well with Zywoo. Maybe not so much in recent months with Donk and Monacy kind of stepping up to such an amazing level. But still, it's always going to be a scary team to play against. They're formidable. They've got great tactical depth. They've got a good in-game leader who can frag as well in the form of Apex. And should be the heavy favorites coming into this one. Just to note as well, Mezzi, who didn't find great form in this team initially. Like the first few months weren't great, but the last 2 tournaments for him have been actually nothing short of superb. They're the world's number 2 team in the world right now. He's looking like he can keep up, and I think he's fighting for his slot in the team, but he's doing a great job in doing so.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think he's a great prospect still. And this team is kind of still all, you know, coming together, slowly congealing and looking better and better. I still think they're a very, very dangerous team. And, you know, you mentioned Apex. Like, obviously, he's not necessarily the superstar of the team, but he's one of my favorite players to watch. I truly enjoy watching Apex on a stage for his playstyle, but also just for his personality. It's wonderful.
Yeah, well, we'll check out the M80 roster as well. As we've said, one of the few teams actually to make a change. Roster Mania was somewhat subdued this time around. Last season was absolute pandemonium. You've got Rek, Sin, Lake, Swisher, and Slacks. Slacks and Sin being the German counterparts of the North American squad. Taking up the 2 most important roles. You've got Sin as the in-game leader, Slacks as your AWP player, Swisher and Rek on the rifles, and Lake coming in as well. I don't know a ton about him. He looks like he's got a good vibe to him, Anders, though. That's a nice photo.
Yeah, I hope so. They better be ready because this is going to be a bit of a scary game. I would say out of all I think Swisher is one of the players in this lineup that can do a lot. Actually, you know, like I said, I I sort of wrote this this article 3 years ago now, where I highlighted Malbs, but the other players highlighting was actually Swisher back in the day. So I still think he's got more potential ahead of him, even coming out of the North American scene, which can be kind of hard. Again, the level of competition over there a little bit less, can be harder to find real practice, but I think he's got some potential.
Yeah, I don't think anyone underestimates this team, especially with some of the showings they had at Pro League last season. That they've always looked like they're quite deadly. They, like you said, with the likes of Swisher, and when they had Malbs as well, that we know they've got a lot of firepower. I've heard great things about this late kid. He definitely has exploded onto the scene and found himself in a very exciting position. Like, we hadn't really heard of him before this, and now he's opening things up against Team Vitality here at the Esports World Cup. A daunting situation for a young player, I would say. That the fact that he's got to now prove himself at the very highest level against the number 2 team in the world.
Yeah.
It definitely will be indicative as to where this team's going, but expectations have to be tapered somewhat. The fact that they've just made a roster change and they're up against Vitality, we can't expect them to win this one, right?
They shouldn't. It would be, again, a giant upset. So, obviously we'll be on the lookout for it. It can happen, but you're not wrong. Like, in a perfect world here for Vitality, they start off strong. They begin the season with, with an absolute bang. But you never know. You just never know. I do think it would be the shock of the day.
There's no way of knowing for sure. You're right. There's always a chance. Like, we didn't think there was much of a chance there for FlyQuest, and they took them to overtime, and then double digits on the second map as well. It's the first game since the player break. Emotions will be riding high, considering that if you lose this game, you're down into that cutthroat resurrection bracket as well. It goes to the best of one. So, yeah, I'm not saying nerves will be a factor, but it could get a little bit chaotic. Like, the comms aren't going to be as silky smooth as you might expect them to be after you've been on the circuit for about 6 weeks or so. It's the opening game. So if ever you're going to take them down, this would probably be the situation to do it in. We'll see if they can step up. Like I said, they don't really have to play with any pressure here at all on the M80 side. If they can get a good start, take them to double digits, maybe take a map, I think that would be a remarkable showing. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the Veto and see where they decided to take this one. Bear in mind, it's best of 3, win this game, and you are through to the playoffs. So it's going to be a Nuke ban coming in from M80. Of course, it will be Ancient removed by Vitality. It all makes sense so far. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it moving. The first pick will be coming through. I'd like to see... Okay, this is what we talked about earlier, Anders. Like, the fact that you're the underdog, you should have a specialist pick, and it should be Vertigo, because it's a map we know no one plays. No one's got any real experience, at least LAN experience, on the new iteration of it. The players hate it. We heard Rob say in the video before this... this segment came on, that he thinks it should be removed from the pool. I think that's kind of the same mentality for most teams here. So I'd love it in M80 if just really focus on this map, knowing they can maybe like pick up a freebie because no one wants to play it. Like, the top teams aren't going to want to go near it. But Dust 2 next, a bit of a staple for Vitality, but it's still a open map. It's a puggy map. There's a chance here. I'm actually not... I'm not hating this from M80. If they can somehow steal away Vertigo, which is a bit of a question mark, to say the very least. We don't have much information from any teams on it. Mirage banned, Anubis banned, and then Inferno decided. But Vertigo to kick things open, that's exactly what I was describing to you in the Veto of the first game. It's like the underdogs should be playing this map. They should be forcing it out and making it very uncomfortable for the favorites. So I think that's a masterstroke from M80. What do you think?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's super interesting. I don't think it's going to be easy against Vitality on the map, but yeah, I mean, like you said, if you have something up your sleeve, you've been practicing, I think it could be very interesting. The weird thing about the Vertigo changes is that there are so many rounds on this map that I've seen so far, in the little I've seen it, but it doesn't even come into play because the T's just don't even get past the A ramp. And so there might be a lot of changes to the A bomb side, but nobody's even fighting in that area. So there are obviously cases where, yeah, when you get the bomb down, it becomes interesting, but a lot of the time it just seems like the same Vertigo kind of. So it's a bit strange, you know.
So at Dallas, we saw it played once, and in Blast London, I don't think it was played at all. No. So this goes to show you that no one's going anywhere near it. So this is very intelligent, I have to say, from M80. I'm really liking that. It's unlikely you're going to win this game, but you've got a great in-game leader in the form of Sin, and joining Slacks as well, who's actually a pretty proficient AWP player. Like, Vitality historically are good on Vertigo, don't get me wrong. The reason I'm saying this is such a big deal is this new iteration of it. Yeah. It's kind of garbage. Like, it doesn't really work. It needs like a few more changes, I think. Like, there was too many massive changes made to the map. It doesn't really play too well. Too many smokes required on the T side now to kind of flush out the choke points, and that catwalk position at the back of the A site doesn't really seem to make sense to me at all for a Counter-Strike map. It doesn't seem to really work out for them. But we have got a chance for you guys at home to get involved with the predictions. You need to go to stcplay.gg, and you can let us know who you think's going to win. And we'll be able to look at that after the game and see how you did. I think most of you will be saying Vitality, unless you're a kind of a North American patriot. I think that's the only people that'll be going for M80.
Yeah, I think it'd be a great position to be in if you predict M80 and you end up being right. You know, like, you're going to be in a huge minority there. But that's fun sometimes. Sometimes it's fun picking the underdog just for that reason alone. I mean, all the signs, all the history that we have, not that these two teams have played each other, but still, we have to assume that it's going to be Vitality to win this one. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be, you know, sort of fairly one-sided. But again, I think being wrong about these things is where Counter-Strike becomes the most interesting. It's always less fun when you go into a match and you're like, oh, I know how this is going to be playing out. Way more fun when you discover halfway through that it was completely different, and it turns out that, you know, maybe M80 had something up their sleeve, maybe especially with the map pick. That would be really, really cool. Dust 2, you mentioned it briefly, but I think I really enjoy. I was worried that I was getting Dust 2 back. We're going to be like, oh, it's just Dust 2 again. Like, why is it back? But I agree with you. Like, it plays differently. It feels different. It's just a nice change of pace. I actually kind of enjoy it.
It is a bit of a shame that it returned in its like original state. There were like no
could have changed,
even like just graphical improvements, you know. Like, I would have liked to have had like at least give it like a reskin or something like that. Like, kind of bring it up to like, because the weird thing was that Overpass was removed, right? And that was one of the proper CS2 maps that was completely reimagined in terms of like, it looked completely different than CS:GO. It looked beautiful, and that's the first map to go. And you've got Vertigo there, and historically everyone hates that map. And you bring in Just 2, which, yeah, it plays well and it's an icon of Counter-Strike, but they could have done a bit more of it. Like, just in terms of just bring it up to like 2024 standards, it's just the same old map. Yeah. It definitely plays a little bit differently with the new smokes and the Molotovs and stuff like that, but still, like, just make it a bit more interesting to look at.
I feel like we're clearing the way, Henry, slowly but surely, to get Train and then hopefully Cash back into it. Like, get rid of Inferno. I think
I saw Cash screenshots kind of coming through the woodwork, and it seems like they've moved away from that whole green situation they went with.
Good news.
Towards the end of CSGO, which really didn't work. Everyone, for some reason, hated that. And I guess it was just when the CS2 or CSGO skins got released, like the player models, the player agents, and everyone could play as a green agent. So that kind of killed the map in general. So from the screenshots I've seen, it's just a more beautiful version of the original. Like, it looks like a modern version, a modern remake. So I feel like Cash and support that FMPone gets from Valve, I feel like that will be making its way to the map pool when it's ready. Probably early next year. But I think that's a good call. Like, Train, that's a classic map to get reimagined as well. There's been so many different versions of that within CSGO. Like, would you remember when CSGO first came out? The Train map they had there was insane. Like, the fact you're planting in the middle of the bomb site, like in the middle of the train yard, and there was like a CT kind of camping spot, like a sniper's nest. Like, it's been reimagined so many times, so that would be good.
Yeah, I think we're going to get it at some point. I hope so. But I think we've got a couple of shots of the players as well, warming up, setting up everything. They all look fresh and ready, I believe. So probably not too long before we get into the actual game. I want to get this underway. I want to see what M80 can do with losing one of their star players. Definitely, it's rough on them, but you know, like you said, they have nothing to lose here. That no one's going to be deeply disappointed if they end up not doing well here. So in a way, you can just play like the loose game that you like to play, and just be fresh with it, and you're going to be in a good mood probably the whole way through.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. They really have got nothing to lose here. It's Vertigo to kick things off as well. Like, what a way to make this Team Vitality uncomfortable in their first map. Back from the player break, they've got to play bloody Vertigo as well. I'm sure they would have been prepared for this to some degree. Like, you're going against an underdog team. They're going to try and pull some tricks on you. And the thing is, I just don't think they would have done like a ton of prep on the map. That's all I'm thinking, though. They won't be completely blindsided by this, but they certainly were going into this and, oh, this is an absolute gimme. Like, there is a world where they give this one up, and then Dust 2 Also a new map in the Poollanders. Like, that is a fragger's paradise. And from what I hear, this Lake kid on your screen right now, he is very capable. And it's a puggy map. You don't really need much tactical depth. Like, you kind of play it in a similar way you would in your pugs. Like, there's not much you can do with it in terms of the really detailed executions or the defaults that get you a ton of info. You're kind of just grouping up, executing, choosing your chosen target, and then going in together with some flashbangs and stuff. Like, it's not too technical. So this is a tantalizing map pool. If ever we're going to see an upset, this could be it. We haven't really had one today thus far. Just looking back at the results from today, we obviously had the FlyQuest and FaZe game to kick things off as well. Then we had G2 take on the Mongols. That was 2-0. Yes. Maus just put Sashi to bed as well. It was 2-1. And the fact Sashi got a map, pretty impressive,
nice.
To be honest with you. But still, like, we've had no upsets yet. So all the teams we expect to be in the playoffs, that's Maus, FaZe, and G2, have made it through thus far. In terms of the matches remaining today, we have Na'Vi versus Furia, Vitality versus M80, which is what you're watching right now, Spirit versus MIBR tonight, and then Virtus.pro versus Complexity to round things off. So, yeah, definitely more Counter-Strike to come. It's going to be an absolute barn burner of a day, a great way to kick things off right out of the player break. World-class Counter-Strike. No upsets yet. I'd like at least one upset today, just to kind of keep that lower bracket, the resurrection bracket, like extra spicy. And maybe this is the game to do it. Maybe.
Yeah, like I said, there's always one, right? There's always something that screws up. It's never just as straightforward as looking at all the best teams and saying they're probably all going to win. Usually there's somebody that stumbles and falls. So yeah, they could be the one. That would actually be such a fiery situation if it worked out. And, you know, especially as a debut for Lake to play in the team. You've got to say that they'd be over the moon if they could somehow take down Vitality here. It's a pretty difficult prospect. I'm not going to lie. It's not going to be easy. But yeah, there is a way that it could be done. Like you said, right out of the player break, might be that Vitality are going to be a little bit slower, maybe not feeling 100% right off the gate. And, you know, for M80, they're playing for everything right now. It's the start of the season for them. And if they can come out swinging here, well, that's great news for them. I'll see how long before they get ready. They all look very focused. Probably just warming up and setting up the last couple of configs before we can get into it. But yeah, if you had to make a strong prediction here, Henry, if you had to put your life on the line here, which one are you going for?
Damn, what kind of situation would that be?
I don't know.
Let's I would go with 2-0 Vitality, but there's Def as well. Forgot about him. Yeah, we'll see. I would say 2-0 Vitality, but would love to see double digits here. Would like to see them sweat. Like to see them work for it. Like the similar scenes to what we saw in the FaZe and FlyQuest game. That's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, I would have to say 2-0 Vitality.
A 2-0 with the hope that it could be some double digits in there. I think it's definitely doable. I think they could do it. Strong high fives are coming out all across the board. You like that? Get some energy flowing here. Be off to a nice. I mean, FlyQuest proved that even as the underdog, you could do a lot in a matchup like this one. So hopefully M80 were watching from the side thinking, that's us next, boys. We're gonna do it.
Well, yeah, for M80, the vibes are going to be immaculate. If they can get under the skin of Vitality and get Apex tilted, that's how you're going to win this game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the races. Welcome to the second game of the day here on the B stream. It's Vitality, the favorites, up against the plucky M80 with new boy Lane. Lane? I should say Lake. That's going to... Last time I made that mistake. Lake, as he is coming to replace Malbs, and we're looking to see what he can bring to the table here. It's going to be quite a technical approach. On the T-side pistol, we have the 2 smokes, Molotov, and 2 flashes here. This is what I said, that this map now is just a little bit strange. The fact you've got this catwalk area and the fact elevators are exposed from short as well. You can see it's a bit of a retake setup for Flames & Co. They're focusing their efforts towards B. And Apex, as soon as he gets contact, he's going to flash in Flames for a swing.
See how this one plays out. That is a very, very deep Molotov. Flashes out Flames. He does get one good headshot, but he's in the thick of it right now. They're everywhere. He'll end up going down. Slacks with a double. And Rek, he wanted to plant the bomb right away, but he almost got killed behind it. 3 versus 3. Swings wide here. Rek, remember, he's got the bomb on his back, so it's dangerous for him to move forward like that. Sometimes the bomb will roll quite a distance into enemy territory. But now, double flankers coming through. Wow. Mezzi and Spinks are coming up behind them here. And they're going to know now. I think he might have spotted both of them. They run to the B bomb site. Oh, dear. It's on.
Yeah, it really is. And this is why this new Vertigo, it's a little bit weird. It can get a bit strange as Mezzi will find a beautiful shot with that P2000, throwing Wreck into the clutch. He's already found himself 1 kill, but now he's got his work cut out for him. Needs a double kill here. It's not a great position for 2 kills, and but the Glock is OP right now in CS2. He's going to find both of them. There it is. At close range, finds the headshots required. Like I said, the Glock in these pistol rounds is ridiculous. If you can get in a position where you can even just fire off a couple of shots, you find that head, it's so easy to control, and he makes light work of them. What a recovery.
That was sick. I was going to say, I felt like the rest of M80 in that 2v3 maybe gave up their lives a bit early, but it didn't matter in the end. Rek playing it very well. That's his first kill, but then obviously the clutch here at the end is absolutely everything to them. Look at them fired up. That's what I like to see on the cams whenever we get the underdogs playing. Get the energy flowing right now, because you know Vitality are going to want to come back into this game as soon as possible.
Oh, yes, indeed. It does beg the question when we see the force buy on the CT side. Vertigo, it's not like Nuke. You might just take the full eco here. There's not many opportunities for those close-range battles of the 5.7s, the MP9s. There's no right or wrong answer. They can do whatever they like, obviously. So they've gone with the MP9 to CZs, and we'll see if it's going to work out for them. A difficult round to win, but one that's certainly possible. Throwing the initial HE down the B steps. No one home to receive the damage, and they're going to continue with a contact play in towards that position. AK-47s are out and about in the hands of Slacks and Wreck. Khalils and Mac-10s otherwise.
I'm going to try and pay attention to these second round force-ups here and see if they generally work out. But Vitality, comfortable that they could do it. On a map like this one, I will say I think the MP9 is a bit of a demon weapon to be up against. There's so many places that you can fire it and sort of run back around the corner and just be gone. But you don't have to stay in the fight for that long. Flash on over. Gonna try and see if they can set up for a bit of a peek towards the shallow side here. But a minute on the clock, and the entire M80 squad have shown up for this A ramp. But there's only 2 people here. Flames, and then the CSAT 75 on Apex. You could see them communicating down there on the cam. It's really great. They're trying to set it up.
CTs have now... They peaked the B steps and now going to rotate, I think, everyone over. Yeah, they're hightailing it over towards the A side. Here comes the execution as well. You can see a plethora of grenades being deployed. The HE is going in as well. No damage inflicted just yet. 35 seconds. So the bomb should go down here. They don't swap the players towards short. It's actually going to get a bit dicey now. They're actually going to be pincered from both sides. So there will be the T side coming out on top and then some. Just Apex remaining here. So crisis averted. Bomb will be planted eventually. And they get 3 kills in total, but still... pretty comfortable victory for M80. They managed to fend off the force buy, and that's going to pretty much guarantee 3 rounds on the board here, because it has to be an eco going forward. So well done. The North Americans put their best foot forward.
Well, I got to say as well, the fact that they were able to fend that off in spite of the, like you said, the rotation. They checked outside of B. They went over to the A bomb site. That's not necessarily that easy to hold off if you're M80. So sure, they lost to more players than they would have wanted, but I actually think it's pretty good. Now I am seeing a hero M4 in this round. How do you like this twisting of the economy, Henry? This is playing for a lot now.
It's okay in CS2. You can always make an MP9 work. So the idea is just to make sure you keep your opponent modest. So if he can find 2 kills and be contributing that way, he'll get himself $600 and should be able to buy up. Like, it has to be an SMG next round. That's fine. And there's always a chance you can win it. You'd have to bring up some sort of set piece, a gimmick play perhaps, and you can see that's exactly what they've done. Spinks with the first. So good boost. There's another $300 in the bag. So he'll rotate over now. Going to be another kill, presumably from Apex, but doesn't quite connect with his P250. So ideally, Spink saves the rifle at this point. You can't win the round no longer. But Rex making a lot of noise. I think they heard him. Spink's ready for him. So this is 2 kills on this. That's his extra money in the bag. It's $750 now. And at this stage, holding on to the M4 has actually worked out for him. He'll still get cash going to the next round. He's on the CT side. And looks like Mezzi's got an AK as well. So this is not too bad, all things considered.
Yeah, if they get to keep the AK, that's going to be really interesting. None of them have head armor, so I guess if Sin gets close enough fire with the Mac-10, he could do a little bit of damage there, but yeah, you're right. I mean, there's always that secondary option of just saving the rifle into the next one. Well played otherwise. M80, they will be on a 3-0 lead, but it is very, very early days. Yet to see side will get a single kill. Obviously, yet to see any real rifles come out for the Vitality side. But I think that'll be the real test. That'll be where we start to get a sense of where this game is actually going. If M80 can win the next one, then it's absolutely on, and they can go on a bit of a run here in the first half.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's the boost. Working out. This is the kind of plays you need to make. But couldn't find much else. It was the Mac 10 of Sin getting it done. Nice work from Spinks. Good awareness to keep the rifle in hand. He won't be hamstrung going forward. If anything, he'll have a nice strong buy now. You won't see too much of the AWP from Zywu, especially on Vertigo. He considers himself a hybrid player anyway. He just uses it when they need it. He doesn't have to be forced on the weapon. But we'll see how it warms up here. Bit of a bonus situation for M80. We've got Sin on the Mac 10, and there are 3 players of our helmets. So that could be a very interesting prospect for him. They're going to get some basic B control here. Say basic bated breath, because that smoke removes a lot of their vision.
Yeah. Deep Molotov. Flames hoping to catch somebody out. Will settle for a little bit of nade damage under the one going over. Actually bounces off the box. That, I think, was meant to go over the box, and that would have probably done a little bit of damage there. Which, again, is important. When you got those M4s, you want to do some damage to the T's so that it's still a one-shot headshot.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be 50 damage in a grenade. Just, 20 will do it. Spinks swinging wide. It's a very good double kill. But he wasn't ready for a third player to be on the side. It's Swisher to take him down. And suddenly, there's a bit of an opening.
The fact they even got 2 there after Mezzi went down with nothing, he's actually done very well to keep the round alive and possible. Nice little lurk coming in from Lake. And Apex, well, how's he done that? Double kill out of nowhere, it seems, and now they're aware of the prospect of a potential lurk now. It's alleviated a lot of pressure. This round should be no problem. We've got Lake, new boy of the squad, yet to frag, doesn't fancy his chances here. Looks like he's going to go save with the bomb down, and Apex double guaranteeing the win for Vitality. So it's going to be 3-1, 15 seconds remaining. You see them realizing that they've got nothing to worry about now and grabbing the AK-47. So great stuff. Spinks saves the day there. Mezzi went down with nothing. Spinks getting the double, and of course Apex as well saves the day. Upgrade to the AKs and scavenge the remaining utility. They're finding a couple of smokes and incendiary. So yeah, money very important here. You want to make sure you loot the corpses.
Yeah, that's. I think you're absolutely onto something there. Without that double kill for Spinks here, it's going to be a bomb contest very, very quickly afterwards. He definitely lined it up. Swisher, it's a bit of a shame. If his teammates had been closer, I think they could have held the bomb site and got the bomb planted, but they were just a little bit too far behind, so they ended up not having that opportunity. So, 3-1 is the scoreline. We're moving into round number 5 here. And Vitality, they're on the board early. They've stolen another AK, so they're starting to stack up on those on the CT side, and it is just such a nice tool to have on the CT side. There are so many fights you lose on the CT side otherwise, where, you exchange dinks with the T side, and obviously they're going to win out on that one, but there's Zywu getting a couple of early kills. 2-for-1 trade, as they do lose Flames as well. Yeah,
his first 2 kills in the game as well. Looks like they're important ones. Now Apex needs to be careful here. Doesn't want to overstep the mark necessarily. He's going to be swung on and maybe goes down. He's very uncomfortable right now, trying to get out of there, but not going to happen. Yeah, with that man advantage up against the lesser weaponry, I'm not sure that was the play to make. The solo adventure down towards the bottom of the A ramp. That resets everything. Kicks the round into touches. We'll have to see now Zywu hold A alone. You can see he's got a lot to deal with here. He has no idea if they make their way up towards the ramp. The AWP of Slacks now, waiting for any inquisitive CTs, probing for information.
Oh, it's definitely risky. But I feel like it almost always is on that A ramp. I think that's still the main obstacle of this particular map. Like I said, the changes up on the A bomb side, in some of these rounds, it doesn't even matter because you don't even get past this point on the T side. So then who cares what's actually up at the side itself? Looks like they are going to be able to push a little bit forward here. So 20 seconds on the clock. It's going to be down to the wire. They've got a Molotov as well on Swisher. Going to try and toss that way deep on the side to clear a little bit of space. But there's an incendiary in front. It might take up less space now, but it doesn't really matter. It's still going to slow them down even further, down to 8 seconds, Henry.
Yeah, looks like the bomb's going down, no problem here, but they've still got ZywOo to deal with, and he's a massive problem as he gets his 3rd kill of the round. ZywOo, you can see, good understanding the map, look towards that A ramp from the jump-up spot, and it's a very clean retake there. It was a bit dicey with the Apex solo push, but overall, well handled, and a good round for Vitality, who now post 2 in a row. Bomb planted, though, and lost bonus accumulating. I don't think we'll see many full ecos now, as here's the replay from ZywOo, didn't quite catch it. As we see him get those nice 2 kills. That was the moment Apex realized that he was well out of position and had to get the hell out of there. But they did well to get the bomb down. So, should be something to bring to the next round. We've got Deagles and no Kevlar. So, yeah, not the full eco, but not really the partial buy either. Somewhere in between.
If they can do a bit of damage, it's not bad. You know, I would say you get 3 kills in a round like this one, you're going to feel pretty good with your M80. Oh my god, Henry.
Oh my god.
Dear Lord, what just happened?
That's about 300 damage. Oh, wow.
Disgusting. Mezzy. He gets the spray down on 4 of them as well. I can't remember the last time I saw a grenade have that kind of an impact.
Yeah, his utility damage will be through the roof. That's one metric we never keep track of. On like the scoreboards and stuff, like even HLTV, I don't think tracks it on their scoreboards. But I feel like utility damage is something that should be recognized. Like if you're not getting a ton of frags, like if at least you're softening them up and you're finishing the game on 500 utility damage, like that should be noted. But I guess maybe it's not because of those sort of situations where you just drop 1 nade and get like 300 plus damage.
It's still fun to you know, there are some players who are going to have like an outsized impact, so that is fun to think about. Now here we go. Apex is pushing down in the smoke. It's going to be Flames to back him up. I was going to say it looked like he was about to get sprayed down there. Lake is out of the round, and Flames setting up an even deeper Molotov there, or smoke there, just to keep them back. He can flash around the corner, but it's not going to help him out. And you can see M80 are super paranoid that there's someone hiding inside of the smoke there. But a 4 versus 5 to begin with, and I don't know. It's on M80 to clear a space. There's 2 out the B bomb side. I think middle is probably the weakest right now, but it's going to be hard to face ZywOo in there. He's quite far away from any real battles.
Lake yet to frag Anders. Not the best showing so far. Early days, though. Let him warm up. And that's not bad. Mezzy, after nuking them to oblivion in the previous round, gets a taste of his own medicine. And boy, is it ever bitter. That brings it back to a 4-on-4. So the nades have been very important the last couple of rounds here. There's going to be a weekend day sight. Flames gets a taste of the AK-47. Needs to be careful. Spots a few of them, but gets caught with his pants down here. Will do well to even get 1. Swisher punishes the extension. Now it's down to Apex. Can he find considerable damage here? Drops a defensive smoke, but he's being surrounded by utility himself.
Yeah, he's running around really on the bomb side, moving quite a bit to try and find any space. I think they've made their way right past Swisher here. He's not been seen. Sin goes down, though. ZywOo showing up. They still don't know that he's inside of the smoke, but they're going to find him anyway. Spink's the one to get the kill. Now the flank is coming through here, but he's alone. Slacks. And with only 5 seconds, this round can no longer be won. The bomb is lost over towards the A-ramp, so it'll be another round here for Vitality. I must say this, though. It's an expensive round for them. So you know, if they can keep doing damage, M80, at least they kind of will stay a little bit competitive. They can keep the economy low on the CT side. But they are losing these rounds.
Certainly. The thing is, like, they got that great start we are looking for. We're yet to see any impact from Lake. They yet to find a kill. For, like, Malbs on the server, you remember, like, he was gung-ho every single game. Top fragging. Making things happen. It's, like I said, early days here. But if you want to play at the highest level, you are going to be judged like the rest of the pros. We'll see how it goes. This is a nice little maneuver with the HEs. Swisher punishing Flames. ZywOo, though, once again dominating with the AK.
Yeah, it's what he does. He's so proficient with that weapon. Obviously, people know and recognize him with the AWP, but the truth is, like, so many of his kills are AK kills.
On Vertigo especially, he rarely uses it. Even back in CSGO, he didn't use it a ton. So
yeah.
We'll see if that trend continues here, but so far so good. 4 in a row. Money's actually kind of fine, though. You said they got a couple of kills in the previous round, but you can see after 4 in a row, they have some residual cash. I mean, this should be another victory as well. We've got Tech 9s and a Slacks AK, and he's your AWPer as well, so you can't imagine he's going to do anything too remarkable.
Couple of shots there, but nothing really connecting at the moment. That one AK on Slacks, I mean, that's got to be the tool with which you try and open up one of these sites with. Again, I feel like on this map, every single round for the T side, it's like it's back to square one of saying, how can we punch through the A ramp? Like, you just have to find a way to do that. And if you don't, this map tactically is just so hard to play around it. And in a round like this, we don't have a lot of utility either. You don't have a lot of tools to really get the control. It's not necessarily that easy. They are sneaking a little bit closer. Flames, they have one Molotov to try and get rid of him. If they throw it, maybe it's on. But if they don't, he's probably going to have a little bit of a setup for them.
Well, here we go, Flames. What have you got for us? A couple of kills, it looks like. Looking for the third. Converted as well, but 2 Tech-9 kills are delivered in return. But it might not have massive impact here. It's Rek who's left in a 3 versus 1. 30 seconds remaining. Can recover a rifle by the looks of things. And there's the AK. But with no utility and no bomb on his back, you'd imagine this one's over. Apex, he's made a couple of weird decisions like that. They don't have to go for that kill, but shouldn't have too much of a knock-on effect.
It shouldn't.
He says.
Okay, another double for him. All right, job done. I don't know. There was a moment there where maybe it could have worked out, but it would have required a really, really sick headshot there from the T side. All right. So, you know, good start for M80, but slowly but surely you can tell that Vitality are reasserting their grip on this game, playing on the CT side and just kind of powering on. 5-3 now. And still, even in spite of losing some players in that last round, you're right. They do have a lot more money than I was expecting on the Vitality team. That's interesting.
Yeah, 5 digits for ZywOo. He's had that AK. He went 0-3 Anders, and then ever since they've been winning rounds, like, he has been immortal. Apex. Couple of awkward rounds for him. He gets a dink off, though. Like, felt like he could have got more out of it. So, yeah, there's a few of those moments where he's just overextended from the pack. Goes down with nothing, and he leaves ZywOo and co to pick up the pieces. It's been fine so far, but we'll see if that costs them. They didn't recover the rifle, I don't think. They're going to try to, I suppose.
Flame's going to go and check here the ramp. Important to get this kind of information if you want to make intelligent rotations on the CT side. So he's going to find out. Oh, but they're waiting for him. Nice double setup. Slacks will take down Flames. And even though he got the information, he also kind of kept going and got himself killed. So 5 versus 3. This round looks like it's on a platter for M80, but they still have to find a way to get through. And Vitality, they've only got one player at A, one B, one middle, so they're stretched out really far across the map.
Just don't press tab. Don't look that ZywOo's still alive. That's what you got to do. As soon as they realize that, they're going to try and avoid him at all costs. So he'll hold towards A. Mezzy, very proficient in the B bomb site. He's got an AK as well. 25 seconds. They might have screwed the pooch here a little bit, Anders. There's not much time. Swisher with a nice lurk position. He'll have to set them up. They'll cross the bridge. They scramble in towards the bomb site. Shadow advantage. Mezzy goes down. It's going to be surely a guaranteed round here. ZywOo, though, if he finds the bomb somehow, there's only 10 seconds remaining.
Sneaking up behind. He's hit that one. 6 seconds left. The bomb does get planted, but you're absolutely right. If he'd stopped the bomb there was a way, and maybe there still is. Flank coming in on the one side. Slacks up here, almost peeking. I think ZywOo saw the gun barrel there, ready to take his head right off.
Oh my god.
And now it's Rek with the flank. He's walking up behind him, and he's found ZywOo. And that's very, very close again. You see the devastating power of having ZywOo on the server.
That's such a hollow victory. You're in a 5-on-1. And sure, it's against ZywOo, like I said, but still, the fact he gets 4 kills. Good God, that was close. Swisher on the lurk. Fell back from middle after getting that kill. And, yeah, very well played in the end, but still, it was dicey as you like. Couldn't have been closer for ZywOo. He gets his kill, like everyone's heart sinking on the team. But you have no idea. It was Rek, sorry, with the backstab, not Swisher. But still, yeah, a hollow victory there. You wouldn't be celebrating that one too much. A 5-on-1, he lost absolutely everything, but still, it's a round nonetheless.
Yeah, but I think it's worth pointing out, like you said, that this is one of those things that can happen sometimes when you're playing like a top-level team, like Vitality is that even when you win the rounds, you like you said, you can't even really celebrate, and it makes it very hard to kind of keep going, and you have to keep believing in it, because there's never that moment where everyone's feeling excited, like, oh, thank God we got out of that round alive. Now on to the next and try and see if we could do it a little bit later. It's not necessarily easy. But M80, they get a 4th round, and that is great news. We'll see if they can continue this. We're in round number 10 now. And setting up for a bit of a de-execute here. We'll see if Mezzi can stand up to the heat. Molotov's going to land on top. He does disengage, but it's dangerous when he's running back like that because they did want to peek him. Oh, he comes back for Swisher. He knew exactly what that Molotov was, Mezzi. That's great game knowledge.
Yeah. Very well prepared for that sort of play. Just a note as well, Zywoo with the AWP now. He is firing on all cylinders. Now Mezzi returns to position as well. Here's that burn. This is looking very uncomfortable. M80 got their work cut out for them here. I don't know how they make this round possible.
Well, right now, they're not in a great position. All right, calm down. Just accidentally discharging that AK-47. Don't want to be seeing that. 40 seconds here, Henry. Mezzi's back in that position that they already Molotoved out once. Are they going to throw the same Molotov again? Yes, they will, but this time he peeks right in. Flashbang was already set up for it. Oh, it's absolute destruction. Nobody goes down on the Vitality side, and they look very, very hot once again.
Mezzi's so clean with it when he gets in the zone. Like, his aim is just beautiful to watch. It's so clean. Look at him go. There's that adjustment to the third player as well. Knows he dinked that player, so brings out the P2000. A really nice round. Very well played from Mezzi. And the AWP not required thus far from Zywoo. That B attack doesn't do much for them. And now that Zywoo 5-on-1. Oh, they've missed the first smoke as well. Could come back to haunt them. You can see the finances already completely disintegrating right before their very eyes as M80 will be operating with, I guess, a partial buy here. You've got $2,000 residual. Try and make their way in towards B. This is where Mezzi's starting to get warmed up, though. It's going to be the first AWP kill for Zywoo. Mezzi chomping at the bit. He knows there's plenty of unarmored players of Tech-9s waiting around the corner. Manages to get the first and dissuades him from pushing in towards B, but Zywoo holding for the flanks and middle. That's Lake going down 1-9. His first outing against Tier 1 opposition, and it's a rude awakening, Anders.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's probably always going to be quite tough to sort of get your first real sense of it, and it just feels like you've walked into a different world. But against all the players that you could have ended up playing against, you know, you're playing up against like Spinks and Cyrouge. Like,
it's a rough one.
Yeah, I know, it is. But I mean, it's also good to kind of know what the level is like. If you had any doubt, you know, you've obviously seen it on the stream many times if you're late, but it's different to feel it. I'm sure it feels different in the moment, and he's getting that real experience right now. Vitality, they look like they are so locked in at the moment here.
And this is like a double win for Vitality. If they take Vertigo in this like kind of comfortable style they're showing right now, they were 3-0 down, right, after losing the pistol. But the way they've played the CT side, they look very well drilled. They look like they've got lots of different setups, lots of good understandings applying the pressure. Now, it's a map no one wants to play anyway, and no one's going to want to pick it against them again. So I feel like this is like a double victory.
Yeah, that's interesting. If anyone else out there had like a secret plan of you know, shaping up the map, you might be thinking, well, maybe that's not going to be a great idea against the team that looks this strong at the moment here, because they certainly do. M80, again, if you're the underdog team, you're coming into a game like this. Most of the time, typically, if you want the shocking upset, you have to start really, really strong and just never look back. It has to be like a running victory. I think as soon as you get into this back and forth and the other team starts to get locked in, they have so much experience counting against you, and more of their players are going to get warmed up. We've still only got 3 out of 5 on the Vitality side. I mean, Flames and Apex are still there.
Not sure what that smoke was about. I think he was trying to do the lurk smoke, but it might not matter. Nice shot from Rek. Yeah, kind of smoking themselves off. Maybe it was by design to have an AWP angle. I don't know. But it didn't look like it was intentional. Either way, Apex takes a massive grenade to the face here. Been playing pretty heads-up Counter-Strike time and time again. Hasn't had massive success so far, but let's see whether he can reposition and fend off this attack towards the A side. It's a 3-on-3. Lots of damage done towards Apex and Spinks. The AWP's making its way through. Apex will go down. Spinks will answer back with the AWP. Lots of time to work with it. They don't have to commit. It'll be the Molotov towards headshot. Both CTs here on this side of the map. Now, do they want to play heads up and get some intel? Or play it more tentatively and allow them to fall back towards B potentially? You've got the B player, Mezzi, over with Spinks. Spinks trying to use the AWP to find a 1v1 essentially for Mezzi to close it out.
There's a nice shot from Sin. Spink still walking up behind here. Oh, but they were ready and waiting. Well done. Swisher and Sin to end up with a victory on that one. That's important.
Yeah.
They absolutely needed this round.
They absolutely did, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is actually a pretty decent half, all things considered. Sure, like during the main gun rounds, it was nothing but one-way traffic for Vitality, but after winning the pistol, getting a strong start, finding those last 2 rounds there was absolutely essential for the likes of M80 as they find themselves a 7-5 deficit at halftime.
Way above air. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta beat them through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every
Welcome back to EWC. We are here with M80 versus Vitality. It's the first map of the best of 3, the pick of the North Americans, Vertigo. Loathed by many, but loved by these guys. We are going to see them with 5 rounds on a T-side campaign. They won the pistol and got a 3-0 start. A lot of one-way traffic for Vitality in the gun rounds, but they did manage to post a couple of cheeky rounds towards the end. So 5 will do. It would absolutely do it. They can find another pistol here as well. They'll be off to the races. We'll see if they can break through as they go for a nice little boost. You don't see many boosts on the pistol rounds. We'll see if this works out for them. They've got jeweler leads out in spades. Lake, 1 in 10, looking to make his mark in professional Counter-Strike. See if he can step up as Slacks looks good for at least a kill here. Oh, spotted.
Ooh, yeah, maybe missed an opportunity. The grenades started to fly into the A-bomb side as Vitality look to claim this pistol round, see if they can or not. Lake with the dualies out, the smoke everywhere. And is there going to be a bomb plant? Look like there might be a quick one here. They're set up with a double on the outside of that A-bomb side, that new position. This looks like it's very, very strong for Vitality. If they can keep a hold on this position back here with the double setup, I don't think the retake is going to be possible for M80. They're checking everywhere, but not where Apex is, and it'll be good for the 1 kill. The trades are in, though, and it is for 3 versus 3. Deadly accurate Saiwu in the back. I just don't think there's so many positions to check on this retake. They know where Saiwu is, but can they actually find him? Oh, they're sneaking up. There's the headshot for Sin, and the defuse is on. It's down to the wire, but it'll be M80 to pick up the pistol round.
Kind of crazy Vitality lost that, not gonna lie to you. Like, you got a 5-on-5 post plan, all the smokes down, all these advantageous positions, and it's only Zywoo that really finds any sort of impact. Like, you get that first kill as well. I think Apex could have done a bit more. He's had a couple of frustrating interactions in these key positions he's found himself in, but a very impressive retake, it has to be said. Well done to M80. 7-6, and you'd imagine the force fight's coming out because of the bomb plant. So we've got 1 AK in the hands of Zywoo. He's looking red hot right now, so it makes sense. You've got an early AWP as well. Slack's got the AWP in round number 2.
Okay, well, that's it's not necessarily bad, but sometimes it can really backfire, and you end up giving away a powerful rifle there. Boost up, it sends Mezzy down to the pavement, and Slacks he does get traded. Zywoo probably itching to get his hand on that weapon. 3 versus 4 now. And let's see if they can get the bomb planted as well. The bomb is not picked up by anyone at the moment on the T side, so give them a second here to recover it. A little bit of damage coming right through.
You can see both teams trying to scramble toward that AWP. See you can recover it first. Nice boost, great response here, and it will be Lake to connect the headshot on Zywoo. Eliminates a lot of threats here. That should be enough to win this round.
Yeah, it really should be. Ooh, okay, Rack goes down. Maybe not. There's still 50 seconds. Oh, but they're so slow on the Vitality side that M80 are moving up. And I do like this when they sort of take a little bit of control of the round. They don't just wait around for Vitality to make a move. Swisher, do you really want to try and knife things? Right, he did. He definitely did, Henry. He was looking for that stab in the bag, but I guess he'll have to get the kill the old-fashioned way.
As long as he gets it, it's no problem. But yeah, that's an exciting round that they didn't expect the AWP. So the way that AWP comes through, if you survive the round with Kevlar, you get like 3 kills and you defuse the bomb. And I think all of that came to fruition and giving him that second round AWP. He had to sacrifice his helmet, but still, no one saw that coming. Gets himself a frag. AWP was in a little bit of a precarious spot. I'm not sure if they recovered it. They did not. But still, it's going to be an eco, essentially. Vitality with some upgraded pistols, sure, but no Kevlar, no util. Should be a bit of a walk in the park here. Sin certainly seems to think so. In-game leader, hunting for information at the start of the round, does find the scalp of Zywoo as well. So a great way to make things a lot more comfortable. I say that Lake will find multiple players towards the bottom of the A round. Takes considerable damage, but he's absolutely fine. Disengaged.
Yeah, get out of there before you give them a chance to get back into the round. It's not worth it. Sending out some bullets, and he will eventually connect with Apex down there. Apex had a bit of a slow start of the game. He's 4 and 10 in total, so a little bit behind the rest of the team. Lake obviously at 3-11, so between the two of them, kind of not the best beginning, but there's still some map left to be played, so either one of them could make a little bit of an individual comeback. We're all tied up here. Deagle's moving up towards the bomb site. I think to even get the bomb planted here, it probably does require 1 or 2 really interesting Deagle headshots. Without that, doubt it's going to be working out. Sykes saw the shadow. Oh, but he's still... I have no idea how Spinks gets the kill, but he does. Mezzi and Spinks, again, they shouldn't be allowed to get the bomb planted here. They're just already very low on health, and there's only about 25 seconds. So M80 playing it very nicely at the moment. And you know what? After this round, Henry, they're going to get the round lead. It's a one-round lead, but still, I think that's pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, both pistols going in their favor, but like those are one of the win conditions they needed. They did need to win both pistols, and that's come through. So and they were hard-fought battles as well. Like that was rounds where they had 5-on-5 post-plant retakes on the CT side against Vitality with those smokes down. Like that's a bit of a fumble from Vitality, but still very impressive that M80 are able to win those sort of rounds. It's been an up and down game for both teams here, but we will see another pretty clean one overall from M80. Didn't give too much away, no bomb planted. Lake starting to find those confidence frags now. A couple of the kills against the Ecos just to kind of pick yourself up, dust yourself down. He's 4-11 right now, but as you mentioned, so is Apex. So we'll see the flashes come through. Zywoo needs to avoid this orb of Slacks. Mezzi lurking, of course, in towards B. He's going to have his teammates with him. Smoke goes down. They're going to try and beat the smoke and actually apply pressure early. Nice work from Mezzi. That could be the round in itself, Anders. Swisher found out. And the Molotov's deployed. Yeah, I think he probably just saved this one. Like, it's going to be very, very difficult to retake this to the orb as well. Let's see if they fancy him.
You could see, I think right when you said that, they decided to pull away the flashbang. They did kind of think about, you know, or flashing their way through, but at the end of the day, is it really worth it? I agree, it's not. I think it's, you know, it would be fun to see them try and go for that kind of retake, but at the end of the day, you're probably not going to be winning it. So save what you've got and fight another day. So I'll tie up the game once again. Still Spinks and Zywoo ahead of everybody else here with 15 and 17 kills. Kind of hard to ignore at the moment. I don't know. How you know, do we feel like this is a M80 still with a potential chance for an upset, or do you think Vitality are going to take over this T side?
I think it's what we saw in the FaZe game. You know, like, it'll be close, it'll be uncomfortable, but it's the first game out of the player break. It's a map they probably weren't expecting to play, and I think M80 have done a very commendable job so far. They've actually looked decent. Just don't have all the pieces, I think, to put this one to bed. It's very difficult, even if you get to map point, to find that winning round number 13. I'm not sure they've got it in them, but they did do well there. They didn't. If they like went for that retake, I would say there's probably no chance. The fact they realize we still have a decent game here, and Slack's got a guaranteed kill. That's towards Spinks. Like, the fact they're getting these sort of kills, like, that's great. Nice advantage to open things up.
Let's see what they can build on that. Yeah, all the players you could have taken down. Spinks as well. One hell of a target to get rid of. Top fragger on the Vitality side now, out of the round. Plenty of time, so see if the Vitality squad can find a way to get a kill in return, get back into it. They're certainly going to try and go for a little bit of a boost here, is what it seems like. Classic Molotov to clear some space, and then they set up the boost. They're going to put the AKs on
but
top
all that
here.
utility does force a rotation. The boost doesn't work out, so now they know there's at least 2 players on this side of the map.
Yeah, but how scary is that, just knowing that one little AK bullet there and the whole round could have been opened up once again. They're doing great work on the CT side. Apex and Zywoo 2 versus 4 here. Trying to see now, like you said, they've been discovered, so they might as well just go for it. Zywoo on his own. The spray is anything but good. And M80 will win it. Look at the high fives coming out. They can feel it coming. You see Def in the background as well is, you know, he's laughing his way through this one. Yeah, it's got to make you smile.
Oh, absolutely. Like, there's nothing to lose here from M80. You've lost your best player. You wouldn't be expected to come anywhere near winning this game otherwise. So, the fact they're making this close and comfortable, now taking the lead as well after a nice kill with the AWP. It's nice and nimble from Slacks. He knows there's not much chance of the Vitality Orb coming out, so he has some open runway to find those opening kills. And a compromised buy here. Flames opting for the MAC-10. Everyone with helmets on the CT side, so we'll see what he can make of it. For now, though, Sin to defend middle. Apex and Spinks coming in towards him. They're just going to go for contact peaks here, Anders. And it's Slacks waiting with the AWP. Oh, not going to get the double. Lovely shot from Apex.
Yeah, that's important. That keeps the round alive for them. Ooh, and Sin is going to be going down next. Hold the phone. Now it's a 4 versus 3. And it's the captain of the Vitality squad that has just shown up to cleave this opening through for them. That's actually a bit concerning here. If you're M80, this should be one of the slightly easier rounds. I wouldn't say easy, because they'll have weapons obviously on the T side. Ooh, and he peeks a little bit wide there. Lake spots both of them out and is unable to really kill either of them. And now the grenade burns him in the corner. The flames must have followed him around that bend.
Yeah,
he's gone.
He was very low, and that's going to be the round you'd assume. But we'll see if there's any more maneuvers here from M80. Not giving in just yet, but that smoke might suggest the round is over. Going to find the AWP. Well done to Swish for picking that one up. They've heard him pick it up, so Zywoo's going to go on the hunt. They can definitely justify letting one player off the leash here. Apex goes down for sure, and there's the AWP. So they did take down the most important member, as he does pick it up himself. He's had enough, Anders. He's like, you know what? I'm going to start using that. That's the game you want to play. Let's play snipey.
Why not? They are getting back into the game. Maybe a little bit too early to have that much fun, but, you know, not necessarily opposed to it. Wreck all the way in the back, and doesn't feel like anyone's going to find him anytime soon, but still, it'll tie up the game once again. There was a big opportunity right here for M80 if they'd won this round to be able to actually close down the economy on that Vitality side. That would have been huge for them, but it just didn't turn out that way.
Nice work from Apex. Like we have said a couple of times, he's had a quieter start, maybe some tilting moments where he's had advantageous duels and it's kind of just slipped out of his grasp. He manages to single-handedly win the round there with that mid-maneuver. Spinks goes down. It's Apex that gets the double kill and saves the day. Zywoo recovering the AWP. Dev feels like it's an opportune moment to chime in now with his thoughts. It's been nothing but success really in this second half, but now this is a very important round. And you've got Zywoo on the AWP. He might start taking matters into his own hands as well. They've allowed Slacks to have a bit too much movement on the map, changing his position up, finding those openers. I'm sure Zywoo's got something to say about that. So Sin delegating out the orders now on their T side. They still have to fend off Zywoo. He's got the AWP. Slacks will have his. And in we go. Smoke's going down.
Oh, this is it. It's time for M80. If they want to put some distance between themselves and Vitality, nobody in the server really has a lot of cash at the moment, so they have an opportunity once again. Surprisingly, a much closer game than, again, many people would have expected. I think most players, most people on the forums or wherever else would have been saying, you know, it's probably going to be a very one-sided game. It's kind of what we were hinting at too, but I must say, M80 are surprising us here today. Zywoo's getting tagged very, very low behind that one. Grenade lands and actually tags up Apex quite a bit, so this is a decent start here, Slacks. It might be time to get out of there. Don't want to stick around too much longer, but that's wasted a lot of time off the Vitality clock, and they're kind of beat up behind it too.
Yeah, they are incredibly low on health right now. Let's see if they can close this round out. There's not much utility on the CT side here, but they do have manpower over towards the B-bomb side. To be Wreck and Swisher. They've got double HEs. That could be enough. If they deployed them now, they probably get a couple of kills. But we'll see what they've got up their sleeve here. Going for the element of surprise. The nades won't be deployed. It's going to be the AKs going in and Swisher mowing them down. Great work. And that should be enough to win the round here. Zywoo left the AWP. Looks like there's nothing else to be said, as M8 will be the first to post double digits. And the money, it's actually a little bit problematic here. Zywoo will be better off saving the AWP, but I'm not sure they'll allow him to do so.
No, they won't. They can take it away. Wow. We are witnessing something truly special here. I think we teased it a little bit a couple of times. Like, every time you get a lineup of games like we have here for the EWC, and you think, oh, it's all the best teams are going to be winning, there's usually always one interesting upset, and this could definitely be one of them. It's kind of gearing up to be in that direction. I'd be a little bit nervous by now if I was on the Vitality side. Not necessarily panicked yet. Again, they're a super experienced team, so I think it's going to take a little bit more than this to set them on fire. But, my God, this is unexpected to say the least, and it's only the opening map. So, for Vitality, what a headline for the end of the day if they go down to play in that Resurrection stage where it's best of ones and you just get knocked out if you lose.
Well, it's all starting to heat up now. 10-9. A difficult buy, to say the very least. Team Vitality will be operating with 2 pistols, 3 rifles, and you'd imagine it's going to have to require some sort of set piece here. You just want to get that A control. Drop all the smoke you possibly can. Nice grenade to open things up. 50 damage. About as good as it gets to that HE.
Yeah, it actually collided with the player model. Ooh, but a leg shot onto Apex. He's down to 12. Puts him at risk of getting blown up by any HEs, so we'll step back a little bit further. Classic Molotovs are coming out here from the T side, trying to push anyone back, and even into the corner there. They're pushing out a lot of positions right now. They don't have to check any further. And they've changed the pace a little bit now. They're actually being fairly aggressive here, but another nice grenade that lands right at the back of Vitality. Softened up a fair few players here. Incendiary goes down, smoke on top, and Lake, can you produce a bit of a one-way around that? He's waiting for it. See what happens. Oh, he's just going to be using it as a wall. I would say that's fairly risky. If somebody else blows it open, you might be in a lot of trouble there, but so far so good. Mezzi and Saibu taking a lot of damage. M80 have actually done a great job just slowly chipping away at this Vitality lineup, although Slacks, I don't know how he's alive. He was already on half health. I don't know how Messi doesn't get that kill. It's on now. We're down to 33 seconds. Inside of the smoke, Sin is waiting. Lake, he'll get the first kill here. Start the round with instantly traded. Cyber and Spinks come back in the round. How have they done this? They were low on health, Henry. They shouldn't have been able to find a way through.
It's not done yet.
2 seconds.
It's nowhere near done, Anders. They can still lose this any day of the week, but Zywa will catch him on the reload there. They were so low.
Yes,
tantalizingly low. It will be M80 giving the round up and Vitality tying things up as well, but still could have gone either way there. They were so low. Lake managed to find the bomb early on as well, but then a flurry of frags arrived at the front doorstep of Vitality. They have a sigh of relief there, as I'm not sure what the money situation is. It can't be great for M80. So we Vitality taking the lead now, presumably, up against the USPs, 5-7.
Yeah, that's what you would expect. Oh, what a gut-wrenching round that was. I can't believe Vitality. It took 2 seconds, and they got 3 kills, and it was all turned on its head here. A push down towards the ramp. Nice think. And they're going to find him inside of the smoke. I'm not sure if anyone even saw more than just a helmet of Saiwu, but they're actually able to get flames as well. Hold on.
Oh, God. So they're trying to react quickly, scramble in towards the B site, but they just don't have the manpower. They haven't executed at all. Spinks watching the extremities here, but it's still going to be very uncomfortable. Going to see the CT start to swing out now. They don't have Kevlar. They're doing a lot of damage. It's going to be a 2 versus 2, stabilizing somewhat. The Slacks coming in from the B steps. All guns blazing as well. He knows another one's been tagged. He's heard it. He's got the call. And now it all just quieting down. It's going to be down to Spinks here, trying to cover his in-game leader. Apex will be dropped. This is a full eco, ladies and gentlemen. And now they've got 100 HP and 2 AKs in their hands, but up against one of the best players of Vitality. That's going to be Spinks! And he can't hold on to it. It's the full eco victory. Unbelievable scenes here. That's the kind of round they needed to win if they were going to inspire hope that they could actually take this series. It was a bogey pip with Vertigo coming through in the Veto, and for good reason. They've certainly made them uncomfortable. The job's not done yet, but that does put them one step closer.
Oh, yes, it does. And you hear the scream in the background, the absolute roar from the studio. I love it. That's what Counter-Strike is about. M80, about to upset Vitality. They need 2 more rounds. Like you said, it is not done yet. They need more focus. They can't afford to give a round like this one. And you know what? Vitality are equipped for a heartbreaking round here. They've got that 1 hero AK on Saiwu. They can steal this round away, and M80 might be in a deep hole all of a sudden if that happens. All they have is Sin with a bit of money, but everyone else is not very rich at the moment. So that 1 AK, we'll see what Saiwu can manufacture behind it. Lake getting flashed in. It's everybody on the other side. It's a sick flashbang, but there are so many players there that he still goes down. Sin, preemptively, a bit of a smoke here to try and keep him alive, but he's nearly dead. I think he's trying to sneak away before they throw more grenades at him. And at least he gets to live.
This game's on a knife's edge now. This was the force fight from Vitality. This could be decided this round. Who will be taking the first map of the series? M80 touching distance and taking down one of the world's best. And we've got a 4-on-4 for now. 50 seconds remaining. Apex has got a flash, the P250. The round resets somewhat. Sin down to 19 points of health. They still got the AWP of Slacks as well. They only have one smoke between them, a couple of flashes. Passive setup from the CTs might allow them to just get towards the bomb site here. It's kind of Swisher alone. He definitely needs backup. Slacks will be coming in eventually, and Sin, he was low already. Zywoo domes him.
He tried to escape. He actually tried to run away. He didn't even want to fight. Zywoo's back at it again. Another headshot. And a little bit of a wallbang spray. He almost connected with a player there as well. I don't think he's reloaded yet, but he might have the chance to do it here. His teammates are starting to help out. Yeah, he's still got 9 bullets, so he hasn't actually reloaded, but Vitality, like I said, is a potential here for a real heartbreaking round as Zywoo swings wide. He didn't need more than 9 bullets, and they've stolen it right back. Oh, M80, this was the chance, this was the opportunity. But Vitality, that's what experience will get you, and that's what having Zywoo on your team will get you.
Oh, that's so sick. What a round. That really does kind of make you worried now for M80. They had this one in the palm of their hand, like I said, similar to the FaZe and FlyQuest game as well. So close, but potentially so far. We're going to call a tactical timeout on the Vitality side as they managed to get it done with Tech9s and his single AK-47. So back-to-back low buys working out here. It was a full eco from 80 to even keep them in the game. And then they give it up on the following round there. So, yeah, this one's all to play for now. What a way to kick things off. Opening round here at EWC. Bear in mind, just winning this one best of 3 puts you straight in the playoffs. Losing it, you go down to that resurrection bracket where it's best of 1s there on out. So you definitely don't want to be there, and it's going to be the full buy. This could be the GG moment, and as if Vitality can find a clean win here and get map point, there just won't be the resources to bounce back. So we are all in.
Oh, absolutely. I can't imagine the heartbreak again for M80. I mean, they're in a similar position, right? They have just enough tools to maybe win this round back, but I might have to cancel that sentence because Apex and Flames already opened up the B-bomb site. And I think you save the M4. Yeah, that's it. Now you're fighting for overtime. That was a very clean entry into the B-bomb site. So job done in that sense. Vitality, they get to map point before M80 do. My God. What a game this has turned into. We started saying could be one-sided. They lost Malbs. They come in here with Lake, and it's a brand new feeling for everybody. Gotta say, they've done very well for themselves. Win or lose here. This is a pretty cool game for M80.
Oh, Zywoo. Oh my God. Yeah, get down from that box, son.
Trying to be real clever, but he's having none of it. Well. There's one more round. One more potential here. They save a little bit. And now they have to battle to try and see if they can get on to overtime. Round number 24.
Good work towards that B-bomb site, as we mentioned, to get those kind of kills there. It's pretty much round over. And, yep, could be game over, at least for this first map. It's M80's pick. They've had a great showing here. And like I said, if they give that previous round up, they're in dire straits. It's going to be 2 pistols, 2 SMGs. A solo M4 taking heavy damage at the start is Lake. He's in no man's land now. It's getting a little bit awkward. Flames probably wants to reset this now as Lake, found himself in an awkward spot. Looking to get that 1 kill. Not going to happen. And that could be the beginning of the end here from 80.
Easily.
So close yet so far, just like FlyQuest. But still, the round's not over. They've got to make it work now with the Sin M4 and the pistols.
Yeah, FlyQuest might be watching somewhere thinking, oh, listen, we know the pain of what this is like. They did such great work themselves, but you're playing against these experienced super teams, and they are just so hard to put away. They got back into it having 1 AK and having Zywoo just go absolutely nuclear. And here he is again, picking up even more kills. Double for him. He's got 24 kills in 24 rounds so far. He is a demon to play up against. For Lake, I'm sure his ears are going to be ringing coming out of this game saying, what on earth did I just play against? How can somebody be that good? Rek and Swisher are left 2 versus 4 here. So they do get the kill on Flames
now you know
at least, but they've lost the bomb site.
The 1 rifle they had, you just confirmed it's towards the A side of the map. You knew it was a weak buy. So even one of those rifles there, you might as well go in towards B. And it looks like it's going to be GG. As Rec swish out, they have got a kit, they've got a smoke. It would just take something miraculous. A literal miracle required here to win this one, I'm afraid. It was a great showing, winning both pistols. You had Vitality on the ropes, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough this time. We are going to see Rec do his damn best, but it's going to be 13-11. Doesn't matter how close it is. It's Vitality opening things up. Their first map since a player break. Wasn't smooth sailing by any stretch of the imagination. I think that's always going to be the case here. You come off a 30-day break. Everyone's been enjoying their time in the sun. You haven't had much time in the server. It's close, but they got the job done. And it was a bit of a bogey pick as well, bear in mind. Like, no one really plays Vertigo anymore.
True.
Like, in Dallas and Blast, we saw it once. It was a nice idea to float it as a pick with the new roster. They've lost Malbs, their best player. And Lake came in. Like, he didn't have the best showing, but he certainly didn't give up. Towards the end of it, he was finding his one kill around and making sure that he actually was contributing. But still, they will be gutted there. But we have to bear in mind, and there was a full eco victory towards the end of that one to kind of keep their head above water. I'm not saying take that away from them. I'm just saying, like, both pistols, a full eco victory. That's what makes it so close when you still don't win it. So, yeah, a good showing by all metrics. But still, now you move on to Dust 2. I feel like it might be a different kettle of fish here.
It probably will be. I will still say, I mean, if you zoom out just a little bit, it's a pretty cool result for M8. If you get in the context of the fact that they lost Malbs as well. Just a nice display. Even if you're right, they were helped by winning a couple of really critical rounds there. I think this is very exciting. We've got some highlights coming up for you guys, in case you missed some of the madness here at the end. Cyber, I mean, he almost won a 1 versus 5 at one point in this game. And again, he had like 0-4 or 3 or something at the beginning. We were like, oh, Cyber's not playing, like, he's not doing too much. But that was all lies. He was playing very well.
He was playing amazingly well. Like, he's so versatile. That 1v5 attempt as well, that would have been one of the clips of the year. Had he pulled that one off, it was so close. Got flanked in the end, but you could see that's when he was just powering up. He's like, okay, I'm going to have one of those games. I'm going to do this one. They were losing a couple of awkward duels at the start. The pistols that they should have been winning, like they had 5-on-5 post plants in their favor, but somehow they didn't even get close to closing out. But still, it really doesn't matter. These are all weird details, and the fact that they've taken their opponent's pick and they move on to their own now. It should be a 2-0 at this stage. That was the opportunity to close it out. If you're not going to convert 3-0 starts on either side of the half and an eco victory, like, it probably wasn't meant to be, unfortunately. So we'll see what they can do on Dust 2. Like, unfortunately, it's a Puggers map, you know. Didn't see much from Lake in that first game, but like, I'm sure he's well versed in Dust 2, can have a bit more impact there. But yeah, it looks like the fact that Zywo is so fired up, it could be a rough one.
It definitely could be. I don't know how you stop somebody who is just that talented, unfortunately. Still, what an exciting, I mean, a different game from what we thought. Remember, this could have been way more one-sided, and it wasn't, so we're thankful for that. It's our second best of the 3 here. We still got a whole new map coming up, like you said, Dust 2. I kind of like it. I'm happy that it's back in the pool, so I'm definitely gonna be looking forward to that.
I'm hoping that after the player break, we see it like evolve somewhat, because it has been pretty much exactly what we saw in CSGO. Like, the long takes, the kind of A execution of the avant-garde smokes, which don't even really work anymore. We haven't really evolved in terms of the executions and stuff. So I want to see some new ideas with those open skyboxes. But for now, Anders, we're going to throw it to a break. And we're back with Dust 2 between Vitality and M80. Don't go anywhere.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem, a physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
The Esports World Cup continues here. It's day 1 and Counter-Strike is back on the menu. The break is officially over and we've had some great games so far. No massive upsets, but some really exciting opening maps especially. It's going to be on to the second now between Vitality and M80. Move on to Dust 2, where, sure, it's an open playing field and everyone knows how to play it, but the way that the likes of Zywoo and Spinks are hitting right now, Anders, it could be a quick and clean 2-0 here. Because bear in mind, M80 did win both pistols, won a full eco as well, and they still couldn't get it to overtime. So it kind of all signs pointing towards another victory for the favorites, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to disagree with that. Also, Vitality are going to be warmed up in a different way. Don't want to say it's a short done thing, but I think for M80 to reproduce what they did on the opening map, probably going to be very, very hard to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see Vitality even more fired up right out of the gate. It's also a map where, you know, Zywoo can get to flex that AWP a lot more than he probably ever could on Vertigo. So I think it's going to get a lot harder here for sure. But nonetheless, I'm excited for M80 playing as well as they did at the beginning. I think it was really fun to see. If they could do it again, I mean, I think we're all going to be entertained by that.
Well, let's have a look at the studio. Let's see what's going on down on the show floor. See how these guys are warming up and how they're getting prepared for Dust 2. It's always a tantalizing prospect. It's a fragger's paradise, and Vitality's got those sort of players in buckets and spades. Apex, a bit of a rough one in the previous map, but he's a Dust 2 veteran. He came from Source, Anders, and all he did was play Dust 2 over and over again. So he's very comfortable here, let me tell you.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of the grenades that were possible in Source, if I'm not wrong, Henry, they're possible once again.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a similar sort of playstyle. That's why I'm saying that we haven't seen the most out of Dust 2 yet with the open skyboxes. There's going to be so many great fakes you can do with a lurking player, like by throwing your smokes from outside the B tunnels that land in CT spawn and towards A, and then you're getting ready and trying to peel players away. It's going to be a lot of fun, different ideas that can be presented. I'm hoping after the player break, people have had time in the kitchen, at least the coaches, the analysts, to bring some new ideas to the table, because it was exciting when it came back in, and it is playing a little bit differently by virtue of the smokes and the kind of differences between CS2 and CSGO in general. But yeah, in terms of the methodology from the T sides, you haven't really seen much. Like, it does lend itself to aggressive CT play, which is a cornerstone of the French Dust 2 historically. So I'm sure you're going to see a lot of aggro from the CT side, a lot of disrespect coming in from Vitality. So that's the thing from 80. They need to be very aware of that prospect and know that they are never safe anywhere on the map. You won't be allowed to run your defaults the way you like. They're going to be trying to dislodge you and make things very uncomfortable indeed. But still, they had a great showing on the first map. The fact they got it to double digits, one round away from overtime, it felt good. It felt possible. But yeah, this is now moving into Vitality's turf. So we are going to see Vitality on the T side here. Doesn't really matter. It's a pretty neutral map. Doesn't really have like a bias towards one side or the other. Swisher down in towards lower. He's got his teammate Slacks on shorts, and then that strong position from Red until the tunnels.
It is a strong position, but I think he got caught trying to escape just as they were walking in here. Slack sees one. It should have been a kill. It needed to be a kill on Spinks now. They're in a lot of trouble. 5 versus 3. And notoriously, famously, this B-bomb side is almost impossible to retake on Dust 2. It's not going to get easier here. Spinks gets some revenge. He'll take down Slacks, who was trying to shoot him in the back earlier. And you don't even need us to tell you. You already know this round is done.
Yeah, absolutely true. Not really much to report either. Zywoo presumably gets this last kill. Lake will at least get an early frag here. He was slow to get going on Vertigo, but confidence frags now in buckets and spades. A couple of nice headshots as he looks to hold on to the PT50 potentially. He's got Kevlar, might as well. And he doesn't have the kit, so won't be doing much more of this, but a bit of an aim display perhaps. Might as well take this duel. He knows where one player is. Got to try and close the gap. Spinks with low HP doesn't want to give him the satisfaction of another kill. And rightly so. Don't let him get going early on. So there it is, a pretty comprehensive victory for Vitality. Waiting for any CT aggro at the start, fending them off towards lower, and once that player towards the back of B, Wreck, went down, it looked like it was a done deal. Spinks, like you said, fending off the rotations. Not really much can be done. Not many frags found at all until Lake got a consolation frag towards lower, and then got another nice PT50 headshot. But he does survive the round. They might just consider the force spike, the fact he's got Kevlar. Time will tell.
Well, yeah. Also, if you're, you know, it is obviously a risk, but at the same time, like we said, it's probably going to require something slightly crazy anyway for M80 to really make this work. So why not start it around like this? Maybe the scout will get you there. All you need are a couple of tags. If you get a couple of scout tags here for if you're slacks, it'll open up the rest of the round for the pistols to do just a lot more damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Vitality get slowed down a bit if that scout rings true. But so far, there's been no real connection, and it's a bit of a slow start to the round here. Ooh, he's in the middle, but can't quite get him. It's close. It's real close.
So this is the Force Spy. We'll see whether this is going to lend any sort of success towards M80. Lake, looking a lot more confident here. Taking some duels and, well, taking it with the wrong person, I'm afraid. Zywoo flicks up, takes him down. And now Flames just confirming the area is clear. Got nice flashes available from Apex here before they go around the corner. That's a Source classic. That is an old faithful right there. That's a way back.
I remember talking to Source players early in Go who were trying to tell me the nightmare of playing very games on this map. And just
I've witnessed it so many times. Every grand final I played in, we get very games on Dust 2 against, like, you get like RPK in the zone, Shoxy, and everyone. It was a nightmare.
Flashes forever. You're never on flash.
Yeah.
It just keeps going.
They had the most brutal utility on this map. But still, this is not looking like a clean-cut round at the very least. They've got to try and recover that bomb.
Oh, my God.
Sin. That is deadly.
How on earth is that? But like, it's actually the bomb down as well. If they got Messi then, it might have been all over. 2 versus 2 all of a sudden here. Scout's been picked up once again. 8 seconds as they make their way onto the side. They finally plant the bomb, but I don't know. Messi, if he gets caught here, wreck. He's got a lot of angles to clear, and he's not quite ready. Oh, it's such a shame. That would have been sick. It's on Sin now. If he can get this one, I mean, it'll be highlight of the day. He's able to clutch this one in the 1 versus 2, but he's not quite sure. I really wanted them to go for it, but I guess fair enough. They're not going to have anything in the next round anyway.
Oh, very uncomfortable. Sin will save a scout and Kevlar. Not all is lost, I suppose. He can drop a 5-7. So it won't just be USPs. If they go long, maybe there's something to be said about it, but still well recovered, well handled, good positioning there from Mezzi. Just checking it every 5 seconds or so, making sure the CT couldn't cross over. They didn't have the time of the bomb planted. That was on a knife's edge. The bomb was outside the B doors. And it was just the moment they went to go pick up the scouts and avert their gaze from the double doors itself. That's when Spinks leaped out to get the bomb with 9 seconds remaining. So that really could have gone horribly wrong. They don't know how close they were to losing that one. So this is where Spinks had to get the bomb, get his way out of there. And then Mezzi, once he got this kill, was pretty comfortable round. But you can see, you can see what he says. That word the French people like to shout when things go wrong.
Well, yeah, that was a little bit too intense, I've got to say. The saved scout and a couple of upgraded pistols, that's about what we got in this round. So it should be, again, a bit of an easier round. We said that last time and it kind of got close, but in all fairness, it should be Vitality without too much of a struggle to make this through this one.
Just a note as well, Anders, on the 8th stream, we've got Na'Vi taking on Furia right now.
Okay,
Favorites, obviously, Na'Vi into that series, and it's Skulls joining the roster. Kai, obviously, made his way out. Didn't really work out for him. Wasn't a great showing. But Na'Vi are currently up 11-6. But it is on Furia's map pick. Okay, so it looks like there might not be any upsets today. In terms of other games we've got coming up, we have a couple more. We have Spirit MIBR and Virtus Pro Complexity. So Spirit MIBR seems pretty clean cut. You'd expect Spirit to take that. Virtus Pro Complexity, I guess the favorites are Virtus Pro? I'm not really sure.
That actually is a good question. Yeah, I'm not really sure either. Complexity are a pretty strong team at the moment, I feel like. Nice return there. Late not being allowed to mess around with the Deagle too much in the window. There's nobody else on the bomb side either, so it should be a question of cleaning up the rest here. I will say this in terms of upsets, Henry. We tried on this stream. We gave it our all to try and bring you guys an upset, but so far all we've got is close. And with this kind of start here for Vitality, winning the first couple of rounds, M80 forcing up, which again I don't necessarily mind, but it just means that now Vitality are off to a really, really good start. And see if they win the next rifle round here that's coming up, it's nightmare time for M80.
Yeah, well, they won both pistols on their map pick. It's only courteous to allow Vitality to do the same. Clean conversions. I say clean. Got a bit dicey in the second round, but still they got the round over the line. Some nice shots at the Desert Eagle. Lake picks one up, but that was about it. Zai will put to bed. And it is going to go 3-0 now for Vitality. They hold on to 3 rifles, but here comes the Slacks AWP. Not using any grenades initially. Very standard take of long with double flashes, using the traditional incendiaries. One in the door, one towards the blue bin. Flashes over, get control of the pits, peel a player off. But this looks like a mid-split all day long.
Yes,
we'll see what they've got in mind. To be fair, we haven't got a player in upper B, so it could just be a full-on execution, Anders. Interesting to see what kind of smokes they use. Like I said, the avant-garde smokes are meta, but it feels like that it's not as effective as they were in CSGO. So this is going to be, I think this is the one for elevator. Yeah, that's the elevator smoke. So this is a variation. That is the smoke you should use. This is the new avant-garde now. Use the elevator smoke instead of the one on the CT boxes, and it gives you the same sort of crossing you used to get in CSGO.
So far, so good. They're on the site. Planted the bomb, I would say rather quickly, but 2 of them are low on health. And actually, Cywo's taking a bit of damage too. Sin closer than anyone expected. And Cywo goes down. Headshot on the flames. Before they even really think about retaking it, they've turned it from a 4-on-3 into now a 2-on-2 as Apex will get a headshot on the Sin. They have a Molotov here, so that's going to really show them there's no smoke on the other side, so this could be heartbreaking. They're going to tap the bomb and the flames are going to land right on top. Swisher. Oh, actually, did they pick up one? Is that a T-smoke on top? Did they put out their own Molotov? I think they did.
No, the CTs, they picked one up en route.
Okay.
I caught it, yeah. The CTs did grab one.
I thought for a second, oh my god, I was so nervous. I was like, they surely didn't throw both the Molotov and the smoke. Fair enough.
No, you were dead on. They threw the Molotov, but there was one smoke recovered from a corpse, I think.
That's
huge.
And
this could be a costly round. I'm not sure what the money's like. It's not great. You can see the Galil's out in full force. They've got a long spawn. I'm not sure it's the long spawn. But in these sort of rounds, you normally just take them when they arrive. So yeah, you're just going to take this long spawn. Zywo drops the initial flash, and it's an absolute stinker. Really ruins the day of Wreck as it lands right in his face here. We've got the Famous of Sin, not being able to connect much more as well. And that's the beauty of Dust 2. Maybe why people don't like it as much as well. If you get a long spawn, you normally just take it, bombard with flashes, and it's kind of just like, will you hit your shots? That's what it comes down to. There's a player towards car, though. You might overlook this.
Yeah. Or you might not.
Apparently not.
Oh my god. Yeah. Having to play long consistently on this map, I personally, I hate it for that very reason. Like, sometimes when they flash their way out, like, you might have a lot of protocols, you might have a lot of ideas about how you want to defend it, but sometimes it's just not going to make a difference here. Swisher caught looking the wrong way, and that brings us a step closer now. We're getting there for Vitality. They're getting warmed up, and I think that last round really made a difference.
Yeah, as long as you got your protocols there, you go for that long take, and it's like Zywo drops this nice flashbang off the door. He turns away from it slightly. You can see how blind he was. He gets him through the smoke as well. Double kill comes in for Vitality to open things up. And if you get 2 kills like that, you don't have to overcomplicate the round. Like, there is a philosophy. If you just get long control of no kills, you want to get your AWP parked in the pit. Then you fall back and you execute towards shorts, and you kind of, let's kill from Mezzy. But when you get the 2 kills like that, you might as well just continue with the momentum and get stuck in.
Round number 6. Still very suspicious of that car, even though they did already throw the Molotov there, but they want to make absolutely sure that there's nothing crazy happening. Apex getting slowly pushed on. Oh, they're ready for him.
He's not going to be happy about
that. You don't think so?
No, he's going to be mad, I reckon. But still, shouldn't have any massive ramifications here. Molotov towards short will take Sin out of position. Oh, nice protocol. You can see the Molotov towards Gandalf as well. So it should be enough to win the round. Double HE down towards elevator. So the bomb planted. I think the main objective now will just be to save the AK-47.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a round you can really fight for and expect any decent results. Vitality just, they're soldiering on at the moment. And it, again, I think you teased it a little bit. It could be that we're coming into the second map and it's going to be, you know, maybe a little bit more one-sided if M80 aren't able to do this, what they did on the other map, like you said, winning 2 pistol rounds.
So
and
I feel like that was their whole. They knew this matchup was coming for weeks now. So I feel like Vertigo pick was just like their secret weapon. It had to come through.
Yeah.
It didn't, and unfortunately, yeah, this is where the wheels will start to fall off. It's a new roster. Lake coming in to replace Malbs, and I don't know, I don't think we've really said Lake's name, to be honest. Like, not expecting him to join the team and be a miracle maker, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be playing at the same level as Malbs at this stage. There it is. You can see he wasn't. I told you he wouldn't be happy.
That says one of my. I love watching Apex. It's just always funny, isn't it? Whether he's winning or losing, you're gonna be entertained. Definitely one of my favorite players in the game. 5-2.
Okay,
1.
They've got to change things up. Holding back is not working out for them. Apex, he doesn't think he's ready for this one. Flash is spectacular. They definitely. Can he get the double? He does. Not the cleanest, but he'll get it done, and then it's going to be Sin pinned towards Shaw. That's pretty much round in itself. So trying a different stance, Shaw, and a lovely adjustment there from Spinks. That is round. Wreck. Last player remaining. Don't have to give him that frag. You know exactly where he is. And Zywoo looking to come finish the job. Perfect weapon for it, as he's got the AWP ready and waiting. Knows he's starting towards Shaw. He can calm that. Bomb can make its way across.
Yeah, they're going to find him.
He's so locked in, it's unreal. Smoke behind him. HG lands on him. Molotov towards Shaw. Mezzi with the M4 looking to close things out. He had another Molotov just to make it as uncomfortable as possible. He's done well. He's fighting for his life here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's still alive in itself is kind of remarkable. Obviously, no chance to win the round any longer, so it just continues. Vitality, unless somebody steps up here to try and stop them, this is going to be a very, very one-sided first half. Who's it going to be? Oh, they're really putting some pressure on them, almost toying with him at this point. So leave the poor guy alone. He's done great so far. Spinks says, nope, I'm going to try and find it. And he will right at the end. A third kill for Spinks and another round for Vitality. What is the, like, is there any CT side aggression here that they could go for M80? Like, can they try and change it up on Vitality?
They already did try. This is the round enders. You can see they were top of middle. Like, they tried it. They had two players top of the mid ramp, but the flashbang, the protocols, it's just textbook from Vitality. That's how you approach it. You wait for the initial utility to come through. You need strong flashes towards middle, then you Molotov lower, and you take the map in that sort of way. The aggression needs to come through. Like, you need your own set pieces. You need to be smoking off top left and middle, getting in towards like a really uncomfortable position. Like, that's, in my opinion, the way that the CT aggression will develop. Like an incendiary or a smoke towards top and middle. Take their vision away. Don't let them react and run all their protocols like that, because yeah, that flash was just a GG. You saw like Apex had, what, 3 seconds to find that second kill?
Yeah. Well, if that isn't the game plan, if that doesn't work out, then hopefully they have something else left in the playbook here on the CT side. He's getting rough. Oh my god. Welcome to the big leagues, Lake. He doesn't even make it across the middle. Oh no.
Interestingly, like when they know there's no AWP up against them, they don't even smoke Xbox or double doors. Like, they're just happy to have full control of the map. Swisher will need a double kill here. Certainly possible. But you got Mezzi waiting on the other side. He's going to get a peek at the boot right now. Dink doesn't actually do as much damage as he would like. Smoking towards CT spawn. Well, nice work. Okay.
Get a little bit done in the middle. 3 versus 3. Molotov to force back Sin. It actually does cause quite a bit of damage to him. He's sticking around in here. I've got to say that feels very dangerous, but he's got some potential help, or it would have been if Flames hadn't been well aware of that position. Not bad at all here. 6-1, and now it's a 2 versus 3. Slacks is moving out long. There's nobody there he can really find for the next 5 or 10 seconds here. Maybe if Flames goes back in the middle, there could be a bit of a deagle kill, and that might open up the round again. But yeah, he's going the other way, so might be down to Sin with that AK at the B doors. Yeah, he's getting closer now. A little bit of a jump out. He does peek into it. Nice shot from Sin. I like seeing that. Smoke goes up. He's going to make the jump across. They're going to try and Molotov him out of there, and he has to respect that. But Slacks has walked all the way out long, all the way through lower, into upper dark, and right into the crosshair of Zywoo's on the other side. Nicely done. Sin You have to clutch this. I know you want to save the AK, but you can't do that. Yeah, push on through, takes down Flames, and hiding inside of the smoke in the doors. Oh, the smoke fades! Just then, Saiwu steps up. Been a bit of a slow start to him, but this was well played.
Very well played indeed. Good lord. This is kind of what we anticipated on Dust 2. There's been some close rounds. That was one of them. Like, you can't get much closer than that. Like, you do everything to trade out those kills. You swing nicely from CT spawn with a coordinated flashbang with Swisher. It was the partial buy. It's one that doesn't work out for them, but now they're running out of time and space. It's going to be that last chance bracket, the resurrection stage for M80 by the looks of things here. They can still post 5 rounds, I suppose. Like, it'd have to start right here, right now. Nice little spam from Lake. Doesn't quite connect, though. Apex quick up towards short. It looks like he'll be taken down by Wreck. Oh, they flashed each other. Oh, no. The CT flashed himself, Sanders. You hate to see him.
Not ideal, is it?
It's really not. You don't get flash assists for your teammates, unfortunately. That's a difficult shot for Mezzi. Would have been a key frag. Would have really turned the tide of battle. He does make up for it in the end. Does find the AWP of Slacks and Flames through the smoke. Before I can even get a sentence out, all the round winning frags are coming over as now Swisher making a ton of noise. Flame should be the operative word. That's if oh, potentially got the bomb. He doesn't know it. He didn't spot it.
1 versus 1 again. I mean, we had this last round. It was Saiwu that won it. For the sake of sanity here, hopefully Swisher can find someone with the AWP.
I think he's heard him. I think it's done. I think he went. Oh, no. Not known to be an AWPer, I suppose.
Yeah, you're right. But he had heard him. He definitely knew. And now Mezzi just moving on up. Remember, Swisher's very low on health, so if he misses another shot, it might be all done with. He's got the right idea. He knows that he's down there. He hasn't scoped up, and there we go. We'll take down Mezzi. Oh, they finally win something here, and it had better be the beginning of something truly explosive. Like, at this point, they need to win the next 2 rounds, and then probably go up to, for the next 3 even, and then go up to just, you know, with a pistol in the second half. It's a long road ahead.
It felt like such a done deal for Vitality, so well done from 80 to make that round possible. Like I said, Flames should have got that kill. Did he have to go for it? Certainly not. You got the intel that he was in towards middle. Was always going to be a risk going for that shot. Doesn't work out, and you end up kicking yourself. But still, like, he should have got it. But it's neither here nor there. If they can find this round victory, the money will be broken on the Vitality side. So what looked like to be a complete whitewash is maybe evolving now. Wreck, some decent control on the long doors here. No one potentially patrolling him. Mezzi's in T-spawn, actually. Keeping his eye on it. We'll see whether that's going to be enough.
A little bit of damage coming through. Lake, Slacks, both on 3 kills. But to be fair, really nobody on the M80 side has been doing a lot so far. It's been a dreadful game for them so far on the map of Dust 2. Vitality grouped up around the middle and upper dark, so could be one of those B splits that we all know and love. We'll see if Vitality find the courage to sort of clear out the catwalk position. It's typically something you want to do if you're going for those mid splits. And actually, M80 are set up pretty well on the B-bomb side. There's the smoke towards CTI. They don't even clear a catwalk. They just go for it. They say, whatever. We don't care if someone's there. We're just going to flash our way through, run for it, and now the crunch is on. 40 seconds, getting shot in the back. Sin, he's patiently waiting by the... yeah, I understand. No one's checking him. He would have peeked already. They're shooting his team in the back, and still he didn't move. Knife is out. Stabbing inside of the smoke. Oh, Saiwu, he's finally dead. All right, Lake, that's a highlight for you.
You've knifed Saiwu on your Tier 1 debut. Okay, I guess that is quite special. And we said that's a massive round. You've denied the plant and made this one now a little bit more interesting. 7-5 actually possible. They were, what, 7-1 down. And now a couple of misplayed advantageous situations has actually opened the door of opportunity here. Spink to bring out the AK-47. It's an eco otherwise. The Saiwu scout, which doesn't quite connect. It looked good. But now... holding towards longs, it Slacks.
A bit of a battle here. Even with a scout. Do you want to fight Saiwu in the middle? I don't know. Lake is there. He's not too afraid at the moment. Does get spotted out. He'll get a good kill on the Spinks and will be able to escape just in the nick of time. So So far, so good. They need to win these next 2 rounds. It has to be a 7-5, I think, at the end of the half here. And there is a way to do it. I mean, they don't have that much money either on the T side, so you're winning this one, even in the next one. Sure, they got a little bit to work with, but there is a way through.
Oh, this game's back on. That 2v1 fumble against Swisher, that's got them right back into it now. The economy alone, like the last round, was much more difficult, but they managed to get it over the line. Nice shot from Zaiwu, though. That does make things a bit more complicated here. We have got the rotation from Sim, but he needs to wait for his teammates. So coming from the B bomb side, they have no manpower here. And there's an AWP, I believe, that can be recovered by the big man himself. Oh, dear. He knows he has to be active here. He can't rest on his laurels, and Apex will find a key frag. One will do. He does considerable damage to these last 2 players as well. And we've got the AK-47 waiting to peek. Good flashbang. Should be enough to take Zaiwu down, and down he goes. It's actually Measured gets dropped first, and then Zaiwu out of position. A little bit scary there with the scout headshot and the lack of CT members on the bomb site, but still, they win the round. Like 7-5, like I said, that's pretty standard half. It was looking much bleaker than that.
Yes, it was. Yeah, I would say decent recovery. I wish it could have happened a little bit earlier, but all in all, for M80, it's definitely something to play around with here. That is a scary headshot right then and there, but we'll see if they can do enough here. It's not necessarily done with. They might still have a chance to get back in the game, guys. But surely winning the pistol round on the second half is going to be of critical importance.
The Zaiwu AWP coming out there, in that sort of scenario, you thought it would be a done deal, but not meant to be. Very important round coming up next. Taking a tactical timeout, understandably so. Final round of this first half. Managing the bomb down certainly helped things out in terms of the finances. The Kevin Vitality posted impressive 8-4, or a pretty standard 7-5. Time will tell. They just have to feel themselves after knifing Zaiwu.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I think that's funny. You know, you get a little trophy for that either way. Something to bring home, a little memory for yourself. Here we go. Round number 12. M80. Is it all just like your last little death rattle here, or do they actually have more to offer? I think this round will probably tell how fired up they are. Slacks will take down Spinks at the start. Okay, I like what I'm seeing so far. Flash into upper dark. Maybe don't want to go too aggressive now they have the man lead. Kind of risky to potentially give it back, and Sin just around the corner. He could have been dead right then and there. It would have been on. Jumping down, that's Apex. He dropped into CT spawn to get the kill on Lake, and he's going to smoke it off. He's actually blocking 2 people off here, Henry. They need to get rid of Apex right now. It's disastrous. He's staying alive and getting the kill. He's got 15 bullets left, and he knows that somebody threw that flashbang. He definitely knows they're out there. So, wow, Apex just tumbling into the bomb site and wrecking them.
Impressive round. Nice drop down from Apex. And that should be enough. There we have it. Decent half overall. The fact that they got back into this half, it looked like it was going to be a 12-0 bloodbath. But I think both teams will be relatively happy with that. As you mentioned, it will take a pistol, more than likely, for the likes of M80 to even get back into this one. But good showing from Zaiwu especially, dominating the server just like he did on Vertigo. And hopefully he can keep things up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second map between Vitality and M80. We have Inferno waiting in the wings if required. But for now, we'll take a break and be back with the second half very shortly.
I'm exceptional, way above air. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead.
Roll up, roll up. It's the Esports World Cup. We are here with the second half between Vitality and M80 and a chance for a third map. A slim one, admittedly. But what do you reckon, Anders?
I want to keep believing. I think M80 have done some cool work here today. Is it enough to take down Vitality? I guess that remains to be seen, but I think they've played a pretty impressive game so far overall, especially taking into account that first map where obviously it was very, very close. Here, the pistol round is probably going to be absolutely necessary. It's now Vitality on the CT side, and nice crouch in. Great shot with the P250. It slacks to open up the second half with taking down Spinks. And he's crouched in the corner. He's ready, saying, come on, somebody surely wants to peek this, and I'm ready if they come. A little bit of a grenade for the cross. They have a flashbang as well on Sin, but the USPs starting to chip away at them. Doing a little bit of damage there. Swish just walking very close. And he's stolen a USP himself. What a flashbang to set it up. Another one. And now they want to fight here on the Vitality side.
God
and
damn.
it's an absolute slaughter. Look at Apex. That's 3 assisted flashbang kills. And it's Wreck alone.
Yeah, I don't think they had much conviction behind that opening kill. They didn't really pounce. They didn't really reset the round. They all just kind of postured and waited, and it all goes horribly wrong. So what looked like a fantastic start to this second half, it all collapses around them, Anders. That is rough. Like, I think you got to be all in with those sort of plays. As soon as you drop in that smoke, everyone's getting ready. But all it took was one flashbang to completely dislodge them. You could see the frags came in thick and fast at this point. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile every single time. So nice work from Apex. He kind of single-handedly wins the round without having to frag anyone.
Yeah, I think especially that the double setup with the flashbang there is just kind of very, very hard to deal with. You turn for one, you're probably going to be peeking directly into the next one that's coming. So things just got a lot worse for M80. Any NA fans in the audience is going to be thinking now we really have to cross our fingers and pray that this is going to be working out, because it just got a lot worse.
They brought up the Slacks Scout. Not sure that's the play. You really do need to be fully equipped in that next round. Hoping to find maybe a couple of kills, I suppose. But unlikely to happen with the Glocks. Okay, I take it back. Nice shot. Scout working out. And, okay, take it all back, Anders. It's worked out tremendously well somehow. 2 kills found through the smoke. The speculative shots connecting.
Yeah, what's the opposite of the caster curse? Like, whatever that was. Just absolutely paid off. Saiwu sneaking a bit closer now. 3 versus 3. And flashed in, but there's really anyone there to catch at the moment. Another tag with a scout. Yeah, it keeps going. But inside of the bomb site, Mezzi's waiting with the M4. Nice shot onto Flames here. They still have to make it through that M4, and that's a problem. Mezzi, he sees his opportunity. Here's the scout ringing out, and he knows it's not towards him. He knows it's back towards that lower dark position. Saiwu gets the last one. They got real close, but not close enough.
All right. The scout doing God's work out there. Mezzi holding strong, though. Gets a double kill required to secure the round. Keeps them modest, though. That's what the scout investment was all about. Try and find a couple of kills. They get 3 in total. They got a kill with the MP9 as well. And you can see it does affect the economy. Slacks have to operate with just the scout again, but the way the last round went, you probably don't mind it too much. So, 10-4. Long smoke down. CT's trying to deal with this. The flashbangs are very strong, though. Zaiwu tucks himself in. He's got backup from Flames, but there's so many good flashbangs being sent over there. It's actually a bit of a man advantage now. Nice work from Lake.
Oh, definitely. Could be the beginning of something here. They've got their backs to the wall at the moment, M80. There's a 10-4 scoreline, so no question every single round is going to have a huge impact for them. Oh, but Sin goes down. Fought by Spinks. 3 versus 3 again. Apex, I think that was a bit before the flashbang there, so didn't really work out so much. Spinks, grenade. I don't think he's going to be catching that bottom of ramp player, and it'll be Lake to finish up the round there. Well done. Okay, they survive. It's down to a 1 versus 1 for all of a second, but it does work out.
Yeah, and that's what Dust 2 is all about. These scrappy rounds. Lots of aim duels. Lots of awkward fights. Flames only good for 1 there. Zaiwu couldn't find a couple of kills. They managed to bring the round back to life there, taking down Sin. But still very aggressive from CT Spawn. They are going to force buy back in response, so If ever they're going to get back into this game, this would be the round. Molotovs towards double doors and shorts. They might be assuming low is clear. They have got crosshairs towards it right now. Rex should be able to cover that one, no problem. I say that though, it's a double kill. Slack's fighting back, but it's not quite enough. The bomb doesn't go down, fortunately. That's going to be in the back of Sin. He's outside the B tunnels right now. Smoked off, and they've recovered AK-47s and a man advantage. We have got Lake on the backstab, so he slipped the net.
Yeah, he could do a lot of damage here, but they're actually walking quite far away from him. So either way, this is one of those rounds that might just be...
He's going to call the B tunnels are clear, though. So he'll come in and say, yeah, B's clear. You can come in and plant.
Yeah, but it's still down to a bit of a coin flip for where the CTs actually go. There's a chance here. I think the Flame's going to be in the window. Ooh, just walking, and the timing is absurd. For Lake, unfortunately, not working out. Grenade, not really perfect, but still, it leaves Sin on his own. This looks like another round that could be very close, but probably not close enough here. Tries to swing in against it, but there's so many people on the other side. Well done for Flames at the end to save his team.
Well, Flames got the double kill in towards lower B as well. Like we said, they weren't necessarily ready for it. They watched at the start of the round. But the moment they looked away, all hell broke loose. You can see Slack is trying to deal with the pressure towards upper as well. Mezzi found the third frag, and then, like you said, Flames rotating back in towards the B bomb site, realizing there was a gap, and then nothing Sin can do. That's a big round, and oh, they're taking the full eco, Anders, when it's going to be series points in the next round. So, hoping for a miracle here.
I don't even know how. I was any faith that anyone could have had that this was going to be a bit of a comeback for M80. It's surely started to fade now. We're talking about not just 1 or 2 miracles, but they need like a whole long string of rounds here for us to really start to believe. What a tough game this has been for the second one. And it started so well on Vertigo. I've got to say, I was very, very impressed with that. But this feels like it's a bit too much at the moment. More damage here. Grenade. Actually, will do some damage in the middle there. And they will keep it going a little while longer. Vitality, 3 kills away from getting round number 12. For M80, this is probably more what we expected even on the first map. Again, without Malbus being here, it just always felt like it was going to be a tough proposition. But Vitality getting warmed up. The whole squad has really come alive here. And it's round number 12 for them. Kind of speedrunning the second map a little bit more than I was expecting.
Yeah, and bear in mind they were 7-1 up as well. Like, it was a nice resurgence from M80 to even find 4 rounds in that first half CT campaign, but it's looking like we might be done here. No upsets for us today, Anders. We might have to wait till tomorrow.
Which is in itself upsetting, ironically, Henry.
Let's have a look at the Furia Na'Vi score. Na'Vi did win the first map, so no upset there either. It was 13-11, but it was on Furia's pick, so it looks like we might be pretty clean here today in terms of upset cam.
I think this means the seeding was has worked out really well, right? That should be what it means.
True.
So good job,
that's a good point.
Doing that.
Because most tournaments, like we opened up, normally the first game's a best of 1. And then that's when all hell breaks loose. Like now we've done it the other way around. It's like best of 3 to open up. If you lose, you go down to the bench.
Nice timing on the shot in the middle, but it's not a kill on the Spinks. They don't know that he's taking that much damage. Flames, look at this. Is he going to walk through the smoke? He's hearing them walk away. Oh, surely somebody stays around and watches that position. He really wants to hit Flames. He's heard the footsteps away. I love the idea, but Rek, you get some extra points.
He realized that they made so many footsteps. If you're aware of it, then he's probably going to be as well. So, do you know what I mean? Like, as soon as he goes, okay, hold on, we can't just let them have full control of the long doors. So, well, good awareness and keeps the dream alive, as we will see. Now, a 5-on-4. Still a lot of work to be done here. Smoke down towards the double doors, just to deny that mid splits.
Okay, execute attempt onto the A site. Cyrus coming right back into it, and that is a bit of a nightmare, isn't it? You hear that AWP ringing across the map. You know what time it is. Apex gets a shot. Apex will go down pretty quickly afterwards, so maybe still here. Something looking for him, but Cyrus back at it again. Second kill of the round for him, and now down to a 2 versus 3. And this is it for M80.
Oh my God.
He gets more. He just wants to fight. He's ready. Gets the headshot at the end. An absolutely monstrous round for Saiwu to get the victory for Vitality.
What a great performance. What a showing. Kisses all round, it seems, Anders. I didn't know that was a thing now. That's great.
It's fantastic.
What is players doing? Oh, I like it. I think that's a French greeting. I think he's just having some fun there. That's really caught me off guard. But yeah, good stuff. Great showing from Vitality. Dust 2, we kind of felt like it was locked in from the beginning. And yeah, that was pretty much the case. There was a couple of moments there, a couple of stolen rounds from M80, like some 4-on-2s. They managed to convert the Swisher 2-on-1. Kept the dream alive, but I think they just gave themselves a good showing today. The fact that he managed to take Vitality to 11 rounds on Vertigo, gave them a decent game on Dust 2. Wasn't a complete blowout. I just hopefully they'll be happy with that. Like, what could they really expect? They thought with a new player coming in, they're going to take down the number 2 team in the world. It's probably not going to happen, is it?
When you put it like that, Henry, it does seem like it was always, potentially a bit of a dream for it to work out. But I mean, they played like they believed in that dream from the start, and I think that's that's admirable. You like to see it. Got some good individual showings out of some of the members there of M80. So overall, I'm actually not too sad on their behalf, right? Like you said, they are playing Vitality. So what do you expect?
Exactly. And like down in that lower bracket, like there's the teams we wanted down there. There's no bogey teams. There's no FaZe Clan waiting for them.
True.
There should be no team spirit or anything like that. So we'll see how that one evolves. But yeah, this is about what we expected. The seeding seems to be ringing true thus far. As you can see, here's the highlights of Vertigo, where we did have some great rounds on the CT side, but bear in mind, M80 did win both pistols and did win a full eco as well. Not to take anything away from them. It's not like to say pistols are freebies or anything like that, but just gives you a lot of momentum on both halves there. And that was their kind of bogey pick. That was the kind of gotcha towards Vitality, because no one expects to play Vertigo right now because of the state the map's in. But still, enjoyable. Like, both series we commentated today had absolutely everything. Like, it was close, it was exciting. We had some Zywoo 1v5 attempts in there as well. Some Mezzy clutches, his great shot from Slacks in the pistol the second half to take down Spinks there. So, yeah, and this retake, especially on the A-bomb side, that is spectacular. What a play that was.
Yeah, I think it was a very entertaining game, and I think some of that is going to be credit to Saiwu just being an absolute crazy person, but also down to M80 kind of putting up some real resistance, right, giving him something to battle against. Didn't have to go that way, but yeah, quite enjoyable. And at the end of the day, like you said, down in the lower bracket, towards the resurrection stage there, hopefully they are going to be able to prove a little bit more now that they are not going to be playing straight up against Vitality, which again, just a rough position to be in, no question.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think like we've enjoyed some great Counter-Strike today. Like, that's our shift done with the B stream, but we've got Bardolph and Hawk taking up next.
Yes.
I think they're doing the VP complexity game. But still, like, this is a great return to Counter-Strike in general. It's actually been a lot of fun. It's great to see the level hasn't dropped too much. There's definitely been those kind of excruciating rounds and fumbles that kind of gets everyone's heart racing. But I think that's what it's all about. After our 30-day player break, of course, these guys spend their time traveling across the world and need a bit of time for some rest and relaxation, like we all do.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough. Getting warmed up, Carrigan said it as well, but either is a very enjoyable game. I definitely liked it.
I liked it a lot. I think we can hear our friend Flames. Are you there?
I like it.
Dude, yeah, I'm not in Riyadh with you. I have to say for you as well, I liked the kisses at the end. You're getting a bit French. You were kind of celebrating some kisses on the cheek there. What's that about?
My family is from Morocco, and we always used to greet each other like that. So I don't know. I like to do it with the team. It's funny after the games, if you will, of course.
You've never done it with me, so that's what I'm saying.
You're from England, so the next time we see each other, we can do
fair
that.
enough.
No
Yeah,
I got you. Can do that.
Bro, tell me about your player break. Did you have a nice time? Did you get some rest?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was very. I went back home. And that's my vacation, because half of the year traveled for a tournament. So this time I was taking it easy, to seeing friends.
Nice.
So it was very, it's very valuable when you realize you don't have much time with the family, and then you start being with the family and it's chill. You don't need to set alarm. You just go and enjoy the time with the people you love. So yeah.
Yeah, bro, you have a very stressful job, a lot to travel. It's nice to see you get some rest and relaxation. Do you have any hobbies outside of Counter-Strike? Did anything you could actually do? Any sports or any chess or something? Like anything else you like to do outside of Counter-Strike?
Well, chess, not much, but to be fair, I really like to socialize, so I just like to go out and see people and talk with people,
Nice.
interactions. So obviously, going to the pool, swimming a bit is also fun, but I don't have any sports that I'm focusing on, just gym, but nothing specifically like...
Nice. Well, you're looking good, bro, as usual. Let's talk about the game a little bit. So coming into this series, we did see M80 pick Vertigo. Like, no one's playing Vertigo right now, and Dallas was played once, and I think the same with Blast London as well. Did you anticipate this? Do you think that might be something they could try and do today?
Well, the coaches said that it might be Vertigo. There is a really good chance they pick it, because I don't know why, they just said it. So we were prepared, like we knew it might go there, but it's pretty weird when you, especially after a break, when your aim is still rusty, your communication is rusty, to play a map that you haven't played since, I think we haven't played it since Pro League finals against Mousesports, so it is weird. On the other hand, it's part of the game, so we have our strats, we have our plans, we have our prep always, and we just try to stick with it. Obviously, it was back and forth between those two teams, and they won an eco and the two pistols, but we still managed to pull the game off, so that's what matters.
How was Apex when you lost the full eco? Did he go full tilt, or was he okay?
He gets really tilted, but the emotions spike down really quick, so he resets really fast. So it's not nothing bad or harsh on us. It's just obviously he's mad because we lost the round, and it happens.
No, it definitely does happen. Things are a lot smoother on Dust 2, though. You guys looked very comfortable. I think the only problem you guys had was a 2v1 against Swisher. But apart from that, you guys look good, and you're through to the playoffs. So you guys feeling good for this tournament? What are your expectations?
Well, I think that for me, there is no expectation. Like, we obviously want to win every tournament we play, and we're capable of winning, but this is right after a break, and we will just try to do our best. We haven't picked a trophy this year yet, so obviously every tournament that we show up, we come with a lot of hunger to win. But right now there is no specific expectations. We just want to get through, we want to be consistent, we want to do good, and if we stick to those things, I think a win has a lot of chances to come. But right now we need to get back into it, but we obviously have a lot of intent to win this tournament.
Nice one, bro. Well, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck in the rest of the tournaments. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the lovely Flames.
You,
sending him a big kiss over to Riyadh. See you later, bro. Thank you for your time. And yeah, Anders, there we go. That's Flames,
Wonderful.
a lovely man who always delivers in the interviews.
Yes, he truly does. Yes, what a great guy, and also inside of the server, obviously. Yeah, he just it's good to see that people appreciate the play break a little bit. Obviously, I don't relate to the socializing part, but everything else he said was great.
Yeah, I was hoping to unearth like some sort of secret hobby he has. When I asked him that question, I was like, "Must be something you like. You got to have something else apart from
collecting stamps."
But, yeah, I thought that's why I said like sports or chess. Just kind of doesn't have to be like physical. Like, what have you got? But yeah, nothing came of it. But still, yeah, he's one of the most social players. Like, he's always the guy who comes up and says hello to you, whatever happens. But Anders, my throat's been a little bit sore today, as some people might have heard. So we're going to throw it to a break. And we'll be back with the last game of the day with Bardolph and Hawker after this. See you there.
Anybody else? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I don't want anybody else but you. Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you? But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Does it make you nervous that I know all your secrets? Promise you honestly I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? 'Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, I don't feel sad, I don't get mad. emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summers. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summers. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end,
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. 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 This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. You'll take me for.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We met paper appear like the magic man. Deal with the money like David James. Save and save and save and save. Lock it in a box like David Blaine. Discipline thing, I ain't playing no games. Money for on, I got plans and aims. Man, I live by the old school sayings. Every mickle must make a muckle is true. Big up my granddaddy, showed me the way. More times that notes and I act bro, cause I'm like Houdini, I'm trying to escape. Passport's gotta get another new stamp, so don't say a word if you see me on planes. Winter time, man can't see me again. Pop up in the country with a mad name. Little man, I don't wanna hear no talk when I come for the money like Biggs and Wayne.
This ain't new to me, no talk. This ain't new to me, no talk. This ain't new to me, my you'll take me for.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We met paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We met paper appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk.
See the stack levitate like dynamo. I keep it low key, I don't like to show. Corridor is real, a man like to steal, so I don't watch face and I mind my own. But it's a minor though, I flex really, I ain't that type of bloke. I like getting paid over the limelight still, man, no I ain't in a them type of show. This ain't new to me, matter of fact, man, started a while ago. I just wanna live a life where the choice how to spend my time is mine and mine alone. Blood, you best try to know, I wanna yard work and spend my time alone. We ain't gonna get there overnight, but in the meantime, there's still some time to go.
Take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war. My you take my for. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. My you take my for.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic band. We make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic band. We make paper appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me.
heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it, way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it. Way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it.
what's going through my why can't this be all the time? You at the top of your class, you change the drip to a splash. The way that you laugh, I just hope that it lasts. I just hope that it lasts. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time. If I come meet you, baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It gets so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time. All the time.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. what you need. Here's some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke that's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, remarkable. My eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness, hiding from the light. All we do is push violence, pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
The Esports World Cup continues live from Riyadh. There's plenty more action to be had. Despite all the action we've had already across multiple streams, the games continue. I'm joined by Hawker for another game of Counter-Strike here at, I guess, the biggest event of all time, Hawker.
Yeah, excited for it. And so far, I think we've basically had every favorite winning and going to the playoffs. So I'm happy about that. I think it's good to see none of them getting that ring rust you can sometimes get off the back of the player break. And we've got to see if that's going to continue because we've got a couple more games to come in this opening round.
Absolutely. We witnessed a really good game earlier on the C stream with Mouse being tested, but delivering against that test and running away with things on the third map. It was almost looking like they might be going through to the lower bracket, but again, they did pull away in that third map. But I think it's going to be quite... I like the format. I think not everybody's a fan of the lower end of things, but if you don't lose, you won't be there in the first place. So that's definitely one thing to think about. Speaking of which, let's look at our upcoming showdown and see who will be heading forward, potentially to the upper bracket or the lower one, which will be a lot more gnarly. Team Spirit versus MIBR is our upcoming match. This is going to be quite a big one as well. I think stylistically, this one will be interesting, Hawker.
Yeah, I think so. Team Spirit, just such a strong team. And listen, they're coming into this as solid favorites. But MIBR definitely can pack a punch themselves. The problem is, Spirit have just been so good lately. They won the last tournament at the end of the previous season in London. In fact, I was there. It was good to see them on the stage. They played really well. Just their cohesion and their skill looks so good. So you're expecting them to come into this as massive favorites. But listen, we will say MIBR definitely have some players of their own. So can't count them out entirely.
I love these jerseys. Pretty cool. Of course, Shiro, new man on Team Spirit. A hell of a lineup, a hell of a pickup as well, and definitely delivering immediately. Team Spirit here at Esports World Cup. Top rank, big daddies here on the server. They're going to be quite hard to put down, but I look forward to seeing teams try.
Yeah, absolutely. Spirit, I mean, Donk is the obvious go-to. People debating whether he's the best in the world right now, or is it Monesi, or some people saying Zywoo, but listen, having a player like that in itself is already very strong to start with. And then over at London, it was really great to see Zontix playing so well on the stage. They're looking very serious right now. Looking very serious, I've got to say. I'm a bit concerned for their opponents here coming into this. They're no smiles. They're not messing about at all.
Yeah, that was very much a is it beef type of look. Very familiar with that in London. Yeah, absolutely. Donk, so young.
Yeah,
so it's great to look
maybe
at.
Not quite as threatening.
Yeah, and there's the anime boy himself on the screen briefly earlier on. That's quite a mouse pad he likes to rock. Not one for my taste, but I know Launders is a fan for sure. Anyway, this is Team Spirit. They barely need an introduction at this point. They're going to be quite interesting to watch on the server. I think everybody's going to be excited to see what they're able to do with so much on the line as well. I don't think they're going to be phased at all in terms of the prize money, in terms of how hard it's going to be if you do drop your first match here. Again, in the lower bracket, only one team makes it to join the 7 teams who win. So that's going to be really hard work, and it's going to be worth it. I think if you saw the trophies, the prestige, and the money, which is kind of crazy on the line as well, definitely going to want to play for that W. And I think the Brazilians over at MIBR will certainly be thinking about that. And I think in terms of pressure and so on, that might be in the back of their minds, just how big this event is for them.
Yeah, definitely could play a part here. MIBR, you know, the recent tournaments they've played, Challenger, Zhongzhiping, some online tournaments. They were at Melbourne, which they did win, so that's something for them. And they do have some decently skilled players on this lineup. Insani is the one everyone's been excited about for a long time. He's so aggressive. His aim is so snappy. He's just a lot of fun to watch. And that aggressive playstyle might be what you need against Spirit to just try and get them on the back foot early. But you've also got Safe and Drop, experienced players in their own right, who I think are doing solid jobs in their roles. And then Exit is an in-game leader who's also a really good fragger, actually. So I like where this team is at. I think they're a good little upset team. It's just upsetting Spirit is not something that happens all that often.
Yeah, I do think they're going to need to fight fire with fire and be aggressive. If you give Spirit the space to do what they want, I think you're going to get run over. So I think all of the games that Spirit plays should be explosive, in my opinion. So I'm quite looking forward to this. And I think generally speaking, Brazilian Counter-Strike is no stranger to explosivity. There can be some slow rounds in there, but when they start going, they get going in a pretty damn nasty fashion. And I'm hoping to see something like that from MIBR. They need to take the fight to Team Spirit and put them in that. Try and take them out of that comfort zone and try and make them doubt, especially when MIBR on the CC side. Actually, I think you can sit back and wait for them. I don't think the likes of Donk will be phased, but you need to try. You know, I think it's going to be a bit scary, but it's going to be great as a viewer with no dog in this fight to see if they can do that. Let's have a look at the Veto and see what this series will play out on. Inferno's the first one to go into the bin. We saw Dust 2 banned immediately in the match we were commentating earlier on. It'll be the second ban today.
Yeah, and then Spirit go for that nuke, which has been pretty good for them. And Vertigo for MIBR, they'll be very happy they can get that map, actually. That's a map they've been very consistently good on, and Spirit actually don't play it that often. So I don't think it's out of the question that could actually be a map win there coming in for MIBR. I think that's a pretty good map for them to get, at least as their pick. But then the Ancient is the decider, not actually a map that MIBR have tended to go towards. I thought they might just go for the Mirage and risk it there, but they go for the Ancient instead. And sometimes in the off-season, you might have practiced a map or two. You might try and sneak on your opponent. Maybe they're hoping that Spirit weren't expecting that, but Spirit, on paper, should have the better Ancient, you would expect.
Get your predictions in. Tell us who you think is going to win this match. You can do that at stcplay.gg on all the matches that we have coming your way. Get us your opinions. Tell us who you think is going to win. People predicting the upset against Mouse earlier on didn't happen, but we'll see what the numbers look like later on as far as this match is concerned. Where are your predictions going for this one, Hawker?
Yeah, I got to say that Spirit should be taking this. I don't know if it'll be 2-0. I think MIBR have got something about them, but let's be real. Spirit have got to be taking this one, realistically.
Yeah, I'm not going to be foolish enough to vote against Spirit, so they'll have my votes as well. I think they've taken our votes by force, really. It's kind of how they play. So indeed, the players are all getting ready now. There is the man himself. He's so tiny in his chair, Donk, but on the server, he might just be the biggest player.
Yeah, I got to briefly meet him when I was over in London, and he actually came up and said hi, which was very nice because I thought he might be a little nervous, a little shy. Comes from a pretty remote part of Russia, I believe. So cool to see that he's out of his shell. Great to see. Yeah, seemed like a lovely guy. So definitely a nice thing to know. And I'm hoping we get to see the Donk we know and love here. The thing I do find with Donk is I don't always see him get those massive flashy rounds all the time. He's just so consistent with his aim and his shots. That's what really he relies upon. And here we go.
Holy
Nuke underway. Spirit on that T side. How many dualies do you need, guys?
How do 5 people have 9 pistols in the first round of this game? I don't know, but here we are. MIBR with a Brazilian special will be that one USP with the great range exit, dropping Shiro immediately. I think these pistol rounds will be key for MIBR versus the likes of Team Spirit. 4-on-3 now, as Zontix is lost as well. Chopper's got a good angle, and Safe never sees that one coming. Suddenly things are turning around. Down to a 2-on-2. Plenty of time for Spirit as well. 1:10 on the clock. Magic's carrying the bomb. Looking for one up top as Drop lurks in the vent. Stonk is looking everywhere for him, but cannot deliver the goods. Magic's in the clutch now. Needs to try and isolate these fights. Avoids the flashbang. Can he find himself the right angle? That's going to be a long diffuse, and Magic's trying to get him off, but he's holding it. Drop is holding it, and I don't think Magic's is going to get there in time. That's great confidence from Drop, especially against Team Spirit. That's a pistol taken with confidence.
Yeah, Drop just hoping and expecting that they wouldn't stick that defuse, but they had enough of a defense on it that they were confident they could. I think he was maybe hoping they were scared of both the Hut and Squeaky angles, because then it is a bit hard for that one defender to just cover them both off. But no, they just decide to stick it fully. Magix doesn't check, and that means MIBR off to that good start. Team Spirit will just decide to save in the follow-up. So good to see MIBR off to a strong start. In that earlier series we were covering, Sashi were able to get quite a few pistol rounds against Mouse and bring some maps close. So maybe MIBR can do the same here.
Moving quietly downstairs. I think later on rounds like this may feature more Tech 9s. So many close angles on Nuke as well. They can be very dangerous indeed. It'll be 2 inquisitive Desert Eagles for this round for Team Spirit. Drop will be the one in one of those closer angles. We'll see how Exit manages. Oh, that's a very nice snap onto Zontix. He's definitely warmed up. Insani coming for help should it be required. Oh, there we go. At close range, Donk says hello. See if he chooses to drop that rifle to a teammate if anyone can get close. They're not really close at the moment. There are toys to be shared. Desert Eagle, a rifle now.
Not even chucking it down.
Yeah, I guess I don't want to give this... Oh, okay. Very, very nice from Donk. Chopper's picked up that deagle that was on the floor. Yeah, they've got 20 seconds to get a bomb plant. This has suddenly become awkward for MIBR. They can't really afford to lose rounds like this, but Donk just continues to ruin them. He's got Kevlar, and Farney says hello, though. And now it's just down to Drop. But is there time to get this bomb planted? It's going to be a close one, but I think they've got it. And now Drop is in a 1 versus 3 with a horrible angle. I don't know what's left for him in this one. He doesn't have a kit on him. Team Spirit showing that 2 deagles is enough. Donk with the 3K getting started real early.
Yeah, that's just such a weird round. I mean, Donk even getting the first kill, I wasn't sure if I was going to see that come through because Exit looked like he was aware. He got the initial kill on that angle, but then he finds it. And then even with that little time left, they just pop through the smoke. They get that kill. Insani's still on the site, just waiting, hoping he can play for time. Oh, wow, it got so weird. But at the end of it all, Donk is the man who delivers for the team. I think a little smile and a little chuckle that they got away with that round win there from Chopper.
Ready for the angles is Donk. Really nice. Letting his teammate pull the crosshair away, coming through. And he's like, yeah, this is, you know, it's just another day in the office for him. He expects to win those.
Yeah, apparently.
Just another frag for Donk.
Exactly. We've got to see if MIBR can find any way back into this with this round. Only the 1 rifle for them. They could be put on the back foot early, and that would be really rough for them. After that pistol round win, their CT economy getting snapped would just make this half so much harder on their opponent's pick. So they could do with something special here. Smoke goes down, currently stacked that A site, or MIBR. While Drop with that rifle is the 1-man defending lower.
It's fun to watch the angle clearance from Donk, even if no one's there. There are lessons in observing such things. Even dropping the molly, looking for anyone to pop out of the vent before checking the stairs again. Just giving MIBR a little rope. No one's taking the bait, though. Heading towards that 35-second mark. Quite a few flashbangs here for Spirit. Just the 1 molly in the hands of Shiro. Everybody standing for MIBR. Just waiting for Spirit to make their play. MIBR gambling on the A-bomb site. A lot of Utah coming through in that direction. Up the vent they go. And here comes Donk. Angles are being found and the threat is neutralized. 3 players lost, but the round is taken, and that's what matters ultimately. Don't leave me hanging, bro.
Yeah. Total wipeout from the end of the round there. Just waiting so long for the action, and it all comes at the same time. You barely get to keep track. Spirit doing a good job despite that, at making sure they had every angle covered. And there we go. Donk gets his high five in the end. And MIBR just with a P250 in this round. So Team Spirit weather the early storm. Now we should get to see them build up some good money and just get off to a good start. Shiro should get that AWP sooner than you might have expected after they lost the pistol. It's all looking much better for Team Spirit.
Oh, just heard those shots flying past his ears. Such a difficult start for MIBR, though. Horrible way to begin things. Promise was so brief with that pistol round win. Again, any extra frag they could get here will just help in it just a little bit to take off the pressure in the long run. In theory, anyway. I think in practice, even if you get another kill,
okay,
Team Spirit are going to be quite problematic to deal with regardless. Well, Drop got everything he could from that, so credit to him. Again, you want to keep those T's spending. The sooner they can put them on eco, the better. The question is, can they? With Spirit looking so dangerous, with 2 Deagles and 3 Glocks, I think it's going to be a very tall order to get an advantage against them.
A little tap work there from Zontix. Well-known body shotter, according to a lot of people. And I think the stats do prove that. But he says he does it on purpose. He aims for the body on a lot of rounds just because it's better to get the damage sometimes in the positions he's in. And he can still get that quick time to kill. Is safe. Starting down lower then in this gun round. A little concerned about the vent drop, it seems. It is currently Team Spirit just slowly moving their way through yard. Let's see if MIBR want to challenge this. They have the utility. It's always risky to go for anything through these smokes. So they'll decide to let it be. They'll let Spirit slip by. And now Safe on lower will be the man tasked with trying to do something to deny this.
Keep an eye on how their approach changes later with regards to smokes and grenades and so on. But for now, there is presence downstairs. Will they invite the CTs down, though? 5 on 4 as they are all over the B bomb site. Previously, they went downstairs, came up the vents on that earlier round where MIBR were less equipped. This time, they just book it straight into that B bomb site with a frag, and that should be the round. Be throwing good money after bad for MIBR to pursue this one. So again, very, very difficult start to Nuke for MIBR versus Spirit. And it gets more painful as the hunt begins.
Yeah, and that feels like a good example of why those anchor roles are sometimes seen as quite specialized positions, because Safe there uses Molly really early and then just gives away his life way too soon. And when you do, when you're in that position, you just lose the round. There's nothing your teammates can do.
Oh,
and now
boy.
the nades. Oh, I think Drop's just got to hide. He will. It'll be okay. So 3 rifles saved at a minimum. That should subsidize their next buy. But yeah, really clinical start here from Spirit. After losing the pistol, they have very quickly bounced back.
Seeing more HEs come out now for MIBR. Will they be held on to in case of a wall of smoke again? On the outside, of course, the windows will be smashed as far as A is concerned. Keep those options open for later. Donk so urgently looking for opponents, looking for engagements. Exits managed to get into a reasonable position. Will he be checked for, though? Zontix drops early. It's kind of start that MIBR need. It's proving to be potentially a very difficult game of Nuke for them. They found themselves a 5 on 3. Zontix and Magic's dropped. Just in the establishing moments of this round. Team Spirit will be in a very difficult place now. Have to combine their forces together. Shiro just dancing, drops here with some help from Safe. But look at these trades. Chopper in the 1 versus 3. Damage might be enough for Spirit if he can get more out of this in that regard. They've got the money for a full buy regardless. If he can make it expensive, that could be a big bonus for the long run. MIBR cannot afford to lose any more in this round. He has time as well. He's carrying the bomb. MIBR covering both bomb sites, but that means they are spread quite thin in this scenario. There's some good area control as well. Good read from Chopper. Sound cues if he wants it. And now he's got just a few seconds to try and isolate the fight. Or catches one throwing a grenade. They might line up for him very nicely indeed. The last one coming out of the vent is a disaster for MIBR. Absolute disaster. They lose everything, including the round.
It's just a mow down. Chopper gets them all on basically the same angle. Wow. Chopper able to find his way into the site. MIBR, those are the sorts of rounds you can't afford to lose. Insani and BR Enazan gets them off to a great start. The double ramp stack works out nicely. You think they're in good shape. Those trades look good enough. And then Chopper rounds this corner beautifully. Boom, 2 kills. And just like that, the man in the vents is done for. Donk smiling. Chopper just seems to think it's, you know, whatever. He doesn't even seem that bothered.
That is so awkward. Honestly, it looked like he was trying to climb out of the vents with a blindfold. And look at the body language on this side in the meantime. A 3 versus 1 where your last man is coming out of the worst position, trying to trade frag the 2 people who were standing by Squeaky. That is really, really rough. Really rough indeed. That is not a good indicator for this game of Nuke.
No, definitely not. They at least have a bye in this one, but hard not to just be a little deflated after the prior round loss. It was against your opponent's in-game leader. And to be honest, Chopper looked comfortable in that 1v3. Once the fights came to him, didn't really have to think about much else. Just had to deal with what was on his screen in that specific angle. This one, Team Spirit will be sending Donk on a bit of a solo mission towards Yard. Sneaking around these smokes is always risky. He tries to back on in, able to get one before trading, and now this A site looks vulnerable. Magix finds another, and suddenly MIBR have lost control.
Did they even go after this? The way they responded to the information from Donk, they knew that that site was vulnerable. That one guy in main, they were in the perfect position to capitalize on that. And that's the round over. MIBR have the pistol, and that's about it. 1-6. They haven't looked like a threat in many of these rounds. And hey, sometimes you go into a series and you may have to win it when it's in 3. This Nuke is looking quite dark at the moment. However, there is still time to turn things around. All these rounds are data, and if there is a recurring problem, there is time to fix it.
Yeah, it's just a shame we haven't seen that much of the individual ability from MIBR either. Because these players are skilled. They can definitely compete. It's just been quick rounds. I mean, that one, a nice flash in towards main, makes it a little awkward. Donk with fast reactions for that first frag just makes a massive difference. Gets the info on where the other player is as well. So as they're moving into the site, it ends up being easy pickings for Team Spirit. Still got that buy on the MIBR side of things. Early utility exchanged, and Safe went flying over Hut to try and get that pick. Just about gets out away from that nade. He'll survive on low health.
Know your angles. Well done, Exit. They needed something. That advantage won't last long, though, as Drop is gone. They know Exit's still lurking, hearing that reload. What can they do with their positions, Exit? Team Spirit, sorry. Zontix in hell. A very dangerous position indeed. There's Exit dropped, and he quickly sees one more as well outside. There's so much info now for Spirit. Prenazan dropped. Wow, look at this from Donk. Would you expect anything less? Question of survival for Safe. Donk is an absolute savage. Just baiting the shots as much as he can. Entertaining. Oh, utterly nasty. That is incredible to watch. What do you do? How do you respond to that? How do you deal with that? How do you survive that? I don't think you do. You're left to be a victim.
Yeah, feels like it. The time to kill on those snaps. Just as soon as the player's on the screen, he's counter-strafed and he's flicked onto him. Oh, lovely work. This one. Oh my. I mean, I know he had an idea where the player is, but still. Goes to show how quick Donk can be. Shiro always looks stressed, even when they're having a good game.
It's got the pillow for some extra comfort. Extra lumbar support, perhaps.
I think I heard at one event he had the wrong pillow, or he'd forgot his pillow or something, and he was not having a good time. I think he eventually got it fixed, but pillow is very important to Shiro's loadout.
Pillow is very important, and one thing which I think is probably still not appreciated in our industry is travel and sleep. Be it bringing your own pillows, because things can vary wildly in hotels. If you look at the old British cycling team, they Well, I mean, they had the money to bring mattresses, not just pillows, to different hotels to get that consistent sleep. That was how much they were focused on performance. But at a minimum, bringing your own pillows is a good idea. No, Roman Reigns takes an inflatable mattress to arenas so he can just nap instead of waiting around getting tired, which I think is awesome.
Nice.
Just a massive dude in a hallway on an inflatable mattress.
Well, this round might be a snoozer if MIB are going to continue with how it's gone so far, because they only have the MP9s, but sometimes these are the rounds that catch you out. You take a risk, you do something different. And they are currently pushing in towards radio, in towards lobby. Celtics is the man tasked with holding onto this area. Oh, he just scratched his nose. I'm scared. I think he's fine. There we go. Snaps across for the first. Drop will now be zoned in on this angle, and that works nicely for him. Dropper also smoked off, and he decides to commit through the smoke. Big risk, loses out. But his teammates are now trying to storm the site, and look at the MP9s coming in from the side. And just like that, MIBR get their second round win.
It's a desperately needed second round, but I've got to give you the bad news. And the bad news is, in the rounds they've won, there's nothing we've seen that they can replicate to win another round. A round like that, you're going to win here and there. But generally speaking, full buy versus full buy, normal rounds, if you will, they're very far away from, they have been very far away from winning them. And that has to be the focus. While that second round is important, it gives them a little breathing room. It's these rounds where they need to find success. Otherwise, what chance do they have? Oh boy, Donk is back. W only. No shift key required. Full send from Donk. Back to business, reminding them who the boss is.
Oh, great for Safe that Drop has his back. Okay, Safe straight through. Onto Shiro. It's a headshot of all things. Shiro cowering behind the box. Gets caught out. Now suddenly MIBR a man up in this round. It wasn't looking good for them. Looked like the chopper was going to close the distance, but instead, MIBR now have the man advantage, and Team Spirit have got to think things through here.
MIBR showing some very aggressive presence, which may give them a little space if it is respected by Team Spirit. A little space later on when that clock is a little lower. These are very forward positions from MIBR with 2 players remaining for Team Spirit. You wonder how much they may pursue this one, as their money will have to be considered now. But there is still an argument to make it expensive. Magix is making a lot of sound, and they know that Donk is still creeping somewhere. Brenizan going for it, and then there were 2. Problems abound now for MIBR. But finally, Donk's been taken down. Magix on 13 HP. Going for a B bomb plant, and he has the time. There may be more frags in this for Team Spirit. One by the ramp already. Has he spotted Drop? Pre-fire is looking real dangerous. Give himself some extra time. Never mind. The HE shrapnel will finish off the job. These rounds are so scary, but they have survived this one. 2 players remaining keeps their economy on the back foot, but they have put another round up, and that is important as well.
Yeah, you always want a chance in that 1-on-2 to fire some shots. You hate it when you just get naded on the site, but realistically, the chances were slim anyway. Magix did well to even get them a chance back into the round in the first place, but then Donk loses out against that Orc rotating onto the site. This is still something you've got to deal with, though. Donk, again, quick time to kill, but they're able to bring it back, and then Safe, well, spotted it. Figured, I'll take a go at this. I'll take it and go for it straight through the box. That was an important moment to get them back into a good position. Then Insani making plays as well. Always a man who is happy to play forward, happy to fight. Good to see him playing to his strengths.
Nice.
That was a good shot from Safe as well.
That's a satisfying frag for sure. Yeah, and that's a boost they need. Team Spirit may be the most difficult team to play against, and any success you can find has got to be encouraging. MIB are looking to reduce the deficit further. So much work to be done just to break the economy of Spirit. too far on that one. He's in trouble now, is Drop. Save trying to do what he can, but he's missed his first shot. Drop will deliver, so will Safe actually. Map control taken by Team Spirit. Oh, that's a very nice tag onto Dog. Great angles being offered by Safe. Zontix dropped, leaving Donk and Chopper. They know where Safe is. That gives them a little more breathing room. And again, it's a bristle situation for both squads. But even in a 2 versus 3, it often feels like Spirit are the more dangerous squad here. They've got so much time on the clock as well. Nothing but questions for MIBR.
And neither side going for much information right now. MIBR just leaving 2 towards A, aggressive in lobby. And then Exit will be that solo B player looking to delay, but he is committed to the silo right now.
There's a molly.
He gets spotted. I was about to say that molly could be a very nasty surprise.
There it goes. He has to face eventually. Oh, trying to buy his time. He made the most for that, leaving Chopper in the clutch then. 10 seconds to get this bomb planted. He has to commit to this, surely. Will he survive? Gets his bell rung. 13 HP and a dream. Another headshot to finish off the job. That is the consecutive round they needed. Again, they're surviving with 2 standing. 3 or 2 is a big difference. But again, they're building these rounds. They're staying in the fight, MIBR. Very hard work, but it's paying off for the squad. And this is such an important frag from him. Dying for the cause there on that one. And now the frustration starts to set in for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think it's just Donk can't quite believe that he gets that kill in the molly on towards him, down on that B site. And Chopper, I'm sure, will be a little frustrated. He gets dinked through the smoke as well. Really limits his chances in that clutch. Second timeout taken by Spirit ahead of the last round of this half. Whatever happens, it will be a good T-haul from them. They want to make sure they have the chance of making it 8 here, which would be quite a convincing half. Love this setup. You can see just over on the other side, MIBR not too far away from them. They can definitely yell at each other if they want to. Looks like Safe actually has his mouse plugged in right now. Don't see that too often.
Props to the production squad for the cable management, by the way. I used to produce and mine was terrible. That was looking great out there. Nice and clean and tidy. 3-round lead for Spirits. MIBR will enjoy the luxury of some AKs on the CT side.
This is some nice aggression in from MIBR. This time fighting aggressively for the lobby control, and they should be aware there's a chance, or maybe they're not aware. Oh no, Zontix catches one with his back turned, but Bjarnazan at least gets the trade. That worked out way better than it could have.
Yeah, and they know where 2 of the remaining 4 players are. Of course, that news becomes older as far as the more seconds pass by, but that's a lot of info for a lot of like confidence for the remainder of Team Spirit, but they still need to find an angle for Exit, but Safe is here first, and Exit's looking to pick up the rest of them. Looking real difficult for Spirit all of a sudden, and we're in that zone where their money can get broken as well. This is a really important round for Team Spirit. Magic's making his way upstairs. A fast plant might be required. Doesn't know exactly where the remainder are. With 40 seconds, he'll be careful. Chopper moving into position as well. No one seems to be on that bomb site. But where does he go for the plant? Still one on B for MIBR. Heading towards 20 seconds now. Magix, what will you choose to do? Brenazan closing the distance as time continues. Chopper's rounded his way to heaven. There's a more confident plant to be had now. Oh, that peak. Great angle with the spray. Magic's completely repositioning. They don't know where Chopper is. He's been all over the shop in the last minute. And he's got a very good angle now as well. Look at this positioning from these 2. It is fantastic. And I don't know if MIBR survived if they've both got kits. So nice shoulder peek though. Magix has got one more to find. Disengaging, throwing a HE to the side before Exit even gets there. Will he have a chance to even touch the bomb? Magix is absolutely griefing him. And he's done enough to win that last round. 8-4 in favor of Spirit. A very strong showing at the beginning of this series. A tough fight for MIBR, but they did manage to claw some rounds back. Still focused, as there's much more to be done. They've given themselves a fighting chance with those rounds.
Yeah, not completely over, but honestly, feels like Spirit are on their A game, as we would expect. Looking good all round, and MIBR a couple of moments, but man, Spirit have had some nice rounds. Donk especially looking great throughout that half.
We said that MIBR had to take the fight to their opponents in Team Spirit. They certainly did that. They come away from the first half with 4 rounds. With considering how well Spirit were playing, I think that's pretty well done, because it could have easily been worse. And they've given themselves the space to fight in that second half. Let's not forget, they won the pistol and then were reset immediately. Spirit going on an early run, but indeed they will come away from that first half with 4 rounds, and that might just be enough for them, but they have a lot of work ahead of them. That said, on that T side now, they had so many dualies in that first round, but just single pistols for all of them. Plenty of Kevlar, and look at all these CTs on the ramp as well. It's a really big fight, but 3-on-3. Maybe the round is won here by one of these squads. Chopper and Magix remain now. 110 HP combined, and the bomb is in the hands of MIBR. Minute 30 on the clock, and 2 CTs remain.
Happy to take their time right now. And elsewhere, Magix able to pick one off, and now these 2 players may be together, but Chopper on this close angle doesn't go cleared. Finally, Insani trades, and he should have a good idea as to where Magix is. But Magix has the same onto him, so now it all comes down to the mind games. Magic's going to call the bluff down towards B. And Sani is currently moving here. Magic's will be ready.
He'll never be expecting this. Door is open. He doesn't make it off the site. The double Julies, man. Oh, boy. Straight in the face. Spirit take the pistol. So capable of turning around bad situations. War of attrition on the ramp. Won by MIBR, but it's Spirit who walk away with the round. They had a good setup there as well, Spirit, but MIBR were ready to fight. But again, it's such a brutal position. It's like you check the angle, but you don't check the angle. Just that 1 inch more, and maybe that situation is different. We've all done it. We'll all do it. It'll have to be done the hard way then. MIBR resetting the first pistol, losing the second. And Tony's picked up an AK-47, but we'll see if it's a full force buy or a hero rifle soon.
And Sani definitely capable with just the hero AK. I've seen him go for that a few times in the past and try and get MIBR into rounds. He is talented enough to be able to pull that off. But for Team Spirit, I mean, credit to Magix. Just quickly making his decision there, quickly calling out, I'm going to come down to B, I'm going to stick with it. And then in that one-on-one, it's just so much harder when you're stuck behind Silo on the site. Feels like the CT is just stalking its prey at that point, choosing which side to fight on, choosing where he wants to be focused. And Team Spirit, that was their final timeout. So if MIBR start to mount a comeback, that's something to remember. But right now, comeback looks like a long way away. 9-4 down, likely to be 10-4, unless Insani with this 1 AK has anything to say about it.
Renazan is the second player with Kevlar. You can see him just to the left of Insani there. So if the rifle is dropped, I would imagine he'll be plan B for this round. At a minimum, they'll want to keep Team Spirit spending, as we said in that first half. Want to keep that economy at a reasonable level. Spirit with an unreasonable economy, 10,000 plus, would not bode well for any team. Good start. Can he get to that rifle though, Brennazan? It's the USP which will finish off the job mostly. Exit now with no Kevlar. 1 versus 3. Got himself a rifle. That bomb needs to be collected as well. But there are urgencies here. Wondering if CTs are coming his way. How much space does he have? How much can he roam? He doesn't know the answers to these questions. There are still 2 bomb sites that need to be covered. Chopper may hear that reload. Yeah.
Yeah, if there were a player closer by, would have been absolutely screwed. He's
With
trying to
these
get that
sound
AK
cues.
away.
With these sound cues, the CTs can close the distance. 13 seconds. What is the play here? Won't make it to the bomb site after all. 2 frags, no plant for MIBR with that hero rifle, but considering that that was the 1 rifle, I think part of their mission was accomplished there. Keep the CT spending, they'll certainly do that.
Yeah, I think that 1 M4 would have been recovered there at ramp, but the AK was thrown behind the box. So I think that's what Exit was going for there. Don't give that AK to the CTs for this all-important first gun round. To get back in, whether or not Spirit were able to find it. No, indeed. Just the M4s for Team Spirit alongside the MP9s. Meanwhile, MIBR with the 1 MAC-10 in the mix, but overall good utility. Let's see what their all-important first gun round looks like. They really need to win this, otherwise they're just so far down on the MIBR side. And they're happy to take it slow early. A couple of players grouped outside ramp for MIBR. Could try and fly in first with that MAC-10 and cause a distraction. The yard smokes will go down, potentially as a distraction here. It looks like it might just be a delayed B split, partly through yard, partly through ramp.
It's on Ontic must concede his position. They'll be happy to do that. They've got 5 men up. MIBR are 1 down. More tools at their disposal. Safe, of course, with $150 and a Glock.
Huh. Yeah, he had a Mac 10 earlier. Has he crashed? I don't know.
I wonder if it's a crash or... I guess the only other thing would be basically using this as a timeout.
Oh, no. Yeah, I think they're just done. I mean, listen, this strat, it needed the yard players to get going, and they just get shut down. But now, do not die after time, guys. Do not die after time.
Oh, one of the rifles gone. I don't know. I'm speechless. I'm just like, I just want them to survive, you know? They need those guns.
Like, safe, like, actually only saves the Mac 10 and the armor anyway, and doesn't get any bonus money for it. So I don't actually even know if that was the right call there. But either way, yeah, just completely shut out on the yard play. It looked like that was so all in on getting that B split going, on getting those yard players through first, and then trying to split onto B. And as soon as that got denied, they got shut down. Maybe they'll try something more explosive instead because of that.
Big pop flash easily avoided by Chopper, but he won't avoid drop. Magic's now trying to do what he can. Is he going to get traded? Absolutely. Mashiro's got a great angle and a great hot shot to deliver, but Insani with that Tech 9 will respond. 1 versus 2 now for Insani. What's happened there? Was that a mouse wheel thing? Regardless of what it is, Donk will finish it eventually. That was so fast. But still, Team Spirit march on.
Donk's reaction is so funny. He looked like he'd lost the round, even though he'd won it, because he just couldn't believe he nearly messed it up. Oh, man.
Ooh. Body language is bad. Frustrations are high.
I know it's not MIBR's map, but it has looked ropey, I think it's fair to say. See why Spirit picked this. It is such a good map for Spirit as well, though. That's the other side of the coin. That's what's making MIBR look like they're struggling even further. And Donk is just blowing with confidence right now.
Lovely. Sublime. No response just yet. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh. Oh. Oh, that's a great snap from Insani. Whew. High tension for MIBR as they lose grip of this game of Nuke. Safe and Brennezan remain 2 on 4. Fighting for survival. Spirit with numbers, with angles, with information, and with free kills. Here comes the bait now. Chopper looks to clean up with the MP9. They work together to close out the game. That was quite standard for Spirit then. MIBR not really being able to get anything started in that second half.
Yeah, just a game where MIBR never really got going, and Spirit, even off the back of the player break, come through very confidently. Individuals looking so good, and MIBR are going to need a big mental reset ahead of the next map, because their pick's coming up. But you can see just the way they were losing some of those rounds, not even getting close in some of them. They will be feeling dejected after that one, and they'll know that they can play better than that.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if their plan was to win this in 3 coming into it. But again, you will feel like you could have achieved more with the situations you had. Very hard to do that, to execute that against Spirit. But how could you not feel frustrated with the way that went? Absolutely shut down. Of course, it was difficult straight out of the gates after winning the pistol, getting reset immediately. And having those 4 rounds at the beginning of the second half and then not really having much afterwards. Very frustrating indeed. I think even if you come in with a plan to win it in 3 like we're all human, and that's still going to get to you losing in such a fashion.
Yeah, on the Spirit side, good to see Donk being Donk, even there, getting that kill through. And just in general, having a good performance. But Honestly, the whole team looked pretty solid. The one player that was maybe lacking behind what you'd normally expect, fragging-wise, was Shiro, but I think that was more because him and the AWP weren't needed as much. The rifles were just doing so much, and then they won so convincingly. So not a problem at all for Spirit, that.
Yeah, that was a pedestrian win for them, but that's probably the easiest map of the series for them as well. I think that's fair to say, and I certainly hope it's going to be that way. I think MIBR will go from strength to strength. How strong they can be versus the likes of Team Spirit is another question entirely, but they know their opponent going into this series, so it'll be interesting to see what they can do as it plays up. And indeed, that was a tough nuke for them, but I'm sure there are better days to come in the rest of the series. We're going to go to a break. When we're back, we'll continue this series and see if MIBR can fight back versus Spirits.
So my general feeling for after the player break, we went to Portugal to have a boot camp. I think we stayed there for like 5 days. And at the beginning we felt a little bit rough, but I think we managed to keep at the pace. And the last couple of days was pretty good. So we're feeling confident, and of course all the top teams are going to be here, and we're looking forward to do some damage for sure. So having Nuke as our coach, having him in our daily practice day is really good because he was a professional player before. He has a lot of experience since the 1.6 era, and Bit is still like with us in our daily in the daily basis. So it's a mix of him and Nuke trying to bring stuff to us and having that experience to us. So I don't think much have changed with Nuke and Bit. I think mostly our game style, but our day by day, you know, how the practice goes, it's almost the same. So it's nice to have one more like experienced voice in the coaching staff. About our region, I think it's really similar. Like the level of play is really similar between the top teams. I think I have 4 or 5 teams that are really on the same level, and I think the main point for our region is that we try to be the best in our region, and when we are at the best spot, we just try not to lose it, and that kind of sets us apart from the rest of the world, because we need to get more. You know, we need to be the top team in the planet, not just in our region. And I think for our region, not only us, but I think a lot of teams had that same mentality, and I think it's bad for our region because it just it kind of just stay at that level, and the people don't grow up higher, you know. So having to change that mentality, I think, is the best for the region. I think this tournament, of course, because we're playing against the best teams in the planet, so it's going to be good for us, and to take the step further, you know, to play against the best teams and try to learn from it. It's always good.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We saw a very strong showing from Team Spirit on Nuke, but now we move to Vertigo. I think we'll see a brighter day for MIBR on this map. Nuke was very difficult indeed. I think they were ready to put up a fight, but I think the challenge was just too great from Team Spirit. Do you fancy their chances to take things to a third map here via Vertigo?
Oh, I think this map will be close, honestly. I've liked what I've seen from MIBR in the past on this map. It's definitely a strength of theirs, you know, in the region. They've been winning it a hell of a lot. They actually, obviously, won the South American qualifier, even to get here. So that's definitely a good sign for them. Furia were already invited, but, you know, still beating all the other South American teams. It's a good sign. I still think I'm going to lean maybe slightly Spirit, even though MIBR have a really good track record on this map. And I know that Insani can be great at ramp, but I still just saw so much from those Spirit players on the first map. And sometimes it can just come down to that. Even if MIBR might have a better understanding of how to play the map, Spirit have just got such a stacked roster, and Donk was already on point. So that's already terrifying.
Yeah, I think the break will do MIBR good. Just flush out the bad energy from the difficulties of Nuke and focus and remind yourselves of what you're capable of going into a map which will surely be more comfortable for them in Vertigo. So I think we'll see some promise from MIBR. You know, I'm not going to go as far as to say that I expect Team Spirit to lose, because that would be crazy. Team Spirit are Team Spirit after all. However, I think that there's a showing to be had here from MIBR. Certainly an underdog, but we'll see what they're able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we should be ready for this matchup shortly. I'm ready for this one. I'm excited. I haven't seen too much of this new look Vertigo. I say new look. I know it's been for a while now, but just the whole A being a little more open. Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see if teams have come up with new ways to play it out, if it has changed anything. I don't think it's going to fix the map, in my opinion. But, you know, hey, I don't mind whenever they make Vertigo changes. I'm always going to be behind that.
Yeah, especially when the changes are to flatten it and replace it with something else. Those are good changes, if you ask me. It has to be the next map to go. It has to be. Again, I spoke earlier about my theory that Dust 2 has to come in for even the possibility of Mirage going out. I don't know if I don't know if Mirage is removed. I don't know if it needs to be removed. Just leave it there. Leave it there. Unless you put I think it would maybe be worse if you took Mirage out and put Cash in. From a professional point of view, casually people would love it, but yeah, I think you leave Mirage there, and yeah, Vertigo or Dust 2. I don't think anybody would be sad if Dust 2 disappeared again, but
yeah,
who knows? We need you know, when there was that whole canals thing, right? I spoke to, you know, the devs don't talk much, so I spoke to some of them asking like what the intention was with the canals experiment. That didn't really get much out of them, but I'm sure there are other things in development. Anyway, enough about that, enough warbling. Spirit on the CT side will await the play of MIBR. Footsteps heard towards the ramp. But how many are behind those footsteps? Shiro will have the Julies for this one. Had a quiet game, at least in the first half, Shiro. Didn't really need to do much in that game of Nuke. Donk and Zontic's quite busy. I expect with the luxury of the CT angles on Vertigo, he will be a very busy boy once the full buys come in. But for now, MIBR, with a measured offering towards this bomb site as far as utility is concerned. Nothing doing with those grenades, though. Heading towards the bomb site, but in the meantime, some frags around the side. Shiro just waiting to pick the right time to come through the smoke. I think he tried to punish the reload. Didn't work out for him. 3 on 3 then. Bomb is planted. Donk and Magix with Kevlar. Don't see a kit on these players. They better get their skates on. Magix elevated, waiting for a head to be shown behind those sandbags, behind that mortar. But Chopper's found an angle for himself. Continuing to creep now. And they've just got too many angles on MIBR. Bombs planted, but the round will be taken by a very confident Team Spirits.
Yeah, you saw MIBR with those two smokes towards the site there. One on the site itself, behind the site box, covering off those angles. And then one covering off that new big choke point on the left side. They were able to get the bomb down with that, so it got off to an okay start, but Spirit always sat back and sort of looked like they'd be somewhat comfortable. You can see that angle along the side of those sandbags as well now. Something that is difficult when you've got those blocks to deal with. Team Spirit arriving around the side. Chopper doing good work there to get his team back into it. So a 1-0 lead for Spirit. A solid retake on the pistol. And just the Hero AK again for MIBR. They really like to give Insani this Hero AK. See if they can get much out of it this time.
Yeah, no backup man holding Kevlar in case he is dropped on this occasion. Brennan will have a Tech 9. But no Kevlar as we saw on the previous map. So let's see what they can do to keep that CT economy honest. Chopper not shy to have a look. Knock, knock. Who's there? Best team in the world. Oh.
Not much of a joke, is it? Just a
no, just facts.
Scary place to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a rough situation. Rough day at the office. Oh, please go to the left.
Oh, he might. No, not yet. Not until he sees his opponents, I think. Just jump peeking for info. Might toss that nade in to try and slow them down so that they can't just run him down immediately.
With nothing going on anywhere else, they have to suspect. Although they've got a lot of players looking elsewhere. That is so chunky. He's got a molly as well. It's almost like a mobile game, how much damage you can do with this item and that. Falling back now, Chopper. He'll have the support of his teammates as there are a lot of MIBR players here. I say support of his teammates. Maybe he won't because they're a little far away. He is buying time as best he can. Is there a bomb plant in this for MIBR? 10 seconds left to get that bomb plant, but they are so exposed. Great damage by Insani though. 4 seconds. You've got to go for the frags here. Oh, flying, but losing the ammo, dying after time there, and maybe losing an AK as well. Somewhat awkward towards the end, but they did fantastic damage in that round, and I think that's more important.
Yeah, they just set up Insani for these AK trade kills so well. Comes into sandbags, then these couple of kills, really well taken. Just trying to jump and get that shot, and actually wasn't that far away at the end there. Not that far away from the mid-air headshot, which would have been absurd, but instead he dies after time. So a bit of an issue for MIBR's buy into the next, but as you said, the damage could well be worth it if they can break through here. And this time they're just testing the waters at B early. Some utility will be there to counter them.
Despite the awkward end to that round, that is a great round for MIBR. They have to capitalize on this now. They've created such a big opportunity for themselves to really put Team Spirits on the back burner if they can break them here. They've got no money already. They've got no money if they lose this round, Spirit. If they lose this round, they're likely to lose almost all their rifles. Not the kind of map where it's easy to disengage with 3 players alive. Definitely invited to throw more at problems here on Vertigo. They'll need to use their remaining utility as best they can, Spirit. Zontix making it 4-on-4. But again, this may be the best opportunity for MIBR to break Team Spirit that they'll have in this half.
Deciding to move around the side as these nades come in. Might give him a decent angle to work with, one that won't be cleared initially, but now he's trapped here. And Insani will wide swing for the trade. It might not be enough though. The rotate has arrived from Team Spirit. They are well and truly in position. And again, it's Insani trying a very difficult clutch. He came close last time. This time he'll get that bomb down, but with just the Galil stuck in the smoke, it feels so awkward. He'll put another one down. He'll try and create chaos, but Shiro finds him straight through, and Spirit hold on for the 3-0 lead.
Bomb plant is crucial there. And again, 3 kills, even in, again, sports psychology, you've lost the round, sure. But what are the positive takeaways from the round? Bomb plant, keeping your money bonus in that respect. But also 3 kills is crucial. Keep that pressure on Team Spirit. Plenty of fight left in this half. And Sani, he looks ready for these clutch. He's got such twitchy aim when the urgency is high. Unfortunate for him that he had that Mac 10. We know what happened in the round prior. But still, work was put in. And there'll be another hero AK. Keep pressure on the neck of that economy. Everybody with Kevlar at the minimum in this round for MIBR. Still looking for their first. As is Brenazan, actually. Drop Brenazan safe with a combined 1 frag at the moment. This would be a great time to change that. A few flashes, a few smokes for the T side. 2 Tech 9s. It'll be crucial to keep them alive. Close the distance, get them working. X is having a look, bit of pre-fire. CTs maybe feeling the pressure now, but they've got a great response that forces MIBR back down the ramp.
That'll do nicely to keep the distance for the time being. And you see how fast those rotations can be now on the CT side. Onto this A-bomb site. You can get a bunch of players in on angles very quickly in from mid. Here's Insani this time then with the AK. He takes his turn with it rather than exit. It works for 1 and the Glock able to frag back. So maybe a chance for more guns recovered. That's an awkward angle for Shiro. He'll be forced back. Or will he? He's actually sticking around here dangerously. Teammates here to help him now, so should be a bit better. There is Zontix and Shiro chiming in with another. Just safe remaining. I don't know if he's got time to go back. He'll make noise. 25 seconds. That will be heard. And is that just a bait here? Team Spirit will now split up. That gives Safe a better chance in the clutch.
Oh, just phased before he was ready there. No plant on this occasion. Team Spirit surviving the test. Again, 2 players alive. And that's just a hero round. That's a hero rifle round. Yes, there was Kevlar behind it, etc. But just that 1 rifle once more for MIBR. Sani's aim looks so twitchy. In a good way. He is ready for these duels. Now the AWP is out for Shiro. This is something we've been waiting for. Brenazan and Drop. Still looking for their first frags. AWP for Safe as well. Sani leading with the frags with 7 kills. Definitely looks ready for more on this T side. And again, MIBR still in a position where they can make things hard for Spirit. They need to find a good start to this round though. Swing and a miss from Shiro. Again, a quiet game on Nuke. Plenty of room to deliver on Vertigo, however. Safe scoped in. Oh, Chopper playing a dangerous game. He's in trouble already. Sprayed down to 16. Reaching the sub-minute mark here for MIBR. They are just ever closer to this bomb site. That's a fantastic frag onto Donk. And again, Chopper with the MP9. Only 14 HP for him. Shiro about to lose some angles as well. He'll still have a few. Chopper managing to find something, but Safe is in the right place at the right time. And then there were 3. Shiro looking. There he is, dropping exit bomb. Still not quite planted. Zontix, Magix, and Shiro. Now just the last 2 trying to do what they can. And Sani dropped through the smoke. 2-on-2. MIBR must win this round. Opportunity after opportunity. But they'll have to deliver eventually. Oh, it's going to be a bad angle for Drop. He peeks at the right time, or maybe the wrong time. Takes one in the face from Magix. And then we're down to the AWPers. Safe and Shiro. Oh, Shiro's so quick on the trigger finger there. That was the frag Safe needed to get MIBR their first round. But Team Spirit continue the clean sheets here on Vertigo.
Yeah, and Shiro's so quick to get into position as well. I don't think Safe was 100% set on that angle. Otherwise, I think he may have got the better of Shiro there. But instead, Shiro gets there a little too quickly. And again, Drop looking stressed after a round that came close, but not enough for MIBR to win. And now this does start to get more and more dangerous by the round for MIBR on their map pick. And again, we're seeing all these rounds ending towards A, but they feel even more chaotic with these new angles opened up. You have to be ready for the CTs to fight you at any moment, swinging towards the site, trying to cause chaos. Shiro able to see over the side of the smoke. Does definitely make it so that these skirmishes on A are at least a little more varied. Feels like they can be very much all over the place. And so far, Spirit getting the better of them.
So close, and yet so far for MIBR. If they can just break them in one of these rounds, another opportunity at their feet. They may have to make their way up the ramp first, though. Oh, Shiro's only going to get warmer as this game continues. Quick surge from MIBR, but Spirit have disengaged already. Shiro dropped as I say that. Spirits are responding, as we can see. They're not just going to sit and wait for MIBR to make their play. Always ready to take the fight to their opponent, and they do it so well. Will there be a flash for Donk, or is he just going to wild out on his own? Holding down 2 jobs now. And Sonny hears that rotation. It's definitely not a fake. 50 seconds left as MIBR have cut noise. Creeping, lurking, but how about this as an angle for Magix? Surely he looks past the angle. Indeed, he's done safe, and he drops immediately. Free fire for the second. He's done so much damage, and he's bought time for Spirit to rotate as well. 35 seconds on the clock. And Tiny trying to offer something. Nothing doing, though. This one slipping away from MIBR. If they don't get a bomb plant, then this is really going to slow them down. See how Spirit are disengaging. Brenizant has a smoke if he dares retrieve it. Walk straight into Donk, though. No plant, no money, and not much hope now for MIBR in the short term.
Yeah, feels like it. Again, so many of these rounds attempted towards A ramp, attempted towards A. This time they even get that man advantage, but then it was actually trying to come back that seemed to pose the problem for them. Magic's getting that double kill there. And you can just see the frustration on drop as the rounds continue. Spirit taking a tactical timeout then. 6-0 up. Still want to make sure they're on top of things because, again, their money has never really been established throughout this whole half. They keep winning rounds, but they're still on an MP9 in this one. Still going to spend a bunch of their money.
MIBR have to feel like their opportunities have been slipping away, though. Yes, they've kept getting 3 frags in many of these rounds and setting themselves up to get that slam dunk and put Spirits on eco, but never converted any of those opportunities. And they won't last forever. And they know that. You can read that in their body language, on their faces, on their face palms. Another hero rifle round. Got to be frustrating for the likes of Drop and Brenizan as well, just not getting as many frags as they would have liked with the opportunities they're being given. Into the meat grinder they go, then on this B bomb site, Magic's delivering 2, and Sonic's picking one up as well. Consolation prize for Safe with that pistol kill. They need a lot more than that. They don't have the bomb now. Dire straits for MIBR in the first half of Vertigo.
Yeah, this one has the chance of being convincing for Spirit. Chance to build some money. I do believe this is the first time Spirit have played Vertigo since the changes as well. Worth considering. So they're doing a good job at adjusting right now. Bomb is firmly on the B side of the map. And Donk will make sure that there is nothing doing. So.
Big smile on his face.
Yeah.
Just look at the size difference. Donk is just so small compared to the guys he rubbed shoulders with. but his impact on the server is absolutely enormous. His shadow looms large over the likes of MIBR at present. Okay, a well-equipped round now for MIBR. All the tools are back. But what can they offer? 0 from 7 rounds thus far. They've been close, but close doesn't matter. History doesn't remember close. They must deliver repeatedly in what remains of this half.
Bit of a slower start for MIBR. Not contesting ramp early this time. Team Spirit themselves have also been sitting back. Not really fully going for ramp control initially. In fact, as it stands, Spirit are currently leaning their defense towards the B side. Maybe thinking that A has been hit in so many of these rounds that there will be a switch up soon. There is a bit of a fake towards this B side, but Magix plays forward. He'll see that there wasn't much of a follow-up. You have to assume Spirit might start to realize they need some reinforcements on A. Shiro will realize that soon because he's about to fire. Fires wide and stays on the angle.
Now the support is here. Maybe concern earlier. There are 15 seconds on the clock. One shot is coming in. Can Exit deliver though? Or will Zontix have a go as well? Rounding the corner, the bomb has been planted in time, but now Safe is in the clutch. 1 versus 3. He is on an island, trying to move to another one. Eating the flashes as well. Chopper's coming in with Shiro for support. They could line up for him. There's the first one. Has he spotted Shiro? Whether he has or hasn't, he's on the floor now. And that clean sheet remains 8-0 for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I felt like MIBR did hesitate just a little too long there. And maybe that is an accumulation of all the previous rounds, making them second guess themselves slightly. Because that fake on B was sold a while ago. Yes, there is that AWP in short that you've got to be scared of, but as you said, waited until about 15 seconds before the bomb is finally attempted to be planted. And look at all these rifles rotating back in. Pretty sure Zontic got a running headshot there, and it left Safe, knowing he's getting flanked, having to position on the site, but without a real chance of winning the round. I think MIBR might just be trying to let loose a little here in this one. Grouping outside B early, and Drop gets the opener. This is more like it.
Surely now MIBR get something from this. Magix with the AWP. Joint top fragger with Zontix, both on 10. Chopper having a look-see. Oh dear. Off he goes. There's Magix then. Will there be traces for him? No, but it's a straight push through the smoke and that'll do the job. Don't think they'll be coming back from this one.
Yeah, much more like it then for MIBR. Really just getting those first 2 kills, I'm sure gives them so much confidence that they can finally get their first round win. Well taken by Drop and Exit.
If I'm not mistaken, the Portapuis on Vertigo still show as engaged when you hide in them, which has rendered them useless. No one ever uses them ever. They should just change that. Just make them broken, and then people might actually use them. Otherwise, there's just no point in them even being there, right? No one ever goes in there ever.
It's true.
Ever been to Glastonbury, mate? You'll open one of those, and there's almost guaranteed to be someone in there with the door unlocked.
Yeah.
So let's make it a bit more realistic.
Absolutely. See Magix on the all the time. Nice to see him get a kill with it at least before he was traded. But yes, MIBR will be happy. They've got a round on the board. They need a couple more where that came from, though. Team Spirit, once again, on the verge of being broken. Out of money. And this time, though, it's Magix who wins that initial fight against Drop. Last round, that went the other way. This time, Magic's top fragging for his team, gets them off to a good start. Exit, caught off guard from that quick swing up above, and now Spirit happy to just fall back. They've got such a big advantage.
You could see him processing the info as well. Trying to disengage, but it was all too late. And then there were 3. Success fleeting in this half for MIBR. 1 from 9 just won't be enough. Very tall order waiting for them once we move to the second half. We'll see if they can find a way back into this one. An awkward angle for Insani to make a play through that smoke. And there's the HE while Zontix hides behind double stack. Nice work from Magix, but the barbecue will give MIBR an option, an opportunity. 44 seconds for safe to clutch. Tries to isolate the fights with that smoke, but that smoke will work both ways. That'll give him some problems as well. Just like that.
Yeah, Shiro happy to phase through it. Safe in the knowledge that he'd probably be trying to use it on the other side. Oh, that was Magic's. Wow. It's about 5 seconds into the round, maybe a bit more.
Wonderful.
Yeah, great map from Magic's. Don't often get action there over on that B side, so seeing him get another multi-kill up to 14, really good to see. Has also been able to rotate over much more easily, of course, which is certainly nice for those B anchors coming back into A. More options for you. Chance to talk to the team. Still making sure to drill into them.
That's a really nice jacket.
Yeah, it's clean.
Loving this setup with the frosted glass. Look how clean the floor is. I want my floors to be that clean.
Yeah, I was about to say, you noticing for a reason? What do your floors look like?
Cat hair, basically.
That'll do it. Comes exit. Mac 10 in hand. No time to waste.
Take the gamble, take the gamble. The opportunity's gone. It's also gone. He had the Mac 10, was looking for the swing, but it's like, oh, but maybe I should clear this angle. And now it's a 5-on-3 in favor of Team Spirit. Just like that. Good intentions and such, but they're in a dark place once again. The light is fading for MIBR in this series. Shiro doesn't feel like he's had too much to do. Very focused though. Nice. Renazan 8 HP put out of his misery by a Team Spirit who make their way to double figures. This is a very dominant game of Vertigo so far. And again, MIBR in multiple rounds have come close to getting that break they needed, but never really converted when it mattered. We were hoping to see more from them in this game of Vertigo, but Team Spirit have just not allowed that to happen.
A cheeky couple of kills from Donk on that boost up above. Going to be something that still comes into play a decent amount of the time. Every now and then, the CTs want to switch it up. There's that molly down from Magix. Tries to time the nade to follow. It's not bad. Drop down below half health. We've seen some nice nades today, getting players down to the 40s health-wise, but look at that. Magix does get picked off. The smoke is up, but Zontix has to be careful, and the spray is fantastic. Zontix with a quick triple, and that might deny everything on this B site. The bomb's been dropped.
Oh my god. Absolutely savage. He'll be looking for the ace now as well, Zontix, and he might just find it. Nope, he'll find some lead though at the hands of Insani. Towards the highlight package at the very least. And that will be just about that. A landslide of rounds for Team Spirit at half-time. MIBR have come close, but close often isn't enough, as the score will tell you. They have had a hard time of things against Spirit, and they have minimal opportunity going into the second half.
Yeah, I told you I thought this would be a close map. I was clearly mistaken. MIBR have been spanked around right now by Team Spirit, and credit to them. They have just looked so damn good individually.
Absolutely. I've seen better body language in a mannequin shop than I see from MIBR at the moment. They are having a very hard time of things. We'll see if it gets any better after the break.
Against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you what.
two, one, go.
I need to be frank with you guys. Some of these MIBR players spent the entire break with their head in their hands, full face palm for multiple minutes. I think that some of these players may be mentally defeated, and who can blame them? There's only so much any single player can take. They had so many opportunities to just get that one last frag and break Team Spirit, but Team Spirit wouldn't be Team Spirit if it were that easy. They have absolutely shut down MIBR when it counted, when the clutches were required, and that has led to an 11-1 scoreline moving into the T side for Team Spirit. Magix and Zontic still tied at 14 frags apiece. Racing towards the end. Let's see who ends up with the higher level of frags. The Julie's out again for MIBR, doing as much damage as they can. 2v3 though. We know what Team Spirit are capable of in situations such as these. But hey, MIBR could still mount a comeback. Maybe the worst is over for them. Maybe they have a massive run here. Always possible, whether probable or otherwise. Chopper and Magic's comfortable in separating for the time being and looking for some opportunities.
Yeah, they'll join back up now on this mid move. But a couple of different angles you have to clear, and pretty easy for Exit to just play for info. The timing might be bad. He's been left with 2 different angles to deal with. Oh, he will spot them now, though, and that's all he wanted. Now he can call for assistance. Magic's obviously aware that that's a possibility, a probability. It's not going to matter. BR Enazam with 2 nice shots and a much-needed pistol round for MIBR.
Some sports psychology for you, especially when you have a deficit like this, or you just have a high number of tasks ahead of you. Don't think of it as 9 rounds to tie the score, but just look at it as 1 round at a time. Manageable meals. See what Team Spirit choose to do. No bomb plant, no force spy. There'll be a Desert Eagle for Donk. Dangerous at variable ranges with that Desert Eagle. Let's not forget what he did on Nuke with it. Maybe we'll see something else here. Either way, a chance for momentum. Finally, a chance for momentum for MIBR. They need to build upon that pistol success. No slip-ups. Again, on Nuke, it was 3 Glocks and 2 Deagles, if I recall correctly, which ended in catastrophe in round 2 for MIBR. A stolen M4 in the hands of Donk doing a lot of work. One more promising start here on this 5-on-4.
Drop up on this railing. Decides to reposition. He's got Insani behind him. Oh, they can take the 2 different angles of elevation now. 2 different heights. Oh, they both thought the other man might get that player who jumped by, but it doesn't matter. They will clean up all the kills at the end. Nice little confidence booster. Nice little stat padding there for MIBR. But now their games may truly begin.
I feel like that jersey would get ruined on a hot wash with the shiny logo.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how you treat stuff like that. If anyone's got any advice, not that I have one of those, but I'm still curious. What do you do? I ain't got no time for hand washing. I mean, I do, but I don't want to, you know.
Yeah.
Who wants to do that? 3-11, MIBR have AKs coming their way in round 15. There will be a Galil in the hands of Magix as well. Still good in terms of armor penetration. Just need to know your spray. Confident aggression from MIBR, showing us why they chose Vertigo now. Clearing out the area around B. Early 5-on-3 advantage for them as they look to neutralize Team Spirit Spy.
Yeah, got to be a little annoying for Team Spirit to just lose those 2 B players so soon. Fair play to Drop and Insani playing very aggressively on this B stairs possession. It pays off for them. Now I think Team Spirit have realized they kind of need to win this back before they do anything else. Just decide to swing dry, but that means Drop will hear those steps. Trying to play this unexpected angle. Magic's rounds the corner. The jump up will be traded. Now 52 seconds. Numbers could be in trouble, but Donk gets another. It's been flashed, so that move to the site will be slowed. And the molly, oh, I think that's his teammate's molly, but it might not matter. Donk is on fire. Quite literally. And now Shiro sneaking up onto the site might have the chance for another. This is brutal. A 2v5 turned around by Spirit. And now it's Exit with that MP9. The nade will be good. That was the team damage that made that happen. But now Shiro on that AK can make up for it. He'll go back for the bomb, back to the site. But Exit goes jumping in. And now Shiro will feel like he probably can't get that bomb down. He'll try and fake it. He'll try and draw him out. And they will win the 2-on-5.
This is a hell of a performance from Spirit at the beginning. A hell of a performance at the beginning of this tournament. That is a statement round from Team Spirit. Again, they are never down until they're completely down, until all 5 are on the floor. Ever dangerous Team Spirit. And if MIBR weren't mentally defeated earlier, they certainly will be after losing a round such as that. That's a really tough one to lose. Any momentum, completely flat now. No air in the tires for MIBR. Aquaplaning into a brick wall.
Oh, Dog's already got another opener. Drops at least brought one back for the team. But I think that last round kind of sums up how this game has felt for MIBR. Just anything that's gone right for them has quickly turned around and gone wrong. I still can't get over the team molly, and still they win the 2-on-5. Absolutely absurd.
Next level plays, you know, it's beyond our realm of understanding. Might be, I still mustered some tools to fight with, but it's hard to forget rounds like that. It's a better man than me to put such a loss out of your mind and focus on what's in front of you, man or woman. Just spots the back of the leg there, and that's enough information for Shiro to eke out another advantage. 20 seconds on the clock here for Team Spirit, but they have doubled the personnel now of MIBR. They'll need something incredible if they are to get anything else out of this round, apart from more casualties, that is. It's looking more and more likely. There it is. 13-3, Team Spirit storm MIBR on Vertigo.
Yeah, they get straight through to the playoffs in about as convincing of a win as you will get in Counter-Strike 2. Very impressive from Spirit here at the Esports World Cup. And for MIBR, they'll be doing some soul-searching after that one, but they will still have a chance in the last chance stage. But that is terrifying if you are another team in this tournament, because I know MIBR aren't the level of competition Spirit always play against, but they're not a bad team, and they just got dominated.
Yeah, I think those rounds might be interesting for MIBR to look at again. The ones where they had those opportunities where they could break Team Spirit, but repeatedly they weren't able to seize those opportunities. I think those are, for me, the key rounds to look at and see, right, how do we make that different next time? Is it something we did, or were they just that damn good? And maybe it is that damn good. I mean, they are in general, but you still need to find a way to rise to the occasion. And boy, did they make it hard, Team Spirit. Very, very strong in the clutch are this squad, and it's going to take a very good team to put them down later on in this tournament, should that even happen.
Yeah, any ideas of them being a little rusty off the player break or a little slow to start were quickly squashed. And as we've been saying, these opening best of threes, incredibly important in this format. Going straight to the playoffs makes a massive difference. So I'm sure teams would have been putting the time in, putting the prep in to make sure they were going to win these, even if they were favored. And that certainly showed for Spirit here today.
Yeah, and that means that MIBR will be heading to that lower bracket, which is going to be very difficult indeed. Only one team will survive that area of the tournament. But perhaps they had the hardest draw, and perhaps this was always going to happen. But again, plenty of data to review once they've had a cool down, and I think they'll need a mental cool down after losing so many rounds in such a fashion. So close, but again, close just isn't enough. Need more than that, especially against a team like Team Spirit with the stacked talent they have. So a good showing, especially from Team Spirit. We saw some good rounds from MIBR. Again, just not the end results they wanted, sometimes repeatedly, like on this map.
Yeah, I got to assume that the mental side of things was a factor as well. I think some of the rounds they lost were just so brutal, so devastating to lose. I'm sure that plays a factor on a team that maybe isn't as experienced as some of the others we have here. But yeah, all in all, great performance from Spirit. And honestly, I'm just so glad the favorites are winning. That's the main thing. I want to see the favorites in the playoffs. I want to see the best teams going up against each other. Team Spirit definitely one of those top teams.
Yeah. Obviously, we were able to witness Miles making it through earlier on as well, which is fantastic, because these big teams going through means that we're going to have some very interesting matchups later on in the competition. Of course, there's been a lot of CS played today. There's a lot more to be played as well. But again, a great effort from Team Spirit. They're very entertaining as well. Just the sheer level of talent on display through the server is fantastic to watch. And again, even though the score is quite big, MIBR had some chances, but it was down to Team Spirit to extinguish those chances and keep the ball rolling, and they certainly did that. So it was definitely an engaging series in that respect. But again, I think they, from the first map to the second one, just showed their prowess in different ways. The reset with the 2 Deagles and the 3 Glocks when we went back to Nuke, the first map of the series, just to the sheer dominance on Vertigo as well, and the sheer will to not allow MIBR away into that game whatsoever was a fantastic display of skill and determination from Team Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think it'll be nice coming into this season because Spirit, I know they didn't play Pro League, for example. There was a bit of a period of time where we didn't get to see them, and it felt like that was just as they were competing to show maybe they could be the best team in the world. But then they were able to win at London at the end of the season, and the hope is coming into this one, they'll get on a good streak early. They'll get to play quite a few tournaments against the top teams because I really do think if they get to play the tournaments, they can prove that they are the best team in the world right now, and that's very exciting.
Yeah, this is going to be a great competition to watch unfold. Again, if you haven't seen the format, definitely check it out later on. But we have Donk on the line after that victory, and I have an unusual question for you, Donk. You know, everybody talks about how good a player you are, how good a team you are. What I want to know is, what is the worst play that you've ever made? What is the play you've made that went really badly, that was horrible, that was just went completely wrong?
In this game or overall?
Just overall, lifetime. What's the worst thing just the biggest disaster you've had in Counter-Strike?
I don't know, I cannot remember it. But in this game,
I
just exposed myself on the sandbox on Vertigo because I got blind and I threw HE under my legs, so I got minus 50 HP. Kinda terrible.
Okay, sounds like my average play. So how's the team? I guess it's a cliche to say how are people feeling, but what do you think about the competition overall, the scenery in Riyadh? There's a lot of lights, a lot of bright lights, a lot of really nice looking environments for players, and obviously there's a really big trophy. This is probably the biggest competition Counter-Strike has ever had. So what is it like on the ground in Riyadh, having all of this around you and this big competition, all this money on the line? Is it something you think about when you're in the server, or is it just business as usual for you, just focusing on the games?
Yeah, it's definitely like a big tournament. It's tier 1 tournament, but it's not in Grand Slam, so unlucky a little bit. We're not think about it. We're just playing our game, and we're just focusing on the game. That's it.
Cool. All right. I wanted to ask Donk. I think this was your first official on the new Vertigo. If I'm wrong, let me know. But wanted to know how you find it, and do you think it's better or worse than the old Vertigo?
Yeah, it's first official on new Vertigo. I think it's good update for Vertigo because it's like changing balance on this map. Now I think TT side stronger, but now you need to advance your T side now and play different way that you played earlier on old Vertigo. So it's kinda interesting to play, and I like this update.
Nice. I wanted to ask about the 2v5 you had with Shiro as well. I know you got flashed and like team mollied, so how did that go down? And in that 2v5, were you comming at all, or just like on the same page?
I don't know what to say. Just 2v5. Just some unlucky moments, you know, it happens every game. But what can I say? It was a great round by us.
So, obviously you won with a really big score on Vertigo, but MIBR were trying to break your economy and couldn't quite get there in any of the rounds. What do you think MIBR did well against you guys in the series, if you had to pick one thing that you found difficult to play against with MIBR?
On Vertigo or best of 3?
In the best of 3.
I think they're good in like find entries, and they're good in like late game. I don't know how to explain it, but they're like pushing on the 20 seconds. we have no nades and they're good. There is always some stressful situations for us, and we just go quicker in clutches. So we have on Vertigo bad economy all side on CT. Just we won every clutch, I guess. So that's why we won half.
All right, well, congratulations on your victory today. We'll let you go. Good luck with the rest of the competition in Riyadh.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much to Donk. Yeah, it was a fantastic performance from Team Spirit today. We definitely got to see them show their strength, and he said that, you know, in some of the late rounds there, MIBR made it difficult for them, but they still survived many, if not all, of those tests to really show just how much how deep they can dig to pull out the results they need. Now we can have a look at the what you've been voting on back at home in the STC Play audience predictions, and of course we've got a big favorite there for Team Spirit. You're going to always have that segment supporting the Brazilian teams, but Team Spirit should always be picking up the victory today, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the Brazilian fans, as you said, always come out to bat for their teams, but today Spirit, very, very good. And nice to hear from Donk at the end there. Like, he said he was stressed at points in the game, but all I saw was him smiling. So it didn't look like he was stressed from the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good player indeed. And his entire career is ahead of him, which is scary to think about, but fantastic if you are a viewer. That's going to bring the broadcast to a close for today. Again, make sure you're following the channels because there's a lot more Counter-Strike to come, and there's a very big trophy to be hoisted at the end of the Esports World Cup. So thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the scenes we saw today in the various broadcasts, and we'll see you next time.
Whatever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. Thought I was dead, just recovering. I was dealt a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting star. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listened to you long enough, now here I'm my demand. Failure's not an option. Throw away your red lights, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the #1 contender, ain't no #2. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's too many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All this tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. Yeah, cause we never going down. When it's all said and done, we gon' still be around. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, It doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you, believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you, believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you, believe in yourself, power comes from within. Win, win, win. I got to win. Yeah, I got to win. I'm unstoppable, I got to win. I'm unstoppable, I got to win. I'm unstoppable, I got to win. I got to win.